huge.
Watch the best entertainment and reality shows on TV every night.
I feel quite emotional.
Wow.
Mad, that crazy.
Stuff like Glow Up, Dubai Hustle, BBC Three is now on TV.
Cheers to that.
Tonight from 7.
the OGs of love are here, letting you know that this summer, love is ours. But hey, don't take it from me. Our bromances, babies and brides can tell you why we are number one. So get ready, because this summer, love isn't blind, it's neon. And we can defo handle the heat. We've got a fire pit, mates. Love, we own it. Love Island.
Tap the banner to learn more.
TUI Blue Hotel booked. Holiday, here we come. Swim up room upgraded. A la carte dining, delish. Swimming lessons, nailed. Local culture, marvelled. Kids club, loved. Cooking class, mastered. Beach cabana, why not? Massage, bliss. Best holiday ever done. Introducing TUI Blue, our own collection of premium hotels designed for you to live happy. ATOL protected.
Hello, hello. Welcome. How's it going, everyone? MetaFest Day 2 kicking off. We're here for today. I'm ready whenever. I guess we got 30 minutes to kill when we do that, though.
Go.
Hi, welcome everyone to MetaFest Day 2. I'm your host, Penguin. I'm going to be walking us through the Metaverse Day. We've got a lot of interesting people lined up today telling me about NFTs, the virtual worlds, wearables, and all kinds of cool things that happen around the Metaverse. So if you wonder what people are talking about when they're talking about virtual worlds and what's happening, what a wearable is, you're going to hear from the people working on NeosVR. You hear about Moloch Cloudship, Atlantis World, Mud XYZ, and Conquest and Sandbox. At the start of the day, we're going to hop into Voxels, previously Crypto Voxels, to give you an intro to the treasure hunt. We got a small taste of it yesterday, but today we're going to hop deep into Crypto Voxels with Tenpenny. And so today's going to be all about showing you around the virtual worlds that we call the Metaverse. So the Metagame has been all about having fun, and one of those things is expressing yourself and having culture and having a way that we engage. And games are one of the best ways that we have to create community and have fun together while we are contributing to a larger ecosystem. So we hear a large amount of people talking about how they're using games and social communities to help support their platform. So I'm really looking forward to the Atlantis World today with Rev, and I'm going to be presenting Mud XYZ later today, which is one of my projects. So definitely stick around and check out a lot of the games. Check out the Metaverse stuff, and we've got a great show for you today. How you doing today, Bogey?
I'm doing wonderful, thanks. Yeah, man, I'm stoked to get into Crypto Voxels. That's like one place I've like. I remember when it first started. Well, it's called Voxels now, right? Turn that C to a V, and like I remember when that first came about, and I was like, "Whoa, this is crazy! You can fly!" And there's like, it was just laid out like a city, and it was just really surreal. And I haven't there was VoxCon recently, and I hopped in for a bit, and I was like, okay, this is kind of cool. So like, I'm really looking forward. I've kind of like, like when you like don't watch a show like Game of Thrones, you leave it for a bit and then you binge it. I've been doing that with Voxels, so I'm really stoked to actually get involved, get some wearables. I think I have some wearables already. I'm not sure. Like I haven't checked. Like it's been a while. But
Do you
like,
have any flying pig balloons wearables? Did you get any of those ones?
No, I don't think so. What?
Yeah, I had a set of wearables that I made last year for
Oh,
Never
sweet.
Touch Fiat again.
Mm-hmm.
So I gave out a whole bunch of pig balloons to people
Oh,
for their
sweet.
participation in that.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool, man.
Yeah, I love voxels. I mentioned it briefly yesterday, but it was one of those aha moments for me as well. Like it just felt like Johnny Mnemonic. I was just like all of a sudden flying up in this place, and it's like all this crazy stuff. And it was one of the first VR worlds that I went into that wasn't like a like Half-Life and kind of flat. And as I said, the ease of being able to add stuff like YouTube videos, or I could make something in magical voxels, and boom, there it was in game, right? I could put it on.
It's like, whoa. It's like, I'm wearing it. Yeah, man. I actually want to make some wearables at some point. Because I do a lot of like Blender stuff, but that's like I want to make some voxel stuff. Because you can have a lot of fun with the squares, cubes.
Blender is actually one of the most metaverse friendly tools. It donates a lot to being open source and creating tools for people. It's got a lot of tools for going between renders and voxel stuff as well. So if you check out some of the MeBits DAO projects that they've done, they've been doing a lot of really cool things for hooking it up to VTube, and even for making it so that you can use the MeBits for rigging, and they're all hooked up for VTube, that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, cool. What's up, Time? Welcome, man.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's the morning for you guys.
Oh yeah, and bright and early on the West Coast here.
It's like it's like 3 p.m. now over here.
Yeah, the European summertime is throwing me off. I'm used to
likewise.
UTC +1. Now it's UTC +2.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Like, I thought British summertime would I thought we'd stop doing that by now. Like I heard rumors that scientists were like, maybe we should stop. But clearly not yet.
California passed a law that they weren't going to change the time anymore, but I think we're still doing it. I don't know. As you say, it's like habits, right? People fall into these habits. Whether it's smart for them to do, or we've even made laws where you shouldn't do that. People fall into their same habits. It's hard to break people's habits of what they're doing.
Yeah, man. They're like trenches. You get so deep with a habit sometimes you have to literally crawl out of it and onto a new plane of habitualism. Yeah.
But, I mean, that's the hard part with any of the old models, right? Is like, people are going to still do what they normally do because life is hard. Sometimes you just got to make it through, right? Like I don't want to think about which email I'm using, because I've already been sending people to my email, so use Gmail, right?
Yeah.
But try and imagine a world where you change some of the tools. We were just talking about it, like Gmail hasn't changed their interface in 20 years.
Now everything's round. And I was like, what? It's like, what's going on? Yeah, man.
But the metaverse is like a big chance to kind of flip that script,
Oh, yes. Yeah. I do see future like if I was to throw my perspective forward a bit, I really do see like UI UX evolving, like becoming more like not there kind of thing, but like doing more of this kind of stuff. I can't really explain it, but like not clicking a button and then waiting for a response. It's more like get out of here kind of thing.
Did you ever do Just Dance?
A little bit.
So they had the Connect that they hooked up for the Xbox, and so that used a lot of the gesture kind of menus that you're talking about. Sort of like select your songs. It's all this is how you move and do stuff. And to like approve things, you put your hand down like that, and so it's got a lot of that same kind of like gesture motion where we're not attached to a mouse and a keyboard. It's kind of assuming that you're going to be dancing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, like that kind of concept of making UI like gesture-based UI. It's crazy. I sometimes I like just daydream, like, okay, maybe one day, like just what if type of thing.
Well, I mean, it's
those
Minority Report, right? They used all those
right.
computers like that.
Yep.
It's very powerful. We see it in all the sci-fi ones, like Enhanced, right? They're
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
exactly what we do on a cell phone, but with major screens.
Yep. Yeah, man. Sweet. I'm just gonna check the stream and stuff because yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the other really cool things that I missed before, I'm really excited about today, is Louis C's gonna be performing too. Yeah,
That's
Louis C.
today.
Bronze.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait. Oh snap! I think last time I spoke to Louis, I was like gonna prepare a little freestyle, so I might have to turn on with the. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me.
Oh yeah, you have to catch up with the fire because Louis hot. My boy is always hot.
I know, man. He's got mad flow, bro. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Louis been doing it up these days. I love his new songs. He dropped his album again too recently, so he's
Oh,
always
sweet.
doing it. I've got an
What's up?
unreleased song with him too that I've been waiting for the right time to drop. So I think this year might be the year.
I think it might be too, man. Like, I'm really like, I mean, this year started off real rocky, like me personally, but like, I think in general, maybe I'm guessing, but like, I think things are on the come up now, man. Like, I've got this. This is gonna be a good summer, man. Like when it's prime summer, like next month, August. Like, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It feels like we're finally coming out of COVID a little bit. Obviously, people are still messed up. COVID is still here. It's still
Yeah.
a serious thing, but it feels like we're getting closer to normalcy.
Yeah. A new normalcy. Yeah. Like a.
Yeah, things are never going to be the same. That's like one of the things that people, need to realize is that when change happens, people adapt, right? You don't go back to the same thing. Just like we were talking about with, people's habits. Once you've been in the same habits for 2 years, you're not going to easily change just back to the way things were just because, you now can. You've changed, and the way that we operate virtually and at a distance from people, and people have a real kind of hesitancy towards other people now, right? Someone could have killed you if you didn't know them and they were sick. So it's hard to like bring back the togetherness. And DAOs and the metaverse is all about reconnecting people. So that's why like our energy was always so strong. It's because some people are trying to repel and push away from other people, but what we're doing is trying to bring people together and really empower people to be stronger and better people. So it's kind of the opposite.
Courage and growth. Yeah, man. Definitely.
And because we're digital, we've got like unlimited potential and chances to interact with each other, where otherwise we would have had to like bump into each other at the supermarket or something and be talking about NFTs and
handing out flyers and all kind of.
Yeah. So the chances of us interacting with people that are like-minded or that want to create something cool is much harder in the real world. So we kind of adapted as well. And that's why we're all still kind of here building in virtual space, and the metaverse is gonna have new worlds this year. I guarantee 3 new worlds are coming out this year.
I've got the same feeling, man. Yeah, I don't think there's 3, but like I know there's one big one that's coming out soon. Like I've got a feeling like I don't know, Microsoft might release some. I've heard some rumors, man. Babylon JS, like, yeah.
Oh yeah, Babylon's awesome. It's like pretty much playground for the 3D world now.
Yep. Yeah. Something I want to play with actually at some point. And Webaverse, like I've recently managed to install. Have you heard of Webaverse?
Yeah.
Yeah, I managed to install it locally, man. Like I had to do some MVM stuff, but like it's pretty sweet, man. Like I want to make like a scene and get all that set up. Like yeah.
Yeah, Webaverse is one of my favorite metaverses. Maybe underrated. You might not have heard of it, But as far as like wearables is concerned, and like interactables even,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll let Jin talk about Webaverse later.
Yep.
But yeah, just the way that you can ninja run on walls and build different platform, it's much more like akin to being maybe in like a Naruto game, right? It
Yeah.
just like it feels like it works.
Like
And
Sword Art Online, like that anime, that one anime.
yeah, and it's like the Pandora's box because you start out in front of the mirror. It always tripped me out.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, where am I? Which way is which? Yeah, I love that. The looking glass. I love that.
Yeah, it's
So
very pretty. So I definitely encourage you to check out M3 and Webaverse. Yeah, the Metaverse makers are doing awesome things. So we'll hear from them later. We even our panel today is going to be from the Metaverse. I think Jin will be on the panel too. So I'm looking
yeah,
forward to that. So yeah, that's most of what we got for today. I think we'll have some wearable stuff too. Check out the Crypto Voxels HQ. We're gonna have an hour-long review of Crypto Voxels coming up soon with Tenfei. And yeah, so we got about 12 minutes before that. So I think yeah, the other things to keep in mind are Gitcoin round 23 is going on right now. So look for any of the donations that you want to go through. So Metagame has got a donation. We talked yesterday with a few organizations that are looking for some help. So Lumina Village was another key organization that we brought up that's building like a village in South America and building refi and restorative properties kind of into the native cultures. So yeah, I definitely, while we're talking about the virtual worlds, I want people to think locally, act globally is something that Matteo Tambusi always used to say. And that means that, think about the world, but make sure that you create change and you're positive in your local environment. That way, people around you and your community can benefit from the connections that we make on this global scale because we all have the power to positively influence our neighborhoods, our families, our communities, be that at home or online. So if we all kind of take the time to support each other, then all of our communities, both local and abroad, will have the power of us being stronger, better people. And that's what it's all about.
yep.
So, yeah, come back soon. We'll be back up. And yeah, thanks so much for joining us on MetaFest Day 2. We'll get you kicked off very soon. See you. Hey, and we're back. So next up, Tim Finney is going to give us an intro of Crypto Voxels and explain a little bit about how Web3 works in this Metaverse world. So, hey there, Tim Finney.
Show us your puppy.
Okay. Okay, look at this.
Wants to be
He's
seen.
so cute. He's so cute.
What's your dog upset about right now? What's your dog upset about there, Penguin?
We probably woke up the family.
Okay.
So he's like, who is that? There's something out there.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody at MetaFest. I'm Scott, also known as Tim Finney, and I also go by Regency in Voxels. That's the account that I use that sort of owns my digital assets. It's the account that I have my business running with. So what's neat about Web3, which I'll get into briefly, is that you can have a bunch of accounts in Web3, and some people do them completely anonymously, but I just kind of look at all my Web3 accounts as kind of an extension of my identity. So let's say that I was a member of I don't know, a recreational center, and they gave me a membership card. Well, I look at that as one of my accounts, my public-private keys that I use, and maybe that I just want to store photos for all the fun things that I did down at the recreation center. Use the lake, use the beach, use the park. And so in CryptoVoxels, I also have an account, and I say, okay, I'm going to store all of my CryptoVoxel-based digital assets on this one account. And so you'll see me today. I might even sign in a couple of times, one as a Tim Finney account, and that's kind of my personal persona that I use within Web3. And then I have Regency, and that's what I use kind of for my business stuff. And I want to show in these demos that I'm not just here just for the gaming and for the fun. I'm trying to use this Web3 technology in practical ways to start to show sort of the average person about how this is different than what we've been doing over the last 10 years with cloud computing, and how it's way different than what we were doing even before cloud computing, where everything was just stored locally on people's computers. Not even going back even further than that, when most data was on these floppy disks, because we didn't even have the internet yet, and we'd have to pass data around by physically transferring a media from one computer to the other. So this is kind of the next evolution of the internet and computing, where it's all on these nodes and it's decentralized, and we have these cryptographic keys that go out and sort of announce themselves and say, look, if I can do this math, you can be assured that I am who I say I am. And that's the way that in my mind that I look at Web3. And that's what I like about CryptoVoxels, because it's very Web3 centric. So you can come in here and have a complete experience in CryptoVoxels and be completely anonymous. You don't have to tell CryptoVoxels anything, and you can go out and do things. But if you do want to get some of the better features in CryptoVoxels, you'll want to connect one of those keys to it. And that is done by signing in, but I won't do that quite yet. But what I'll be doing is announcing myself through a cryptographic key to Voxels, who doesn't keep information on me. It just wants to know that I am the person that controls the private key to a specific account. And that's what I'm interested in CryptoVoxels is, for the first time, we can have these three-dimensional spaces. Like you were saying yesterday, Penguin, it's like a three-dimensional website. And that's why I wanted to get involved in Voxels, because I built websites the old way. And I realize now in CryptoVoxels, I can make websites that I have access to a lot of assets very, very quickly. And I can change the room or the parcel in CryptoVoxels dynamically, where one day I'm like, oh, I want to show a video from YouTube and stream that. And the next day, maybe I want an art gallery. And then the next day, maybe I want to do something for LexDAO and show like a legal protocol. And you can do all of those now in these three-dimensional worlds that are Web3 connected. And then recently, and I'll show a demo today, about now you can also have NFTs that are attached to your Web3 account that allow you access into parts of Voxels that are inaccessible to accounts that don't hold that NFT. And so we are in Metagame, we're experimenting with giving tokens to people within Metagame based on a certain standard, and we use the 1155 standard, so we can airdrop a bunch of tokens. Let's see, at the end of our playing season, which is 4 seasons a year, and we're about ready to come up at the end of a season. So I issued a bunch of tokens to everybody that was in our server. And then all of those people now have one of these access tokens that'll allow them to go into CryptoVoxels and access what is inaccessible to people without that token. Okay, so we'll try to cover a lot of those things. How much time do I have, Penguin? 30 minutes, 45?
Technically, you have 1 hour. This is a long session. Yeah.
Okay, so just alert me if you think that I'm getting close up to that hour. I've tried to keep an eye on the clock over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to do this presentation like nobody had ever been to CryptoVoxels before, and I'm going to take you on a journey. And then I'm going to show you some features of CryptoVoxels that new people might want to use. And then I'll end up over in our player's journey that I want to use as an onboarding to people that are interested in metagame, but might not really know how to navigate it. So I'll take them through a quick walkthrough about the things that I think are important for them to look at. And then they can come back at a later time and either journey through CryptoVoxels, taking the same journey that I'm showing today, or simply following the instructions that I gave and then going out to either the Notions or the Discord and things like that and operating truly where Metagame operates. Metagame does not operate in CryptoVoxels. CryptoVoxels is just kind of like an alternative website where you can interact with content the way that you want to interact, which is different than sitting on a flat website and just clicking hyperlinks in the header of the website. It's just a new way of doing things. And I think we got a shot of this actually being embraced by the masses in the future, because I think a lot of the young kids that grew up with Minecraft and that sort of like voxelized 3D spaces at least understand this concept. The criticism I hear about voxels, it's very Minecraft blocky, voxely. I do believe that that will change over time. It's kind of true to the ethos of voxels, but they're not limited by this voxel, blocky space. It's just kind of their brand. But if they wanted to make it fully textured and it was efficient enough, I'm pretty sure they do that. And they've already proven it by that you can actually have fully texturized avatars that you can wear on your on your avatar character, which fully look like virtual reality. It's almost like true form to the human body. But so I know that they can do that, but they just haven't made it throughout the world yet. So we'll touch on that too. I'll even sign in with Ben Nolan, the owner of or the founder of CryptoVoxels, has one of those skins that you can wear, and it's him in a jogging suit. So I'll show you guys that demo also. Okay. So without further ado, what's nice about Voxels is you can just go right in and you don't have to provide anything. You can just push the play button, which is what I like about it. So there's no barrier of entry into CryptoVoxels. Anybody can play. And so what this is doing is it just spawned everybody right. It spawns everybody, if you don't know where you want to go, right to the center of the world. And if you click this little icon down here, it'll show you relative to all the other parcels. A neat thing about CryptoVoxels is that all of these parcels, you can walk among them. So you're not just forced to go into CryptoVoxels and be sort of stuck in a single space. If you get bored of where you're at, you can wander around anywhere you want. You can fly to other places. You can fast travel if you find hyperlinks that you want to explore. These hyperlinks will take you to other parts within the game, and that'll also take you outside the game too if it's an external link. So what we're going to do in my demo today is we're starting out in the middle, and a lot of where MetaFest parcels are, and Penguin, I think yours is over here too, we kind of operate in this maker's junkyard district. And that just kind of happened by the time that I got involved in CryptoVoxels. There were some parcels available over here. I got involved initially over here in LexDAO, a guy named Joseph, he had a parcel over here. Or James, I'm sorry. James had a parcel over here. I started collaborating on it, and then some other parcels came up. And so I was able to get some and then start building out like a little legal area over here because of my interest in the law and smart law and things like that. But over here, I met a guy named Leo who had some properties. And then we started collaborating together. So little by little, we started picking up additional parcels. And that's what we're using for MetaFest. It's kind of like an event center. And we have all this square footage that we're able to put on little events and stick up assets. And what I'm going to do is I have a player's journey for Metagame. So we're going to go on the far right-hand side over here. We're going to walk through some of these parcels, and it's a journey that can be used as an onboarding tool for Metagame. So I do this for Metagame because it's like interesting because there's a use case for it. But if you think about crypto voxels, if you're either a business or an organization or a group of people, having a parcel that you can use as a three-dimensional website as a gathering place that you can also gate the content can be pretty valuable if you're trying to get some sort of interaction between people that get bored easily and you tell them to go to the website and they never do. So this way you can be like, everybody's got to meet in Crypto Voxels, and you can physically see their avatar is there, and you could be like, okay, I know, because you can look at who their avatar is, unless they're in anonymous mode. But if you tell everybody that they have to show up and they have to be outfitted with their account that they're assigned to in your group, you can verify that everybody's there at a given time, like you would do in a face-to-face meeting. I know it's not perfect. We haven't figured out all the bugs yet and all the way that people are going to sybil it and try to crack the code and act like they were there and they weren't really there, but at least it's a good start. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go right back to the middle of the world. So like I said, you can get the flyout map down here. We're going to be operating over here, and I'll just scroll in. So this is the area. We're going to go through Music District to Makers. We're going to go south, and we're going to end up over at Junkyard. Okay. And I'll do some practical demos. So we're here at the center. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn my avatar, and you just move around in Crypto Voxels with your mouse and your arrow keys. So I use my mouse just to kind of like look east. And then I'm just going to I'm going to use my arrow key. So I'm walking now. And it's going to take a little while because I need to go 10 blocks. So if I hold the shift key down with the arrow, I'll run a little bit faster. So if anybody's in the game, they can just follow me, or eventually they can just type in the coordinates if they want of where I'm at. Uh-oh. Can you guys hear me okay? Because my computer just went to a scrolling halt.
Yep, I can hear you just fine.
Okay. So maybe because I'm running, it's trying to re-render. I know we're streaming through a channel. Okay, so my first stop right here is going to be on the right. I recognize this parcel. This is a entertaining artist that does, I think it is like three-dimensional like characters, and haven't been here in a long time, but like this is a parcel that it has nothing to do with me. It's interesting. These are probably all hyperlinks to other areas in the world. So if you're into Joy and you're a follower of his, you can go in there and get all the hyperlinks to his neat stuff in his videos. The reason that I came here is because I know at this intersection, I need to go south because I'm trying to get to another area and just show you guys that you don't need even a hyperlink. If you just kind of know where you're going, it's like in real world. If you got off at the subway station and needed to know your destination, I'm telling you, go into voxels.com, travel east for 10 blocks, you'll see this parcel, and then you turn to the right, and then you do the same thing. You're just going to start walking with your arrow key. So I'm going to start walking down here while actually running. And then in our treasure hunt, this is a waypoint right here. You'll see this red building called the Scarlet Factory. And if you get up close to it, you'll see the name in the upper right-hand corner changed. You see how it's a Scarlet Factory. And if I click into Scarlet Factory, it'll start to give me some details, which is kind of cool, so I can find out who owns it. So, if I clicked into here, it would give me more information. And this is probably, probably owns a lot of crypto voxel parcels because this is a well-known place. So yeah, this guy owns 171 parcels. So this might even be Crypto Voxel's parent. Who knows? I mean, because that's a huge landowner. And then that's where you can start to go down the Web3 rabbit hole, which is if I just wanted to sit here and now look at all this guy's parcels or this girl's parcels, there's plenty of ways to go get lost in Crypto Voxels, but we probably don't. And this is a high user score too. I'm a user score of 120. And I have like 10 parcels. But this is like the highest score that I've seen. So this is like a super user. So if I want to go back to where I was at Scarlet Factory, the reason that I stopped there is because there's also a clue in the treasure hunt in the factory. And if you just follow the clues that I posted up in the treasure hunt channel, you can go in there and find the clue and answer the questions. But if you come back out on this street, and once again, it's a north, I'm looking north here, back to Joy's parcel, and now I'm looking south. And I just know, because I understand the map, that I'm just trying to get to the end of that road right there, which is where our main metagame central is. So if you just run to this end of the road, all of a sudden now you're into one of these parcels that I actually have collaborative rights to. Most people aren't ever going to build anything in CryptoVoxels, but these elements in here are elements that I placed up that I thought were relevant to what we were trying to accomplish within Metagame. So what I did is I created some vending machines that if you click these floating bars, it hyperlinks you to the next location in this little tour that we're using in MetaFest, where you can go collect some clues and then ultimately assemble a private key and then take the money out of these Web3 accounts right here. And I don't want to get too deep in the tech, but what's really neat about Web3 is I'm trying to figure out ways to have people interact with Web3 in spaces like CryptoVoxels, where I really don't even need to be present to answer anything. It's very self-explanatory, hopefully. The rewards are automatic. So if you get what you are looking for, you should be able to execute a reward without coming back to me and says, hey, Scott, I finished that thing. Can you send me my NFT? There's ways within CryptoVox or Voxels that you can execute computer scripting within the game that'll actually automate those processes. So people are saying, well, what does that even mean? Well, it means that typically the way that we do things on websites is you go in, you provide a username and a password to a third party that's holding your credentials. You log into their system and now you want to buy something. And so now you've got to provide your credit card, your name, your address to process a transaction that is now going to another place to process, like a bank or a credit card company. And then ultimately, a few days later, everything settles where you might where maybe you did your purchase and you felt that it was finished because they said, okay, here's your receipt number, we'll ship your items. But there's still a lot of parties that are in the way of you actually getting your merchandise and settling the funds on the other side. Within Web3 and the way the cryptography works is you can now settle transactions instantly without providing all of that additional information to somebody else that you probably don't trust that they're holding your information. If you've been watching the news over the last few years, there's been tremendous data breaches where we trust people with our private information and then they lose it or they get hacked or they sell it. Well, none of that happens in Web3 because you're in control of those private keys. Now, there's a lot of cases where I don't recommend ever putting substantial amount of money on any given Web3 account, because if you do compromise that private key, all of your funds and all of your tokens will immediately disappear. So the challenge that we have within Web3 is the custody of the private key. If you're loose with it, you're probably going to lose your money. Just like in real life, if you're very careless where you leave your purse or your wallet, somebody will probably steal it. So you just need to kind of use that same mentality as don't ever walk around with a wallet with $25,000 in cash in it if you're a forgetful person and you're going to leave it in a restaurant, because your money will disappear. Just kind of think that same way in Web3, that you might want to walk around with a wallet with $10 in it and not $25,000. That way, if you do leave it around and somebody gets it, you're only going to lose $10 and not your life savings. So that's just my little, caveat and warning within Web3. Okay, so now we're in this area, and there's a lot of things that you can start to do. Ultimately, what I told you guys is that we want to get over into the player's journey. So I'm going to pick one of these journeys, and I know that this one is MetaFest roles, where we talk about our different guilds. And maybe I'll do that one. And then we have just a player's journey where you get to the journey really quickly. And then this one goes over to one of our metagame players sites, Musashi. I don't know if he's here, but this is Musashi's parcel. So we have now integrated that into one of these parcels that I control, but we still make use of his parcel. So you'll start to see that even within Voxels, you can start to collaborate with other parcel owners and then start to make a full experience. So the first two parcels that we went to, which was Joy and Scarlet Factory, I don't have an association with those parcels, but I know that they're cool. So I just made them part of this journey, but I can't go in there and change any of the artifacts in there. But this one, I don't own this parcel that I'm in right now. It's from another, you know, another voxel landowner, and I just reached out and said, look, I'm making this event, can I get access to your two parcels and build some neat stuff in it? And then so he provided me access to my Web3 account, and it allows me now to go into that parcel and build things on it. I can't sell the parcel. I don't have the ownership of it, but I at least have collaborative rights to do it. And that's also neat about CryptoVoxels is you now can start sharing assets. So this parcel right here is one that I do own, and it's where that I do some of the legal training for another DAO that I'm in called LexDAO. And so you'll see right here, I can't get into the parcel. I can see what we want to talk about inside of it, but I can't break into it. I can click on it and it's going to say, hey, you don't have a token to get in here. So until you get that token, I'm going to keep it pinked out. But if you do want to get a token, and we haven't made these available yet, but at least it hyperlinks to the right area. So these vending machines throughout CryptoVoxels will actually take you to the location that you will go to in order to get the token that you'll need to access an area in CryptoVoxels. This one on the right is our access token for MetaFest. And so I'll show you that one. So what this does is it's just a hyperlink that takes us out to OpenSea, and we dropped airdrop tokens called the MetaFest2 access token into everybody that was ever registered a Web3 account in Metagame. We hold that information in a database. So what I did is I queried that database. I said, okay, tell me all of the people that have ever been part of Metagame. I got that list of Web3 addresses, and then I used this NFT token minting program that Despolik and I worked on. And then we issued everybody a token. So anybody that is part of Metagame now has one of these tokens attached to their account. And see, this will be the time that I log in. And what's going to happen is CryptoVoxels is going to go out to the blockchain and it's going to look to see if my Web3 account actually holds this token. If I hold this token, it knows when I approach a parcel that is gated, that it's going to read through my account to see if I have that NFT. And if I do, it drops the pink walls and allows me to access that parcel. Okay. Now that sounded like a lot right there, but it's basically just a membership card. Look at it as a ticket to a concert, a pass to get into, the security door into, your workplace, or it's a ticket, it's the bouncer letting you into a nightclub because, you had the secret word or something. Okay, so the reason I'm showing you this, let's say that we were making these available for sale. Let's say we wanted to charge $1 for our event. We would just make these available and somebody would say purchase. And then this operates on the Polygon blockchain. So transactions are really inexpensive, less than a few cents in most cases. So for a few cents, you can buy this ticket. So look at the transaction as kind of a service charge, but it's just like a nickel. It's almost nothing. And then you would purchase the NFT for whatever the price was. So we'd want to set the prices really low because we're looking for adoption. So let's charge $1. And so now we get the dollar. We, meaning whoever is offering the NFT, be it Metagame or whoever else is doing an event, then that token automatically goes to the Web3 account. And so now they hold that ticket, and wherever that ticket is valid for, now they can enter into an experience. And not just an experience in CryptoVoxels, it can be any experience that knows how to query in NFT, which little by little is becoming a lot of different protocols query now. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go back into Voxels, and so that's the one for MetaFest. That would unlock Musashi's parcel in Utopia, and it'll unlock a parcel next to the Metagame headquarters that we'll visit if we have time. How much time do we have left? 7 minutes or 37 minutes? 37? Okay, so this is...
No, we got time, man. Yeah,
okay.
Keep going, bro.
Okay, so this is the second vending machine. So this one has this pixelized little swords, and it's what LexDAO uses for one of their achievement tokens. So I'm going to open this one up. So these are just two vending machines that sit side by side in voxels. It just confirms that you want to open up an outside link. And so this is also going to OpenSea. And so this was the MetaFest access token. And so a certain set of people have those. You have to be in Metagame to get one of those. But over here in LexDAO, this is a completely different organization, but there's also a token in there. And these token holders get access to this parcel. Okay, so I think over time you'll start to see a lot more of this in 3D spaces, especially in voxels, where every time I have a vending machine, I'll make it access a token that will be used to access the parcel that is most likely masked out to the users. Now, of course, we don't want voxels to all be gated parcels because then the experience will be diminished, but for now, I take a few of my parcels and gate them. So in here, this one will go talk about the Berkeley protocol, which is digital open source investigations. And I think that this is used to investigate war crimes throughout the world. So it's pretty timely. And this protocol needs to get plugged into Web3 at some point. So I've set a mission, a long-term vision to make sure that whatever they're doing there with their open source investigations, we also get that memorialized. We encrypt that data. So let's say there's evidence of a war crime, encrypt that data, fire it off to an immutable source, get that hash to that data on a blockchain like Polygon or Ethereum or something. So if push came to shove and you're ever in court, it will be undeniable of where that record originated from and the underlying, information or evidence or attestations to it. All that'll be safely stored. So even if somebody's camera gets destroyed, computer gets destroyed, the Ministry of Public Records gets bombed, all that information is safely stored in a decentralized world of nodes throughout the world. So you can't erase the record. And of course, on the flip side, there's always to abuse that, on, information that maybe is harmful to people out there, but at least I'm looking at it in the light of let's get the good stuff that needs to be saved, and we'll try to keep the bad information that, corrupts the minds of people in a different place potentially. But I'm not a judge of what that information is. Okay, so that talks about gated parcels over there. So what we're going to do is now we're going to log in. So I need to get you guys involved in Web3. So we've just been running around anonymously. If you push your C key, you'll see that I just have this sort of like naked avatar here, and I'm anonymous. So you'll walk around CryptoVoxels and you'll see a bunch of anons walking around, but their experience is no different. I could be standing right next to a person that I know because his avatar is all outfitted and his or her name will be across the top of their avatar, or they'll all say anonymous, and you choose. So I don't want to be anonymous anymore for this demo, so I'm simply going to sign in. And what signing is in Web3, it's simply sending a mathematical calculation out to this Web3 world. And by sending that transaction and signing it, you're proving that you're in possession of the private key to that account. If you signal that out to a third party like Voxels, all it does is to see if the math is true. And if the math is true, it then knows who I am. And now it can go query the public blockchains, and it can find out what I like to wear. It can find out the NFTs that I've collected. It can find out how much money I have in my account. It can do all of these things because these are the things that we've opted into to embrace Web3. Now, if you are a person that wants to hide those things, you might want to use a series of proxy accounts so somebody can't trace back to who you are, if you feel that should be, totally private. For me, I'm kind of a public person already. So if you queried my accounts, you don't get a full picture of me, but you'll know who I am. And, I just hope that people don't use that, nefariously, but, it's, who knows what's going to happen. But people know where I live anyway already, so I don't really look at it as much different unless I piss somebody off. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to sign in. I'm going to use one of these sign-in mechanisms. MetaMask is just a plugin that you can do on most of your browsers. You just plug it in, and you'll see like a little fox up in the corner. And what is happening is I'm going to use that plugin to run the math. And so CryptoVoxels is saying, hey, you need to sign this transaction so we know who you are. And that's all I'm doing right here. So right now it just sent that out to Voxels. It verified that I have that private key, and now it knows who I am. So now it knows I'm Regency. I have a profile within CryptoVoxels. It shows all the parcels that I have access to. And this is kind of advanced voxely because most people aren't ever going to like control parcels, but I have a list of ones I collaborate on, and I have actually ones that I have ownership of. These ones I'm comfortable putting in permanent information because I know that I'm not going to sell them. And if I do, I'll take my stuff out. All these other ones that even though I have access to them and I kind of have, I guess you would call it sort of management rights to do whatever I want inside of them. Without notice, any of these people can just sell their property, and then all of the assets that I have in those parcels would vanish with that sale because the next owner could just clear all the stuff out. But it's a risk that I'm willing to take because I think that we're building really neat things in the metaverse. So these people that have extended the trust to me to like build stuff in their parcels, I want to build neat things in hopes they won't sell it, that they'll sell some other unbuilt out asset. And so that's my kind of like my motivation in CryptoVoxels is having several parcels, because then you're not like running a small store. You're actually sort of managing kind of like a little part of a city, or at least a convention center. And then I have the ability in those convention centers to take different sort of client projects or different neat things like Metagame, and then change these parcels into a theme for a limited time or long term, depending on what the contract says. Okay, so now I'm signed in as Regency, and I would just want to go to my parcels, and I'm going to pick one that we're going to use a lot in a metagame, and it's called the transfer hub. It's this little skinny one right here. So if you find parcels, when you log in, they're basically going to look like this, and then you can just visit it. So if you went up into a search bar, let me show you that real quick. So if you just push the V up here, it basically takes you back to the front page, and you can search in here. And then my parcels are basically called Web3 skills. So I'll start to give you a list of ones that have the that word in it. I think this was called hub. Can't exactly remember, so I'm just going to do this parcels. It's the MetaFP transfer hub. Yeah. Okay. So if you can find it through a search, you're just going to visit it. And now what it's doing is it's going to hyperlink me into that location. The reason I'm bringing us in here is it's sometimes hard to navigate a giant city. I mean, there's probably there's probably like 5,000 parcels in CryptoVoxels now, and that would take like forever to figure out like where to go if you're just wandering around. So what I did is I took all of those parcels that I either own or have access to, and I made just this parcel right here a way that you can fast travel to any of those locations. And just so you can orient yourself again, this is that main road. Like if I run down that road, which I'll do just kind of quickly, if I run down 3 blocks, you'll recognize this parcel because this is where we started. This is the Joy's parcel. And just right down there is the main game center. It's just 6 blocks that way. So I know I'm like speaking in real terms like that. I don't know if that bothers people. They're like, hey, it's just a game. Why are you trying to treat it like a map? In my mind, since I did civil engineering for a while, it's like I look at maps. So I'm always kind of knowing where I'm at. So that's the origin down there, 10 blocks. And you'll see in the map in the lower right-hand corner, I'm pointed west. So if I go west, I will end up back at the origin. And this is where we logged in at. If you go to voxels.com, you're going to spawn right here. All we did is walk east and then south and ended up in this parcel. That's the main gaming area right down here. And this is the hub right here. So, which is relevant to doing the treasure hunt. So I'm going to orient myself back to here. It looks like that Lady Day is with us. So if Lady Day just follows me back to the hub here, I'm back at the Web3 skills hub, and I've got some branding on here. So there's some fun things to look at. This Let's Love the Eye is part of the lore in Voxels, and it's part of the treasure hunt. So if you go through the treasure hunt, you'll learn more about that. Web3 skills is my my journey to help teach people about Web3. So I'm setting up some sort of like training tools. Once I curate that down to a reasonable amount of information, we can start using that. And here's all the parcels we have access to. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take us to one that is part of the player's journey, and that is I'll go over here to the start of the City Walk tour, but you also see it says Player's Journey. So either of these top two hyperlinks will take you over into this part of the city. We're gonna like, these are all numbered by my City Walk numbers. I can't really go on the thousands of numbers throughout Voxels. So I named these parcels. So if you're really trying to like figure out where you want to be, like 22 over here, I think it's like 13 is where the MetaFest headquarters is. Number 1 is where we do the Player's Journey. 36 is where we're standing right now. That's the origin that we spawned in on. This one way up here I have access to, and this is part of the treasure hunt that if you follow the treasure hunt, you'll end up there. This is the west side. This is where I have sort of these legal protocols. 43 is actually part of our treasure hunt. That's the it's the Metagame roles selection booth that a lot of you that have been here before are familiar with. We used that last year at MetaFest. So one of our journeys starts here, and then it runs you up here, and then it hyperlinks you over here. And so that's just kind of how this works. So I've made this, I kind of made it for me just to stay oriented, but you can also use it too. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get to this location called number 1. So if you have an idea where you want to go, you come right back to here, and I'm going to hit number 1 up here, and this is just going to spawn us over to the east side of Metagame or Voxels. So this is now the beginning of the Metagame Player's Journey, and if you walk outside here, you can start to orient yourself a little bit. If you press the F key one time, it'll toggle to the fly mode, and instead of you walking around on the ground, I just flew up in the air, so it gives me a little bit of a better perspective about where I am. And so this is the beginning of the player's tour for MetaFest. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go into this building, and then we're going to end up walking into that building and then back through and end up on the top floor, right, or the second to top floor, where if you've assembled all your treasure hunt clues properly, you'll fill them, you'll put them into a form, and that form lives right in that corner there, which we'll see. And I'm going to fly right back in, and then let's just go ahead and do the player's journey. I won't specifically stop on anything too long, but it's kind of fun to do this. So once you spawn here, if you go through the treasure hunt or you just do one of the player's journeys, you'll at some point end up right in this location. You're going to go through a series of colored gates, and within those gates, there's clues, and those are the clues that you need to assemble the private key that's one of the quests within MetaFest. But that's not really what we're doing right here. So here's another player. I think is that you, Bogey?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, cool. See, so you can see in Voxels that that's not a blocky texture right there. You know, that is an avatar that he has now been able to outfit his character with. And if I push my C key, you'll see that I'm in just one of the standard avatars, you know, where I stuck a couple of you know, like shields, and you know, I got this like weird hat hair thing. And then I got a couple of pant legs on. You can have up to 7 items on your character, or you can find one like Bogey has right there, that he got a whole outfit and he's in a robot. And then let me do something fun while we're here. I'm going to change my avatar to Ben Nolan. And I think that is at, oh gosh, I think it's avatar equals Ben. I hope it's that. I have to look it up. Can't remember the code right now. But you put something up here at the end. It's like outfit or avatar, something like that. And then I will be wearing somebody else's skin. And there's even one called Mark for Mark Zuckerberg. I don't know if it's still there, but you could walk around as Mark Zuckerberg in some sandals and some shorts. You know, I don't know if he's holding barbecue sauce or not, but it's kind of fun. So Voxels is taking these strides of making sure that the character outfits also stays up with the times, because avatars, you should be able to wear whatever suit you want. You could be whatever character you want. So here, the only way they do it right now is in wearables. So you got to pick a couple of different costumes that if we have time, maybe on Saturday or something, we'll actually do a little like wearables, little demo. But once you are once you're logged in, you'll see it says like change avatar and costume. And so he's in the Vita right now. Oh, here's the Ben Nolan. Let's see what it, so I can just do it this way. And I don't see Mark in there, but let's see if it's still available because it's kind of funny. Okay, so you see now my avatar, like I'm this dude now. It's like, and he's got his 420 suit on. So he's a New Zealand guy, but I guess he likes the weed. So good for him. Okay. So now I'm Ben Nolan, and let's see what happens if I go now to, it looks like I came pretty close to getting it right. So let's see if Mark is still available. Mark maybe sent out a cease and desist order. Said stop using my likeness. Oh, Mark is gone. I also noticed over the last few days, and this is just like a side bit, if I log out, up until a few days ago, if you were signing in, there was actually a fourth button here and it said Facebook. So you would be able to log in on MetaMask, which I recommend because it's really easy to use. There's another Wallet Connect where I think you can use your phone and scan a QR code to get into your Web3 account. And then there's a Coinbase login. And there was another one, Facebook. I don't know why it disappeared, but it looks like Mark's avatar also disappeared. So maybe Meta was negotiating with Voxels and thinking that they were going to buy Voxels, and then maybe Ben said, nah, I'm not interested in doing it that way. I'm really part of this other ethos, which is not collecting information on people, which I really like about Ben. He has made an active effort not to collect information on us, and it's really part of how he wants to do things. He's even come up with this thing, and I think what recently we looked at it, even here in our MetaFest group, this thing called YoFolk. And YoFolk, it looks like it's a Web3 chatting, just it's a long thread right now, but if Ben was involved in it, if it says log in, it's probably the only way to log in is with MetaMask. So you would log in here. Once again, all I'm doing is I'm signaling to this application that I'm in control of a private key. And these are like a bunch of different proxy accounts that I have. Like I was telling you guys, it's like, depending on what I'm doing, I'll just go pick a different account. So I guess I'll go, I'll be Regency today. So I'm going to go in here and I'm just going to connect. So I'm just signing a transaction, said, I am who I say I am. And now I'll probably be able to post in here. And they're saying, I'm going to be Lovely Gorilla today if I want to be anonymous, but I won't. I'll just go ahead and be 10 Finney today. This has been taken. So I'll be Regency. Find choice. And so now I'm in here. Sorry, this diverts from Voxels, but it's part of their website. And it looks like I can post something. So it said broadcasting live from, and this is probably really small for you guys. I'll make it a little bit bigger. So I'm broadcasting live from MetaFest2. Thanks for Voxels. Broadcasting live. And then I can attach an image in there, which I won't do for now. I'll post it. And look, and so now I'm part of that, and I didn't provide them any information. I could have just spun up an anonymous account, a public-private key pair, and then I could have just logged into that, and I could have posted something right there. But I didn't. I did it under my live account. Okay. Which brings us to an interesting option. Let's say people come in here, they're like, I don't understand all this public-private key pair. How do I even get one? Well, they're really easy to get because all it is just like this one-way math function. So you start out getting this long private key, and then using math, that private key then can create a public key. And the public key you can share to anybody, because with that public key, they won't be able to decipher what the private key is. That's why it's very important to keep the private key private. I exposed one right here just as a demonstration that I'm going to take you to a website real quick. And if you just wanted to see how easy it is to get a public-private key pair that you can actually insert into Voxels, MetaMask, anything you want to use in Web3, it's literally free to do. You can do it all day long if you just wanted to spin up public-private key pairs. Let me get out of Ben right now. I'll go back to who I am. So I'll go back to change my avatar. Let's see, it's probably this one that I typically wear. So there's just different ones I have access to. So let's see what this one. So now it went out to read the blockchain and said, okay, we know that Scott likes to wear these other costumes. Maybe I didn't do that the right way. Maybe I've done an override by picking Ben from here. I think I want to be Woody, the original character. Try that one more time. Okay, so let me go ahead and sign out. We sign in, see if it knows who I want to be now. So once again, signing a transaction, nothing more than that. Telling Voxels who I am. Now it says, okay, you're this guy. You're the guy that wears that stuff. Okay, so now I can go around and now I am connected to Web3. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you how to spin up a public-private key pair if this is your first time ever doing anything Web3. If you see these little icons around scattered throughout our event, it's a hyperlink back to that hub I was telling you about. So no matter where you're at within our event, you should be able to find one of these within eyeshot. If not, just recenter yourself or just like reorient yourself and you should be able to see one. Clicking these takes you back to that main street that we were on. Down there is that yellow parcel, Joy's parcel. Further down there is the origin. This is the Web3 Skills Hub. And what we want to do is, I have a little hyperlink right here to this website that I spun up a little while ago. It's just a real simple Web3 identity. And you have to, excuse my websites because they're very rudimentary. But a couple of years ago, I said, look, I want to connect these to Web3, and I wanted to do something real simple. So this one, if you click inspect on this one, you'll see under console, and this is kind of advanced computing sort of stuff, but it's really easy to get to. It says I just went to a website, I right-clicked, and I pushed inspect. And you'll see in the background here, this happened. I just created a public-private key pair. Now, of course, I just showed this to you guys, so I would never want to use it. And if you go to this website right now and you go into the console and you look at yours there, it's going to be different than this. And you could just keep refreshing your screen. So this one starts with 0F77. So just to prove, they're just going to keep changing every time I reload the website. C84, it just changed. And these are not getting saved. It's just running a mathematical calculation on my browser. It's not storing it on my computer. It's not stored on the internet. It's simply just doing math and saying, here's the answer. Here's the answer. And so at any time that if I wasn't sharing my screen, I could take this key, which is a private key that you'd never want to share. I can just copy it and I can go into my account manager. Okay. And this is where all my accounts live. So you'll see down here, it's like I can scroll down this list. There's a lot of them in here that I mess around with. Okay. A lot of them are empty because I just do testing. But if I want to show you how easy this is. So I just went to a free website. I got a free account of a private key, and now I want to install it. Okay. So I'm just going to import an account, and then I'm just going to paste that in here. And now it's going to say, oh, I know what to do with that. And now here's the public key. So this is the key that you'd be able to share with anybody. So I better name that just to say kill it. So I'm going to account details. You can either rename your accounts. I'm going to call this kill it, kill this account, kill this account. And then maybe I'll put like a C after it for compromised or something. Or I'll call it MF2 demo. Okay. And I won't go into this now, but if I wanted to actually now get some money in this account, that I would just go to one of my other accounts and go find where I've got some tokens. So I've got tokens in Regency, I've got tokens in Tenfinny. So I could go into Tenfinny's account, okay? And I'm connected to Tenfinny. You know what, let's do that. I'm gonna put $5 in that account. So anybody watching this, you guys can go have $5 or 5 Matic, okay? So I'm gonna send 5 Matic. I'm going to transfer it between my accounts, okay? So I'm going to send it to kill this account, and I'm going to send 5 Matic, okay? And so it's processing a Web3 transaction now. You have to pay for the transaction, and this is the stuff called gas. And I want this to go pretty fast. So this is the equivalent of when you go up to the gas station, you can buy like unleaded gas, and they've got like 3 different versions of it, the high octane and the lower octane. This is just the same thing. I'm going to buy high octane gas right now because low octane kind of process is slow, and we might have to wait here too long. So I'm willing to pay an extra few pennies. And then I'm going to save that I'm willing to pay the higher gas price, and all the numbers. I mean, you could get comfortable with those over time. But I know, guys, I'm sorry, but if you've got a magnifying glass, it's telling me how much I'm going to pay in gasoline to do this, and what's the total transaction worth. Well, I'm going to pay for gas, and I'm going to send 5 of my Polygon tokens to that account. So I'm going to confirm right now. And now what's happening is it is now sending this transaction all bundled up out to a bunch of miners that know how to mine transactions, get them stored on the permanent blockchain. So if I want to see what that looks like, well, it's already done. So I sent it. And then if I wanted to go see what that transaction looks like, I would say view on a block explorer. And now this is just a public querying tool. This is called Polygon Scan. And now it goes and it goes, okay, we picked it up, and now this is permanently stored on the blockchain. It came from my 10 Finny account. It went to that kill account that now there's $5 in, or $3. And so anybody can now go to this account that I'll post up here. Well, I guess I won't. I won't post it here, but if you guys are watching this, you don't even need this part. You should go backwards where I expose the private key and just take the $5. But there's $5 in this account now. And you do that by taking this hash. You can even search for it. You'll see it's a brand new account. There's really no transactions on it. There's been 1 transaction, and it was somebody sending 5 Matic to it. So I just did the entire process. I went over here. I found a private key, and here it is again. So if you guys want to write that long number down, I'll make it really big on the screen. 64 characters. So if you get less than, I think it's 64 after the 0x, so it starts at 7157. Write all that down. Go into your MetaMask. Paste that in as a new account. Which is I'm going to switch that account to the one at the very, very bottom here. Kill this account. And I was going to say assets has 5 Matic in it. And if you guys are trying to get the 5 Matic, import the account. So you're just going to click import account, put that number in there, and take the $5. Okay, got it? There you go. That's okay. So that shows you how easy it is to get a private key and start to interact in Web3. Now, if you just wanted to spin one of those up, now you can connect that to Voxels, and at least now you're having a full game experience. You will need somebody to give you an avatar or injecting something in that account. If you had no Matic in it, but somebody airdropped you a token, you'd still be able to access the gated tokens in Voxels. If somebody gave you an avatar or a wearable like I have and sent it into your account, you'd at least be able to wear that. So you never even have to put money on those accounts that you spun up for free, but you can start to use them as a wallet. If you walk around town and say, hey, can I have $1? And somebody gives you $1, you stick it in your wallets. You say, hey, somebody has baseball cards in their hand. You're like, hey, can I have a baseball card? And they go, sure. And he hands you one, basically put it in your account. So that's the way that you want to start looking at Web3, is that you just have this like basket or this wallet or this purse. And even if it's empty, you can still put other stuff in it. You can put a water bottle in it. And that's the way, if you start thinking about it that way, it's not just DeFi and it's just not banking. It's just this basket of things that are connected to whoever owns the private key. And that's it. That's the concept. And what's a blockchain? It's basically a public database. It's more complicated than that, but that's the way people should look at it, is a big database. And then the other part of all of this is called IPFS, which is not a blockchain, but it's important to point out it's similar in Web3 because it stores content like videos and pictures. It stores it on a series of nodes. So the information is always available, but it's not a blockchain. A blockchain is basically a chain of blocks that has transactions. So we need that. We need that for immutability. We need that for integrity. The IPFS part of it is because it's too impractical to store content on a blockchain because you have to pay for it. on every transaction to store it permanently. On IPFS, it's just this giant system of nodes where all the nodes just say, give me your content, give me your content. And as they give it to you, you provide them a hash where it's located. And then that hash gives you the ability always to go find the content. And I haven't got into that, but everything you see in here, every one of these assets and every one of my parcels, they're all on IPFS. And I'll show you that by clicking one of these assets. I'll right click it. And you guys won't be able to see this because you have to actually own the parcel to do it. You'll see how all of these say IPFS. It means that by me storing these assets immutably on IPFS means that they should theoretically always be available forever and ever, 24/7, 365. There's a caveat in there that says, look, stuff that nobody accesses could disappear off the nodes because nobody will be hosting those nodes anymore. So what's nice about crypto voxels is by nature of them being in here, they're already repinned and they're always being accessed. So anybody that goes in here and accesses this parcel, voxels goes to IPFS to find that asset. And then it tells the node system, hey, this is content that people use. So let's keep this content around. Based on that, it should always be available. Okay, so let's roll into kind of the end of this. I told you how, we didn't do player's journey yet. Okay, so let's go back to the player's journey. Let's learn a little bit about metagame through a voxels experience. So we got some peeps in here. Misanth, howdy. We've got a Ben Nolan. And here's somebody celebrating, and then I'll show you that real quick before we go on the player's journey. If you push the G key, it's kind of fun because you can like start doing stuff. And if you push the C key, you'll start to see your avatar. And so if you're in an event and you like what somebody says, you know, you can give them a little bit of love. If you want to do a backflip, and you're in one of these rooms, it's actually kind of fun. If you're in a group, you're all together, you're watching a presentation, and you start to get the public reactions from people. You can dance. So that's what we see happening right here. I know it's still early, but once we get audio synced up and we're all talking amongst each other and in one of these public rooms and learning, I think that we're up for some pretty neat metaverse experiences. And what I like about Voxels is that we're really in control of it. It's like, I don't ask Voxels permission to do any of this. I know if I put porn up there or something that would probably be deemed illegal, they might wipe it because they try to keep this, you know, safe for work in Voxels. But outside of that, I just kind of do what I want to do in here. And as long as I have access to the parcels, they just let me do it. Okay, so now we're going to take this journey. So the way that I set this up is that if you follow these numbers that start at A, like A1, 2, 3, 4, and you read each of these panels throughout the journey, you're probably going to learn a lot about metagame. So some of these I scanned through, they're part of the treasure hunt, but if you just follow these numbers, those metagamers that are in here, a lot of this is going to look really familiar. Like there's our current website right there. So you can get some information out of there. Those are our different guilds. We actually have a pretty cool dashboard that a lot of people don't know about. So it keeps track of not only what we're doing as metagame players, but we also have a pretty robust dashboard that talks about seed, XP, current event, our calendar. And so we at Metagame, we just need to get better about telling people the tools that we have to use. And I think that this is a way that I can kind of help with that, because at least metagame innkeepers and shillers at least know where they can send somebody, and that there's a general walkthrough right now. Like this is part of the treasure hunt right here. And what I did is I just took screen prints of our website and I just said, look, let me split it out into 4 panels. And if somebody reads these 4 panels, they'll be able to answer a couple of the clues in the treasure hunt, and maybe they've learned a little bit more about how metagame operates. So if you just continue on the journey, if you read all of these, I think by the end, you'll be pretty savvy about what metagame offers. We missed one right here, A110. That's a hyperlink. I am going to show this. I think it's really good. A lot of people says, well, how does it all work? Well, I'm still trying to figure out how source cred works. But in essence, we provide content, we interact with each other. And by doing so, we report out to this thing called source cred. And so then source cred collects all of that information of all of our participation, and then it gives us an XP score. Now, metagame is in charge of what is valuable and how much of it you should have in order to level up. But source cred is this. You can wait for it to be on, and this takes a little while to load, so we probably won't sit here. But if you let this load, you can type in your username, and it's going to show you all the times that you participated. It's going to show when you gave other people like the Discord emojis, like thumbs up and good job. I can't remember what we really call those things, but that then increases their score, but it lowers my score a little bit. And there's this algorithm that does this. So the algorithm in Metagame, it's just not take. It's a little bit of both. It's take and give. And the higher you go up in the ranking, your then credibility supposedly goes up too. So when you're interacting with others and giving them attaboys and good job and things like that, even though it's taking away a little bit from me. Okay, so look, it loaded, so I'm glad that I stayed here. So here's all of our players that are part of it. So I'm just going to type my name in here. Obviously make this bigger for you guys. So like I said, this takes a little bit to load, but once it is, it's pretty powerful. So I'm going to go in here. I'm just going to type 10 Finney. So anybody can do this for themselves. So I think I'm 10 Finney Discord. And now this is basically my report card for the week. And you can have different intervals, but I can go in here and says, look, how have I been participating? So it says I've made 2.43 XP on so far between, or in May 28th to June 4th. I guess we haven't, that was, I guess, was last week. Here we're on June 4th to 12th. So I've made 18 XP. It says XP in, XP out. So I guess I did something pretty good here. Yeah, I did like a GitHub thing with it, Disbullock. So that's a high ranker right there. And most of these are kind of smaller, probably interactions within Discord, reacted to a message. So I got a little bit, but I gave away some. So I got a little bit, gave away more than I got, gave away a lot more than I got. But, it just kind of balances out. So I've earned 45 and I've given away 18. And I'm one of those guys I'm kind of liberal with, it's like, I just want this to work. So I just like give people high rated emojis if I feel that they've done anything that took a little bit of time. So this is a way that you can go and just like even keep track of yourself and says, look, maybe I should be participating more and interacting more with players. And that this so who else can we pick on right here? Who's pretty active in here? Misanth is pretty active. Well, let's go look at, let's go Misanth because he's actually in here right now. Let's put him on the spot. So let's see what Misanth is up to. Don't know if it queried yet. Push enter on that. So now what, I know this isn't Crypto Voxels, but I think it's neat. So what it's doing right now is this little protocol is going out and now contacting through source cred in our database, and it's assembling a bunch of information together to come up with that chart, that delta. Well, anyway, I don't want to bother with that right now. Let's finish this up in Voxels. But that's a neat tool. So it's right there at 110. Okay, so let's finish this up. And I think we're coming up on time pretty quick. So if you go around here and you climb up these stairs, try to follow the numbers. Now we're getting into kind of the heart of if people are watching this, says, well, how do I get involved in Metagame right away? Well, just follow these quests and they're pretty easy. It's stuff that you've probably maybe already done. You just join the Discord. And if you don't know how to pass the CAPTCHA verification or attend a call, I mean, you can reach out to anybody in Metagame and they're just going to say, here's the link, just follow this. But a trigger quest to get into Metagame is super easy. Just join the Discord because that's where we do a lot of our communications. And then if you want to go on to the next one, you're just going to follow those few things. And then if you want to go to the next one, you're going to follow those next things. My computer is starting to run real slow, so I'm going to shut these things down at least. And then I'll spin through the rest of this because you guys can do this on your own. So it just has the different quests. And I think there's 8 quests. And all this information is available on our Notion page too. I just wanted to take the information that's on the Notion and just display it in a different way that people can kind of journey on their own. And if they get bored, they can just wander off and go check out something else in Crypto Voxels because there's a lot of neat stuff in this world if you have the patience for it. So on a rainy day or when it's really stormy, you can't get outside and play, just roll around in here. And it doesn't even have to be through our tour. It could be anywhere in Crypto Voxels. There's neat stuff and new stuff getting built every day in here. So there's the remaining quest 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's some of the clues on the wall right there if you're doing the public-private key dismantling or assembly. And don't press that button. Tell you again, don't do it. And then this is the end of the player's journey. So this gets a little bit more into the heart of our profiles and Meta OS, but just like on a real simple level. And just to let you guys know, what I haven't done in here yet is hyperlink all these images. But Crypto Voxels is great that if you find something that you want to know more about, you should just be able to look at the asset on the wall and click it. And then that's going to give you a hyperlink where you're still going to be in Crypto Voxels, but it's going to open up a new tab where that content is, like a form or the Notion page. So in here, I started A73. So again, what are we doing? We have some resources. We want to onboard people. You're going to start out as an engaged Octo. You're going to learn about the dashboard and the tools that we have. You're going to learn about my meta profiles. You're going to learn about building out your own profile. So this is my profile. It's even not the whole profile. This is like a page you go to once you sign up, telling you some next steps that you can do. This is my profile, and then you have the ability, once you have a My Meta profile, that you can customize it. You can even move around the elements so it looks the way you want it to look. We also have leaderboards, and then here's like our objectives right now in Metagame. We're finishing up the achievements. This is like really cool. We're going to get a chance to demo this on Monday. Keep up. If you're in Metagame, keep up with the events. If you're in the Discord, keep an eye at the top of the Discord, because that's where we do the events. And Dispolic and I were pretty good about at least once a week. We do a paired programming session where we do some Metagame related dev work. So if you join one of those, they're probably horrendous to watch because it's just him and I coding, but it's also a good way just to come in and just kind of see how things are done in paired programming and to say hi. And if it's something that you're actually working on, we can also shift and help do some troubleshooting if you're doing something metagame related. And then finishing things up, you go over here, and if you're doing the treasure hunt, you're going to click this. You're basically going and opening a hyperlink outside of Crypto Voxels. So it just says, are you sure you want to do this? Be careful where you go on the internet. And here's just a form. So you're just going to fill out that form. So if you have the treasure hunt, if you finish the treasure hunt, you're just going to put, it's like 30 clues in this one. So it's just going to be word, comma, word, comma, word, comma, word. And each clue, the answer is just one word. So basically, if you want to win the prize, you just put 33 words there in order that they were asked to you in the treasure hunt. Okay. So I'm going to leave that form. And then it says hit this button because you're basically done with the player's journey. And then this now will hyperlink you back to, if this ever happens, you can always hit the F5 key, where if it looks like there should be a hyperlink, sometimes the browser gets a little confused with what I'm trying to do. So if you hit a refresh or an F5, it usually resyncs stuff up. And then you can hit your button. And now this is what this done is it's taken us back to where we started, not completely started at the origin, but at least it took us back to City Walk 24, which is my naming system. And we're back here where you can start one of your journeys again, play around with the treasure hunt. And then I will leave it here, going back to the hub, because if you really want to reorient yourself in any of those spaces, you go back to the hub and you've got, I think, 40 choices or so of places to go. And now I want to leave it by putting the link of the treasure hunt that I made. So get that over here. Get that up large. And so if you go into the MetaFest Discord channel, this link in here goes to this document where there's probably a lot of typos in here and stuff. I just kind of ran out of time. But if you've got the time, you want to read through it. In essence, it talks about the quests that are up on the wall in the game room that I didn't really go through in detail today. The form that we just did. And here's the long treasure hunt. If you really want to start at the beginning, there's 2 treasure hunts. And you're going to go through and you're basically going to follow all of these questions, and you should be able to fill out all these answers. This one's kind of long. There's 33 questions, but this is the player's journey that I just fast traveled through. So if you go through and you answer all these questions, I will now know for a fact, if you didn't get the answers for somebody else, at least you read those panels. And I know that you probably know more than 90% of all engaged octos and maybe a lot of actual metagame players that have probably never gone through each of those panels and kind of understood how metagame works. And then there's also a second treasure hunt, and this one is just more related to these cool little videos. The Cult of the Eye is really interesting to watch. Talks a little bit about our profiles. There's a little bit of a hunt through a gallery. So that's an easier one, I think, because there's not so many questions. And if you're still interested in cracking the code, even though Polymill broke it before I gave the last clue, these things in these little blacked out items or whatever, fractalized items, those were the final clues that I was going to give on the 22nd. And I realized when I posted this up as the decode key, I made it really easy for people to find that last character because of the way I ordered these. So I started them at 0, and all these are in hexadecimal, which it sounds kind of like advanced if you're not a coder, but it would be pretty easy to find out what this number was between 635B and 64E1, and that's what Polymill did. He just went and cracked the code by doing that, and I thought it was completely within the games because I could have randomized those. So he was cool, and he only took half the rewards out of 6 of these 9 accounts. So there's still rewards in there, and by the 22nd, I will put more money in those, but I feel that I have to tell Polymill that first because he was the first one to crack it. So if I don't tell him that I put more money in, the second place person could come behind and clear those rewards out. So I just have to navigate that so he feels that he got rewarded, but he was cool already that he didn't clear the account and he only took half, and he said he had a good time doing it. So I did make a note of that. Maybe I haven't pushed it yet, but I have more information there. It says over here now, it goes code cracked, and it gives the transaction. But if you go into these accounts on Polygon Scan, you'll still see that there's a couple of dollars in there. Okay. I think that's it. I think that is what I wanted to get across today in Crypto Voxels. There's Masanth in his robe. And so we will leave it up here. I will go into and I will start celebrating with him in my Ben Nolan suit. And that's celebration. And as a final parting shot, I will give a little bit of celebration kudos out there. All right. I'm Scott Tinfinney. Thank you for coming to MetaFest2. And back to you, Penguin or Bogey.
Great. Thanks so much. That was awesome. You definitely went in. I wasn't expecting the end part. That was the code right there. So I hope you were paying attention. If not, and you are still wondering about how to solve, we got the solution answer, and then obviously there's a lot of information you can get just by running around, and I encourage you to go experience voxels because that's really what one of the big rewards is, more than $5 or $10. Getting the experience to run around the world and experience figuring out the puzzle. That's usually where the fun is figuring out how it works rather than the instant gratification. So I definitely encourage you, and I know I'm still gonna go in there and follow the glow sticks, and I'm gonna write some stuff down. I think it looks like a lot of fun. And Crypto Voxels is one of my favorite worlds. One thing that I didn't hear anything about that I know was in my ear a little bit ago about voxels was Scarcity Island.
Well, that's something I haven't heard about. No, that's scarce to me.
Do you know anything about Scarcity Island, Scott? I thought you probably would, yeah.
I hear things every once in a while, like on Twitter. I mean, I'll go to it if you want to see what it is. What is there, like some story behind it or something?
Yeah. So as far as I know, there is a little bit of info about this, and it has to do with the DAOs for voxels. You know anything about the DAO and voting power for voxels?
Like an airdrop or something, or
so
like
they specifically, they have
brand,
Scarcity Island. So they've got this is not Scarcity.
Yeah, it's just like new islands pop up all the time. And I got my parcels when it was still just the square at the middle, and I came in like 2 weeks before they started saying, "Oh, we're just going to keep building." And I go, "Well, my value is just going to get, if you just keep building these things, I'm not looking at this as an investment anymore. So I'm just going to build them all out." So I think that they just keep, so they didn't have to sell out to venture capital. They have to keep bringing in money. So if they find different ways of bringing in money, it's like I'm kind of with it because I don't want them to sell out. The worst thing is if I have to go up here and the first thing I have to do is now do username, password, and I have to attach my Visa card to it. And then because I know then that it didn't work. But if we can keep it autonomous, and are you asking me this because you think we should get involved? Like here's Scarcity, because you
I
said
know.
DAOs. Or are
Yeah.
you saying because they're playing favorites or something?
So my understanding of the voting power for the DAOs is that Scarcity Island has voting power over certain game features based on their parcel. So a gold has got 3 voting shares, silver's got 2, and bronze has 1. And so I've got 2 places here on Scarcity Island, and there are relics. So there are basements here, and you could dig up the floor in these
Oh,
parcels.
cool.
And when you dug up the floor, there are relics that you could find in them. So relics
cool.
of crypto voxels. And
Well, I
then
think that's neat, right?
there's also a big underground system that kind of connects them all. So there's a lot of mazes and kind of information that goes underneath all of Scarcity Island.
So,
There's a lot
but
of
the voting is really just for this island. So it's an attempt for governance, right? Because I think when I joined and I was talking to Leo, I'm like, hey, we got a lot of parcels over here. Should we, I said you should become the mayor. And then there was like real criticism in Crypto Voxels at the time. We don't need mayors. We don't need governance. And I was like, okay, cool. Well, I just will respect each other and we won't build into each other's parcels and put a bunch of garbage in there. And we've been pretty true to this. But it sounds like Scarcity is going to operate a little differently. It's like you're going to go in and you're going to be sort of a voting block about what happens to this island and what features get added.
I was hoping you could tell me a little bit more about what they're voting on.
Oh, no, I don't know. And it better
Yeah.
not affect me, and it would suck if these latecomers decided what was going to happen over in Origin City, because this is the part that I want to protect of obviously where I have my parcels and, where Leo has his and everything, because this is an area that we can continue to sort of build out as like an event or like a little sort of a Disneyland or whatever we want it to be. And this is just this is another neat experiment. So I'm interested in playing with you if I don't know. I mean, how much are these? They're still like an ETH, right? It's going to cost an ETH to get anything these days.
Yeah. I think it's about 1.5. So they're pretty reasonable. And if you don't know, Voxels parcels always go and the Dutch auction where the price drops. It starts at one price and it goes to 0.7 ETH. So usually they sell around 1.2.
So where are you in here? You got a crew of people, or are you just like a one-off in here?
So I'm right by Ruby Square, and Silver's are right to the right, the East Coast, and down. Yeah, so I'm right about there. Ruby
somewhere
Square
in here,
is right where the underground exit is. So yeah.
I'm still looking.
Yep. So there it is on the right hand side. And so
I
it's
see
just
the
outside
silver NOS NFT. Am I close?
Yeah. That's pretty much the area.
And this island is obviously sold out, so I'd have to get it on second market if I wanted one. So you're in here somewhere.
Yep.
And here's one of those things. So that's like a relic.
Yep.
Like an NFT or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you dig it up, you get the NFT in your wallet.
Cool. Yeah, and that's what like originally when I showed this to my wife, and she's like, "That's horrible." What crappy experience? And I said, "Well, now it is, but it's connected to Web3, and you know that I'm all about that. So I have faith that this scrappy crew in New Zealand is going to continue to add neat features. So what you're showing me is in Scarcity. I wish I had this in Origin City because I would make use of it. And you will see part of now that the clues in our MetaFest are public, part of the clues that I hid are directly under the parcel. So if you go through there, I will ask you to go underwater. And you don't know that by running around in Origin City, but if you click the right hyperlink, you'll be underwater. And so in here, they started to take advantage of it. You know, like in here, and the way that you test that out is I'll go into this lava and I'll stand right here in the lava, and I'm going to look up in my browser bar, which I know is too close, not you guys can't see it, but this is what you do to give it where you are relation to up and down. So if I give it a negative, 10 F, I think what this is going to do, it's going to take me 10 meters underground. And so let's see what Scarcity Island has, 10 meters underground. Yeah, see, so this is, I'm directly under that parcel. And now if you have a parcel, you can actually put stuff down here. So this isn't a dungeon. It's just like under the water table, underground. Okay. So now I'm flying up. I don't know if I can get out of it. Yeah, so I'm like trapped under this parcel. So then you just have to start to manipulate the GPS up here. So I'm 7 meters under, and now I want to be 2 meters above. So I'm going to change that to 2. And so now it knows where my GPS are relative to north, south, east, west, but then you can also give it an elevation. So now I'm 2 meters above again. So I'm back on the lava. It looks like, but I can jump down here. Huh, interesting. Yeah, cool. So I got in probably a little bit too early to Voxels, but I built out a lot. But yeah, this looks really neat over here, Penguin. I had no idea this was going on. Did you build anything here yet?
I dug and I got my relics. I haven't really had a chance to build yet. But yeah.
So literally digging, like they give you like a dig tool?
Yeah. You know you can erase? You got a flat floor, but each one has a basement of like 8. So each place here's got decent height as well. So I think like normally on Origin Island, my height is kind of restricted. I think here you'll have 16 to 20 height on a lot of these because they also have a basement, and that height is included in the basement. So the parcels have a lot more volume because of their ability to go up and below ground.
Okay, so this I guess we'll end it here. So this is cool. So I'm like, okay, they wrote right on their parcel for sale. Okay. so I can go in here with my Web3 account. It says, okay, switch to the Ethereum network. I don't think I'm gonna make a bid on this because I think I have what I need. So now it's gonna ask me to switch networks. Okay. So I'm on the Polygon network, but it says, hey, in order to buy these, you got to be on the Ethereum network. So unfortunately, I don't have any ETH in this account to do it. Let's see what account I'm attached to. So I'm gonna kill this account. I think Tin Finney might have a little bit of money. So I got $499 in ETH, but you got to buy it in WETH. So I guess I could make an offer up to what I had, and see if this person takes. Oh, it's a 0.0375. Oh, that's WETH. So if you want to buy stuff with Web3, you got to make sure that you have the currency that they want. And the currency that they want for Voxels parcels is called wrapped ether. So you can take your ether and then you can wrap it into this other type of ether. I don't really know why they do it, but maybe it has to do with efficiency or something. But I think that's the end of my presentation. So now I've just like ventured off into NFT world, which I don't think we're doing right now. So Thanks for letting me share, and I'll let go back to. Oh, did you have other questions of me? Sorry, I couldn't be more informative.
No. Thanks so much. It was amazing to dive into Voxels, and that should give people a pretty good understanding of how deep it goes. Basically, the Whip crew and Token Smart was founded by exploring the different parcels and having artists come and talk about what they were creating in the space. Even Scent in the early days, was a lot about sharing what we were making in these spaces. So I definitely encourage people to go in there. They're reasonably priced. This is one of my favorite ones. You saw the power that we can do. Pretty much token gated rooms. building at will. It's very similar to Minecraft on Ethereum, but with a web page and 3D storefront where you can add everything. So pretty amazing. Thanks so much for the treasure hunt, and check that out as well, everyone.
Don't forget to go get your $5. Whoever wants that $5, don't go get it.
Go get it.
Maybe somebody already got it. Did you get it?
I didn't. No, not yet. No. That wouldn't be fair. I don't think that would be fair. You know?
I think it's fair. It's not fair. Who's gonna get? What do you mean?
We've got the stream delay of like 2 minutes, so if we did it,
get that money.
Plus, we want other people to learn about this
All
stuff,
right.
and we want them to be paying attention. So,
all right.
So keep your eyes and ears peeled. There'll be lots of alpha, lots of information that you can use and apply for your DAOs, for your metaverse, for your culture, and just to kind of empower our users. So if you find something that you resonate with, reach out to some of the speakers that came here today and what they were talking about, because that's what they're passionate about. They're coming here to share what they're working on. And if you are also like, hey, how do I get involved, or how do I do this stuff? Come and find us. We're the Metagame, so metagame.wtf. We're on Discord a lot. And jump in the Voxels headquarters. And then we're live all week here at MetaFest, actually all month. So metafest.metagame.wtf and on YouTube. So thanks a lot, Tiffany.
Oh, good. Somebody got the 5. Good job, whoever got it.
Oh, nice.
Let's go find out. But see, this is fun. So should we go see?
Yeah, let's go see.
Okay. I got to get the key. Okay, so there's the public key. And so this is the way you do this. You're like, all right. Because like with that, when Polymill goes, hey, I cracked 6 of those, I was like, oh, okay. So I just went right in and goes, yep, he did. And he took half of the money, and I was able to find that out without ever having to go back and say, hey, send me a transaction. It's like I knew where to go and find it. So you go to Polygon Scan. If you're trying to look for something on Polygon, you have to go to Etherscan if you're looking for something on Ethereum. So I'm just going to paste that public key in that we literally created in the demo. I go into it, and it says there was a transfer of 5 Matic. Oh, I was wrong. It's still in there.
Oh. Maybe you were looking at a different MetaMask wallet, maybe a different account, possibly.
Maybe I had some kill this account, MFT2, didn't connect. It says ETH. I thought ETH was Matic in here, but maybe that's not. Oh, I'm on the Ethereum main chain. That was my problem. For a while, if you were on the Matic or Polygon, it would still say ETH there, but now it's changed. It says Matic. So there's 5 Matic in there. All right. And you guys, I can keep putting money in there also. So if somebody gets the 5 and watches the demo, I guess I could put another 5 in, tomorrow. It's just kind of fun. It's like it gets people to use this stuff. It's like I want people to go spin up a public-private key pair, attach it to MetaMask, and send it to me or something. And we're like, if we go live, I'll send you something. So I think that's when we start planning our next events. It should be an incentive. Everybody that's standing here with me right now, post up your key or your public key, and then we give them a reward. I don't care if it's an NFT or a Matic or whatever. It's just that I think we want to get people to start using this technology, both for fun and eventually for practical purposes. All right.
Definitely.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen now.
Thank you so much, 10 man.
If I crack one of those codes, I'm gonna start minting some wearables. 5 Matic is a lot of gas,
right?
To mint some wearables, right?
Get that money.
First, you start with the Matic, then you get the wearables, then you get the Ethereum, right?
Yep. Get that sweet gas. Oh, Penguin, I wanted to remind you about the Gitcoin grant dates that we talked about earlier.
Yes.
And because we didn't say that.
Oh, so the Gitcoin grant round goes until the 23rd.
That's
so it started officially yesterday, and it goes until the 23rd. So make sure that you get any donations into Gitcoin for matching funds in before the end of MetaFest. So we'll keep reminding people about valuable causes, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot more people talking about their grant requests later on. We've got some refi, we've got some other service DAOs, so I'm sure we'll hear more. And we even have Gitcoin and Giveth speaking later on next week as well. So yeah, Gitcoin round 14 is live now until the 23rd. How's it going, Michael?
Pretty good. How you doing, Penguin?
I'm doing great. So today we're talking all about the metaverse. We're talking about social interaction and the tools that people use to communicate. We just got through a demonstration of Voxels and wanted to talk a little bit about Dropper. Dropper is an NFT marketplace, and it combining social experience and multi-chain NFTs. Is that right?
Yeah, our mission is to deliver a feature-rich, user-friendly NFT experience to overtake and unseat incumbents. There's a lot of features out there that people want that aren't available on legacy platforms, and so Dropper's looking to initiate that with their product. And of course, I got a friend walking in behind me right when we start. So
yes, so Dropper is actually yours and my project, right? So we're the founders of it, and I'm happy to finally talk a little bit about it. We presented last at the Avalanche Hackathon, where we were finalists, and we shared. I think today we can talk a little bit more about the progress that we've made and how we intend to use NFTs to help shape the nature of culture and the social experience around NFTs. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, so I mean, I think that one of the interesting things about the process that we've been going through is that before launching a product or a project, you still have time to adapt it and change it and pivot due to market conditions. And we started out wanting to basically do NFTs on Bitcoin or as close to Bitcoin as possible by launching on the rootstock or RSK sidechain that's merge mined with Bitcoin. And then, as you mentioned, we got involved with the Avalanche Hackathon because of our partner Materium, which is doing real world asset NFTs. And then, as the time that it took us to, get to, further steps in the project after Avalanche, we realized that it would probably be a good idea to be launching multi-chain, right from the beginning. So maybe you can tell people a little bit about, the technical aspects of our database and how we're going to be approaching, being able to have a, I guess, chain agnostic in a way, NFT platform is what our goal is.
Yeah, I think that's a great thing to talk about when we talk about where people are, and when we talk earlier, we were talking about people's behaviors. It's hard to change what people do. In fact, it's people want to hold on to beliefs and stick with their chains, and especially if you have people's money, they're not going to be willing to move it around. So it's important that assets are kind of more flexible and that we meet people where they are. So when we do Bitcoin NFTs, we've got to do them on the network that's compatible with Bitcoin. When we do NFTs for people on Polygon, we want them to be on Polygon. And each kind of token has got different strengths on different networks. And rather than bridge tokens, which is how people have kind of come to know the multi-chain experience now, where your token gets created and then gets held somewhere in a vault that is a bridge contract, and then they spit out a copy of it on the other chain. Well, that still leaves like this unwinding process. If you ever wanted to go back to your original NFT, you've got to go back through the bridge. Someone actually owns the original NFT. So if the bridge got hacked, there's the security issue of who owns the token then. And so one of the ways that we got around that is by creating new contracts and creating a new experience for the data as well. So as we are interacting with the EVM compatible chains.
Yeah, so I mean, essentially the argument that we've been making is that the NFT.
Looks like we lost Michael. But yeah, so the NFT is able to express its strong points for networks that it needs. So an Avalanche NFT can be carbon neutral and be supportive of the benefits of Avalanche, fast transaction times, good tooling, and Bitcoin NFTs can be strong for security and high transaction throughput. And so we let the chains kind of do what they do best.
Yeah, I got disconnected there for a second. I don't know if you noticed, but I started a sentence. So essentially, I was making the point that that we view the NFT itself to be the data that lives on IPFS or Arweave, and what people see as the NFT, the visual representation in our marketplace is actually controlling the actual data. And so we came up with this idea of transmutation, where it is that you burn the NFT on one chain and mint it on another. And that's been an interesting process in developing those smart contracts to get to that point, where it is that you're always in control of the data itself without a counterparty, essentially, which is what a vault is in that sense, right?
I think the other part about NFTs is that people are looking for other groups, are looking for ways to express themselves. And in the NFT marketplaces, we didn't really see a lot of the features that we were looking for, or that I think a lot of people have been asking for, because the incumbents have a strong seat where they are. So doing things like real world assets or the multi-chain burning isn't something that they could reliably do or support. So it was one of the things that we had to do to create this experience for people, rather than rely on someone else to create it, which is true of a lot of the Web3 things. If there's not something that's there already, you've got to go build a better solution. And the smallest guy has got great input, as well as the big giants. So we're all kind of equal in this field. And I think we've done a lot of cool things in our contract to help give control over the tokens to the creators as well that aren't in platforms, such as being able to control the split of first token sales, to be able to lazy mint auctions and do a whole bunch of other things with everything being on chain. So right now there's a lot of off chain kind of magic that happens with the back end for NFT servers. And so we're completely on chain, even with the transmutation events. They're on chain events that preserve the history of what happened and give control to the creators of those tokens. So we made the platform to go ahead.
Well, there's two things about on-chain order books. One, the reason why most platforms haven't done it up until now has been because of the cost on Ethereum, and those were the original platforms. And then we had all of these different chains spin up and have huge capital invested in them, and have apps being developed on them that have lower costs. And so we looked at it and we thought, okay, what we can do is we can deploy on all of the low cost chains and do an on-chain order book, which offers higher security, to the user. And we've seen the problems that have happened with some of the larger platforms where there's security holes in there. And we could do that while it is that we were waiting for ETH 2.0 to happen. And big ups to the team, for deploying recently on, I believe it was Ropsten, is where they've done the successful merge deploy in the last week, right? Things are moving quick, and maybe not as quick as everybody wants to, but there's huge amounts of value now being staked in the, in the ETH 2.0 world. And so our plan was essentially to deploy to the lower cost chains while it is that we're waiting for ETH 2.0 to become production ready, where an on-chain order book then becomes, less of a cost issue, and people want to have that additional security.
Yeah, I think also when we were doing the on-chain order books was in right around the time of some of the OpenSea hacks is when we were presenting them at the first at the Avalanche Hackathon, and so that was we've been planning this and working on this since January, and we're finally coming to launch time coming up soon, and I think a lot of the other features that we had in there were kind of like underrated, that such as like batch mint, batch buy. And I think right now, as we come to market, there's still this need for a community-owned NFT platform. Is that something that we're going to see for Dropper?
Well, I mean, we've said from the beginning that it's a community-owned and governed marketplace protocol. So that's definitely something that's on the books. I mean, the idea is that the people who are providing the content should also, be owning the platform. And the way that we're doing this is with a new model, actually, both for the funding and for the governance, what we're calling a platform governance token. And the platform governance token is essentially connected to the smart contracts so that there's a royalty share when you mint one of these NFTs. And so it also offers lower fees on the platform for utility for the people that hold the token. So one of the other things that we're doing is a lower fee structure than we've seen on existing marketplaces, and then an even lower fee structure for people who hold the platform governance token.
Yeah, I really like the preferred token membership for lower fees too. We're already lower than a lot of places, but having the ability for the people actually creating tokens and collections to govern and profit from the platform is success is something that we don't see anywhere else, and I think that it is an important distinction that when we get into creating things, is that the people that create them don't have people extracting value and people sitting in front of their ability to create. NFTs are a tool, just like a paintbrush, that help an artist to express and create their works and share their works. So, being able to create NFTs on some of these other exotic chains is not easy, especially if we're talking about something like RSK and Bitcoin NFTs. The ability to stand up a marketplace on some of these other EVMs has been a difference. I think when people think EVM chains, they think they're all kind of the same. And as we've seen, we've had to build a lot of infrastructure for these networks as well. So as we go, we're kind of building tools that support these chains and tools that will support growth on these networks that are kind of emerging. Do you think we can talk a little bit about kind of the graph and the setup that we've had to do to support an NFT marketplace on something like RSK?
So, EVM, Ethereum is the first EVM chain, and obviously it has a network effect and, a lot of developer support. It was the first mover in the space. And so there's a huge amount of tooling that's available to interact with smart contracts on Ethereum that is not necessarily available on other EVM chains. And we can talk about rootstock in this case. Limitations are being able to interact with the contracts on the block explorer, or to be able to cache on-chain data to serve to your dApp using the Graph protocol. These are things that people are used to in the Ethereum space, but wasn't necessarily available as tooling on RSK. So we've had to spin up a private node instance of Graph protocol, and so that's been an interesting journey. Sovereign did that on RSK as well for themselves, and we're the second ones that are doing that. So it's not yet part of the public network because it hasn't been submitted to the DAO for voting, hasn't been tested. But eventually, we would hope to be seeing that happen, and that led to also having to be, designing a complete new backend. Initially, we had started with Morales, and which offered a very, very quick set of tools to develop for the Avalanche hackathon, but then reached its limitation in being able to be customizable, to serve the type of data that we wanted to have for events that are happening on chain. We also looked at Covalent, which we found the same limitations were, to be found there for our needs, and so we've gone on and written a complete backend database, which we're calling HiveMind. And HiveMind is also chain agnostic in the sense that it'll be able to listen to any chain that we're spinning up nodes on for people to be able to mint on. And maybe you could talk a little bit more about HiveMind, because you've been more close to the specification and the development of that.
Yeah. So HiveMind is directly related to the fact that Morales is wonderful for single chain interaction and tracking. And for us to be able to watch multiple chains and to have some of our own profile tracking, we want to integrate some DID profiles for ceramic and such things. And we had to migrate some of our features off of Morales. And we, especially for the multi-tenant features of the chains and collections, we wanted to get as far away from the established structure as possible, because we were going to be breaking things. So we needed to create a new back end, which would be able to understand multiple chains. It would have plugins to these different graph nodes that we were creating, and would be able to also plug into things like Morales. So we've got some flexibility in the way that we've developed things, but the core of it is developing a backend that can support the networks that we're going to expand on rather than be singularly focused. So if you want to view the NFTs from all the chains at once, we were going to have a really hard time querying that within the different buckets that Morales or some other framework would provide. So we had to create an effective way to index them and also display them. So yeah, the HiveMind is all about replicating the utility of profiles, collections, auctions, and using the on-chain data as the source of truth. So everything that happens from the graph gets indexed, and people have a better user experience without having to actually wait for IPFS to load. So we cache some of that stuff and make a better user experience with using some of the best cloud tools. And but we do it from a point that the blockchain is the source of truth, and it's more of a pool request rather than where we're pushing data into this backend.
Yeah, so HiveMind also enables us to implement what we think is pretty unique across the NFT platform world, and those are the social features. So the ability to follow and like artists, or follow and like individual NFTs and watch their progress across the market. There's third-party tools that are doing this for you, and we're looking to build that directly into the application so that you have a social feed, essentially the way that you see it on Twitter or Facebook. There's not really an NFT marketplace out there that's a social network in and of itself. And so the Hive Mind also allows us to provide, those sort of features to have essentially a social network built into the platform, into the protocol itself. And that brings us also to another unique feature, which will be in-app messaging. So you're starting to see now people finally, building things where you're just using your private public key pair to do messaging, but there's not really one that's built into a platform yet. There's some protocols out there. So we're working together with Status to implement the Waku gossip protocol, and Waku is essentially the rewriting and the next implementation of Whisper, which was an original feature of Ethereum at the beginning. And so we're going to be having in-app messaging as well on the platform, which allows you to not only send messages to each other and have dialogues, but also to get notifications. Oh, John minted this NFT, Bob bought that NFT, and so on and so forth. So these social network features are going to be a large part of Dropper when we launch.
Yeah, I think the social aspect is one of them that's been the most lacking for me as well, because buying and trading NFTs and these communities are a very social experience. And to not have the ability to, communicate in the app or even like post on a wall, is really hurtful. It's one of the reasons that Bored Ape was so popular, right? It had the bathroom wall where everyone could kind of interact. As soon as they purchased one, there was social engagement and interaction that you could do that you couldn't do otherwise. But the ability to see what you're liking and tracking.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying the ability to see what your friends are liking and doing helps you close that gap and react more to what you want to be doing.
Well, that activity is all now happening either on Twitter or Discord, right? So you have channels, servers devoted to a platform, to a PFP collection, or to an NFT community, and that's happening on Discord because there's no those features aren't built into other platforms. Whereas like if you're on Twitter, you have your DMs, you have your public feed, and you have all of those things that are happening. That's why so much stuff happens on Twitter. And also, why it is the social activity around NFTs is happening on Discord is because no platform is offering those social features, right? And so we're really excited to be implementing Waku, which is a decentralized, messaging protocol into the platform itself. And I think this, this social feature, along with our verification process, right? We haven't even spoken about the verification process, which is going to be a key part of Dropper as a curated platform. Maybe you could say something about that.
Yeah, I think having the curated approach similar to Super Rare will make sure that the focus drops are high quality. There's also the ability for people to mint NFTs on their profile directly. So there's the ability for people to create NFTs, but we wanted the collections to be really high caliber, and we wanted them to reflect curated artists, people that we wanted to highlight. And so we're offering different features for customizing the theme of how the layout looks like. So we're trying to minimize and close the gap between creating a collection and having to create a page to do the mint, so that people can use Dropper as a white label for their mint and have an easy interface for their collection. So we've got, as I said, batch minting process as well. So we've got a way for curated creators to come in and create NFTs for their collection and edit their collection on chain as well, so that it's a really tuned experience towards creators. And the the tokens that we use for the platform governance will help lower the fees and make sure that they get more money, and also curate who is minting on the platform.
Yeah, so I'd like to expand on that a little bit, right? So we have a token factory. So if you go to OpenSea and you mint at OpenSea, right, you're only using the OpenSea contract with their token address. And with verified, curated artists that are dropping collections, they can create their own token, right, with using the token factory, which is then listing their whole collection under that individual token. And so creators can have multiple tokens for multiple collections, which allows us to also be doing filtering, not only by artists, but by collection.
Are you still there? It looks like you might have frozen for me. But yeah, so one of the things that we did aside from filtering by collection is allow an organization to have multiple collections. So if you are, say, an artist collective, you can have an organization. So your DAO can have multiple different collections, and people could go to your organization page to view progress and different collections that you had. So in that way, an artist can keep expanding without having to worry about abandoning their past collections or people having a hard time finding their other works. So by having that organization overview that can add different collections to it, people are able to follow their artists and their organization's new collections more easier.
Right, and then also what you were talking about is the white label front end, right? And so what we're looking at doing is both enabling people to configure how it is that that their page looks with their own CSS variables. So if you want to have branded coloring, branded header, different sizing for how it is that things display on the page, it will be easily configurable for minters to do that. And then also being able to serve that on your own URL, which is also, kind of like a Shopify experience, right? And so the idea is that you can create a lot of individual marketplaces for individual products, individual collections, institutions, art galleries, things like that. But because they're verified on the platform via the curation process, then everything appears aggregated on the Dropper marketplace itself. So the idea of having, enabling people to not have to build their own marketplace from scratch to be able to launch their own collection, that Dropper would enable that and make it more frictionless.
Yeah, even the collections, we have the ability for people to mint a collection similar to a PFP. So like a limited run rather than just one of one collections. We've got the layouts and the minting pages for people to mint something like the next Bored Ape or the next Punks in the app.
I'm not so sure how many legs these limited edition PFP collections are going to have moving forward. I think that another place that we can be looking, Penguin, is a whitelisting process for other contracts on the platform, right? I mean, the space is so early. We haven't seen the type of things that people are going to be doing with NFTs that are going to be far more interesting than just digital artworks. And, that leads us to the real world asset part. We can talk a little bit about, the gold project that we did last year as a proof of concept for Ethereum together, Never Touch Fiat Again, which paired digital artworks with gold bars that are physically deliverable. There's a lot of interesting stuff that's going to be happening in the NFT space as we move forward, around real world assets.
Yeah, I think that there's a ton that we can talk about that. We're almost out of time. Can we talk a little bit about the app and get a quick look at it and talk about where people can find out more about Dropper? So Twitter and our website, can we drop those?
How do you want to drop them? Just by
Yeah.
voice?
Yeah, let's drop them by voice. I'll put them in the MetaFest main stage and the guest speakers show links as well.
Okay, cool. So on Twitter, it's twitter.com/NFT dropper. You can find us there. There's also a link to the Discord. We do have a Discord as well on the Twitter bio. And then the app is right now on dev.dropper.club. That's running on the RSK network. You can click over and see what it looks like. Currently, it's only available for people to be minting on testnet via whitelisting process. But you can take a look at the app in and of itself in its current state and following it as we get to production deploy.
Great. Thanks so much, Michael. It's great to have you. Let's just talk a little bit more about real world assets until our next guest, Louis, is here. But yeah, follow us on Twitter, NFT Dropper. Check out the website, dev.droppr.club. And yeah, thanks so much. So how you doing these days? You've been traveling a lot, right?
Yeah, I've been traveling for the last couple of months, going to different conferences, both in the Ethereum and the Bitcoin space. And now I'm back in Vienna. So it's been crazy last couple of months getting things ready and up to speed. And also, we're working closely together with Metagame to implement the asset passports for real world assets. We're collaborating with the Lobkowitz family, who put on Non-Fungible Castle last year. They'll be repeating that again in October. And so we're partnering with Metagame to do asset passporting, hopefully of a violin that was prior in the possession of the Lobkowitz family, which is now in another collector's possession, and to asset passport that violin to bring it to the Non-Fungible Castle and have it played for a piece of music that the Lobkowitz family funded from either Beethoven or Dvorak or Mozart. So we're working on that together with Metagame for Non-Fungible Castle this year. So that's going to be some interesting stuff for us once it is that we're finally live and that we're going to be releasing. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that's going to be super cool. And I'm looking forward to the violin. Metagame has been one of my favorite projects. And they are a maliciously compliant legal structure for NFTs that enable a lot of the real world asset stuff that we're doing. So the asset passports are the legal guarantee that what you buy has a legal backing that says you'll get the physical item. So they've sold everything from William Shatner's signed autograph merch to hand axe from 150,000 BC, and Timmy's trumpet, and a lot of other things. We've sold some gold with Never Touch Fiat again, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to the impact that they'll have in this coming year for real world assets, and happy to support them as a partner on our platform.
Yeah, man. So I guess I'll catch up to you then in our Discord. We got plenty of work to be doing. We're going to be busy for the next couple of weeks with the MetaFest, right, Penguin? Mm-hmm. No sleep for the sleep for the wicked.
Yeah,
no rest for the weary.
And I can't remember the last time I slept. I think it's been 4 years before I got a good night's sleep, but I wouldn't change it for anything.
You got into this space 4 years ago, man, and you haven't slept since, right?
That's the way it is. Passion, if I knew how to turn it off, maybe I would, but I don't know how to. Let's keep going.
Dude, I'm gonna be 60, the coming year, and I haven't figured out how to turn it off, and don't expect it to happen. It's either in your personality to build stuff and and find new borders to cross and new ways to expand, or it's kind of not. If you got it in you, you probably never let it go.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much.
All right. Cool.
I'll
Peace.
see you later. Ciao. So next up is my boy Louis C. Rhymes. I'm calling for Louis. I sent him a message.
Sure, he's on his way.
Was that the first time that you've heard about Dropper?
Well, actually, you know, it's quite surreal because I took part in that hackathon as well, and during the event, I remember you telling me like, yeah, I'm in the hackathon as well. I was like, sick. And then during like the final event, when like the finalists got to present, and I just see my boy Penguin, and I'm like, what, yo, this is crazy. It was so surreal, man. I'm so proud, man. So I can't even talk, bro. I'm so excited, like, but like I've been holding that in the whole time. I wanted to just say like, congrats, man. Like that was really cool, bro. Like, and I'm excited to, you know, now I found you on Twitter finally. So yeah,
I know my name is a little weird. It's computers, but it's spelled like a hacker. I've been rolling with that.
Leet speak, yeah, man.
Since I was like a little kid. It was like one of my first
young
emails.
penguin.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
because I talk to computers, man.
That's what's up, man. Yeah, there's a language to it, bro. Definitely.
I just hit 1,000 followers, I think.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, man. That's what's
I know.
up. Yeah, man. Look. Go on.
As a builder, I'm not really out there trying to like be on social media or anything. So I know all those people are my family and people that are seeing what I'm doing rather than reading my posts.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel that makes them a little bit more genuine then, because you kind of get a feeling for your audiences and stuff. But I don't know. I feel like Twitter might, change a little bit in the years to. I don't know. Things might be different by Christmas, man. Like honestly, things are changing so fast. Like I'm just talking about like in regards to like Elon and like I don't know. He made PayPal, right, and that's doing okay. Like so.
Oh, I think it's just a meme. He wasn't actually gonna buy Twitter.
Oh, really? He actually didn't? Oh,
He
snap.
didn't buy it.
Oh,
So,
snap. Okay.
I saw
Okay, cool.
something instead. He's like, I'm not actually gonna buy. So I know like he bought some stock and stuff like that, but I mean, it's different between buying stock and owning a company.
Yeah, changing.
Yeah,
definitely. Okay. Should we like try and summon Louis again? Oh,
yes.
Hold on.
Louis C. Rhyme. I said this earlier. We have an unreleased track, Louis and I. That, I've been
Wait, you and Louis. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
I help executive produce and hook it up, make it happen. Louis actually wrote all the words, put the beat down, and it's a fire hit. I played it for people. It has to do with my Never Touched Fiat Game project. So when the next version of that comes out, I'm definitely gonna be dropping the track. So NTFA is gonna be coming back this year too, but we won't hear about that during MetaFest.
Oh, why not? Oh, man. I haven't seen any requests in the chat yet to join.
Yeah. Let me mute myself here real quick.
Yep, sure thing, man. I have a suspicion that this Louis C's segment is going to be done in Discord. So I'm gonna just go on. I'm just gonna put us on a little break till we figure out that.
They're asking if I can stream Discord into the live set. That
You can
sounds.
screen share in here.
I'll try. Let's see. What do I have to do?
It's under the speaker button, I think. Is it? Oh, it's under the video button. Sorry.
It's not working for me.
Okay.
It's only
Well, we could
trying
just.
to share, other things.
I mean, we could just switch to Discord for a hot minute, and then come back here.
Okay, so Louis is saying that he has issues with his external microphone sometime. He will
Okay.
come on he'll come on to try, and hopefully that works. If not, we will have to broadcast into the Discord.
That's cool, man.
Hey, Louis, how's it going?
Hey. Oh, not yet. No, not yet. Try hitting the cog in the top right, broski.
All right, Buggy, are you able to patch through the sound from Discord then?
Oh yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, that's light work, man. One sec.
All right, sorry, Louis, for technical difficulties. You were right, as predicted. I was not aware of the difficulties, so we'll.
We can hear you in Discord. There,
got you.
You're the
Cool. Discord is the code chat's live. You guys are good.
All right, so am I good to go?
Yep.
All right, perfect. Yo, so check out the Pope. So Musashi has signed up for the giveaway. I hope, Musashi, if you're the only guy and I give it to you, it's a fucking beautiful thing anyway. Go check Pope Land, go check the tweet, go check the giveaway, follow the directions. And a fight to be free, fam. So I'ma get it how I want it while I'm living here. And everybody talking shit because if you don't know about me, you should learn me now. But don't listen in your house. I might burn it down. I'm spitting fire in the streets. I could burn the ground. Stay killing every beat till I earn the crown. Nobody touching this. I'm done with it. Ain't no more discussing it. I'm running shit. Hit a roadblock. I'm overcoming it. Your covenant. A master chief amongst some other heirs. Coming, kid. Closing in. It's like the government. Who wants rap tag Louis C. Rhymes? I'm so sick of this. Y'all are truly benign. Got the want to replace me with artists that they think will make shit trend. Staring at the phone screen, but I know it won't ring. While posting a show, what I'm posting, 16K follow this kid Bay, only 68 damn views on the whole thing. Damn, I don't understand what I gotta do to get this money in my hand. Gotta get a bag, now I got a fam. I do everything I can for any one of them. I've been going ham, can't touch this, bringing ruckus like a MC Hammer with the Wu-Tang playing. Y'all are in my way. I don't battle rap, move for I kill a motherfucker with a battle axe. Y'all are in my habitat, better get up out of that. I don't really give a fuck about little rapper stat. All see is bots, all see is ops. I don't see a platform, I just see a box. They packing a sip, they trap at the limit. You're following the wormhole, I'm practically pitching. I'm back on my shit and I'm rapping legit. And if you feeling foggy, then actually rip it. I don't need a post and I don't need a stat. Don't need a stream and I don't need a plaque. Don't need a thing but a beat with the track. And I know either way I'm deleting this app, that's facts. I'm glad you like that, Miss Ann. We got a lot more fast ones for you. We got a lot more fucking fast ones for you. Let's go. Appreciate y'all putting the gifts out there. We're doing a little bit of mid-afternoon day set, little matinee set out here on Eastern Standard Time. This next song.
Not present. You're on your phone all the time. You have a kid, you have a family, you have a life. Like, you have to be in this world, not in the metaverse all the time. Like, hello.
Let's go. Woo! I'm adding something to the queue real quick. Un momento, por favor, my good people. We're adding something to the queue. Let's play this one. That was my song On It. That's on my Hip Hop Heads NFT album. Shout out Penguin. Shout out Musashi. Anybody else who's in here?
That was really a fun song, man. That was really fun. I love that song.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you, man. For real, means the fucking world. So that's on my Hip Hop Heads album. Penguin actually owns the rights, or not all the rights, the non-exclusive commercial rights to that song, so he could use that in a project or whatever he's got going on. And there's also more available on hiphopheads.io. Check that one out. That's a fast one. We got a ton more fast ones coming. This one is called NF Trapper. And let's see if we can get this thing to play.
Going there, and then just check
I think
microphone.
The beat is really low. You hear it, anybody? Musashi, you hear that shit? Try that volume.
I hear it. For me, it's really loud.
Here, let's stop this one and then try it again.
By the way, the stream is like
testing.
7 seconds.
Okay, no push.
Like that.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So we hear your voice here. But then we catch it up again, right? So then at one point it mixes. Yeah.
Yeah, this bot is not giving me problems. Yo, so let me ask you a question. If I just switch over to Twitch, can you guys just put my Twitch stream right into your stream right now? Because Musashi, this thing is fucking up, and it might just be easier for us to do that way. So I'm gonna send you my Twitch stream right now, because I could literally be on there in like 2 seconds here. So this is my Twitch stream. I'm trying to give you all a good show. Y'all fucking hook me up. So
it was actually pretty good because it fed back in. It was really low, so it was almost like you were mixing on top of yourself, but with that delay. So in here in Discord, it sounded great, but Miss Santh was right. It kind of fed back in 7 seconds later, but it was very low. So you should go back and listen to it again. You might want to mix it.
Got you. Okay. Yo, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go on mute now, and I'm gonna leave the Discord now, but I'm gonna be presenting through my Twitch. So Penguin, let me know, or whoever's in control of the stream, let me know when you got my Twitch up there. I just put the link in the main stage chat. No worries, Boog. And then as soon as you get it in there, Boog, let me know, and then I'll leave, because I don't think the audio on my Twitch is going to come through if I stay in the Discord. So I'm just letting you know.
And is somebody going to post up the Twitch stream if I want to watch it direct from a Twitch stream? Or
Yes, it's in the main stage chat, so you can watch it directly from Twitch there too. But I'll obviously be in the Discord checking in with everybody and seeing what they're saying in the chat. But so right now, I'm gonna give a quick update. Right, so remember, you needed to like, retweet, and show proof that you are following me on Spotify. Right now, I got Timed, I got Musashi, I got Missanth. Who else did it that I can see? I got Trademark. appreciate y'all doing this for me. Again, it's free to support in this way, so that's why all I asked for. And Boog, you just feel free to cut me off when you got me on. You let me know, and I'll go. I'll go to Twitch.
All right, bro.
We good? You got me?
Sweet. Yeah. Yep.
All right. I'm gonna. So do you hear my audio via Twitch right now, Boog, or no?
Yep.
You do? All right. So then I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna stay in the Discord. I'm just gonna go on mute. If y'all don't hear me or anything, just let me know. I'm looking at the main stage chat. All right. Everybody now go watch the stream because that's where you're going to be able to hear me now as I perform. So I'm going on mute.
Hold on, I might be able to screen on. Never mind.
No worries, you good. I'm about to put this song on. So here we go.
Yeah, I can hear you on Twitch.
Perfect. All right, perfect. Let's get it. So this next song is called NF Trapper. This song is the NFT that will be given away today. You can actually claim an IRL shirt if you want. Shipping is not included, I'm not going to lie, but you can claim one if you want from this. You'll get a Metaverse wearable with this NFT as well. It's called NF Trapper. Let's get it. Everything I spit is raw like the uncompressed file. Far from where I was, but stay in touch just like a pen pal. Demons getting fleshed out, seeing the success now. Projectile, drop the beat, he got the dub like Dead Mouse. Decked out, assess how they bugging out like West now. Fuck a quarantine, all these rappers is getting exiled. Wallet full of dog tags, selling on the blockchain. On some Web3 shit, a delegate like Black Dave. This the next level, off the top like a coffee pot. Y'all just talk a lot like a possessed devil. I've been against several. Fuck the braggadocio. You all about your sales? I'm more about the culture. That's that Web 2 shit, and we ain't going back. Once again, they making money, but you know their flow is whack. Let me digress. Talk about my life though. NFTs rescue me. They're like my lifeboat. Used to stress with every post, hoping it go viral. Life is full of ebbs and flows, hoping it don't spiral. Blowing like a pyro on some TNT shit. They saying I go crazy, just like a TMZ clip. It's Louis, baby. No matter what, no matter what, the world gonna know me no matter what. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you hit the Popeland channel and follow the directions in order to enter the giveaway. It's in the Discord right now, in the MetaFest2 Discord. Let's get it. Verse 2. All my life been trying to escape the system and the industry. All that anger outside, had to find my inner peace. Rolling up the inner leaf, y'all can smell the fire fumes. Blowing smoke, hailing folks like the nebulizer do. Wouldn't let me on the stage, so I built my own venue. Everybody sound the same, my flow come with a whole menu. Bro, can you talk a little bit about your token too? Oh yeah, dude, maybe spit a flow and they like no can do. That's the sentiments I get from Twitter Spaces. What a fucking circle jerk for effortless creation. All these people blowing smoke in and at each other's throats. Real musicians play a show, y'all play it from your playlist. Y'all can get these bars at any time, any place or space. Every time I rhyme, these rappers wanna let them haters hate. Now I know I'm popping though, cause they wanna stop it, bro. Like Malone and Stockton for the conference versus the Rockets, ho. It's Louis, baby, but y'all can call me NF Trapper. I got these bars, they going up just like a metal ladder. Can't find a better rapper. Salute your favorite one, fuck a Uzi. This from Louis, so that shit gon' weigh a ton. Bitch, yeah, no matter what, no matter what. The world gon' know me no matter what. No matter what, no matter what, it can't control me, no matter what, no matter what, no matter what, people told me. I'm getting notifications from Twitch and shit. Let me go see. Damn, yo, we got people out here, yo. Let's get it. We having a good time. Shout out the whole MetaFam crew. We in the motherfucking building. That song is called NFT Rapper, aka NF Trapper. One of you who follows the rules inside of the Popeland channel giveaways will be walking away with that NFT in about, yeah, I don't know. The giveaway is going to end in like a minute or two, but we're going to keep it going. So now we're going to go to Smoke. And this is just me about hating Anon influencers. Yeah. Everybody want to be a boss out here. Everybody want to talk like they know shit. Everybody watching like a hawk out here till you popping and they acting like they don't notice. Love to the people been sharing my posts. One dude was like, how the fuck you this dope? How you not famous? Yo, that shit go crazy. Then started explaining his plan to promote. Like, bruh, you a beast on the beat and it's fee-fi-fo. Can he see my NFT and a piece I sold? I don't really give a fuck what he thought. Like, no, finna bring the heat to the sheep. Just like, whoa. Influencers in my DMs who claim that they help but they trying to collect. Remind me of friends who have never supported, who stalking my stories but never said shit. Cole was so right, it's always a fight. Nice at rapping, but I'm broke with no likes. I'm always so hyped to overthrow mics. Everybody talk, but there's almost no hike. I don't give a fuck, I'ma call it out. Ice cold, but I'm hot enough to thaw it out. This for everyone who ever believed back when wasn't much for us to talk about. Thankful for all of the people who invested in me, you really the GOAT. And fuck you to all of the influencers in my DMs who trying to promote. Like, yo, bro, I can promo, you got a dope flow, I really like the project and I want to see it blow, so you should run with me and for a couple of ETH, that's all of that in a week, but in the refund if I don't though, what? The actual fuck? Bust on your offer like an actual nut? Killing everything if not you to hunt. I don't really give a fuck what you actually want. Bet they would buy in if I found an Abe. Then they'd invite me to talk in their space, bragging about how their community's great when they profile picture is worth an estate. Only reason that I tweet about it is the bag pump. Not a greedy motherfuckers out here getting amped up. Weren't you the one to worry about it when the brands come? Look into your wallet and you're holding every damn one. I don't give a fuck, I'ma call it out. Ice cold, but I'm hot enough to thaw it out. This for everyone who ever believed back when wasn't much for us to talk about. Thankful for all of the people who invested in me, you really the GOAT. And fuck you to all of the influencers in my DMs who trying to promote smoke. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Louis C. Rhymes, the NFT rapper, aka NF Trapper, and I've got 11 more minutes of bars for you, which are encompassed in my Behind Bars EP, owned by Carl Fardison. Shout out Musashi and the whole Metagame, Metafam crew. Shout out the MSG13 gang. Let's fucking go. I'm gonna finish it up with this one. Now, here's the deal. This giveaway bot is about to ring, okay? When I'm done with my last set, when I'm done with my next piece, I'm gonna go check the giveaway bot. Whoever the winner is gonna be granted priority in terms of if they actually showed proof of following me on Spotify, they're going to win the NFT. But if they didn't, they are absolutely getting sauce like a big can of fucking Campbell's soup, and I am literally going to add manually everyone's name who followed the directions, minus the person who was picked by the giveaway bot, to the giveaway wheel to be able to draft this winner, because I am a man of my word. Miss Anth, great question. Appreciate you. I'm going to put a link in the chat right now. I have sold out 5 NFT drops, or excuse me, I have done 5 NFT drops. I've sold out 4 out of 5. My biggest one with the most units is the one that is not sold out. However, the floor still remains 3 times the price of mint, so it's still worth it to mint. And if you want to support and you have the means to, please check out hiphopheads.io. They're minting for 0.03 Ethereum each. You get commercial rights usage. You get a pic of my my wearables, which I'm also going to put in the chat right now because I want you to see it. And I actually think you might even be seeing what's on my screen right now, which is pretty dope if you do. But if not, that's okay. And so if you buy a hip hop head, you'll get to pick a wearable in the metaverse in Crypto Voxels from this collection, and I'll send it to you. Every hip hop head you own, you get another pick of the wearables that are available in this collection. So that's the best way to support. Miss Ann, thank you so much for asking. And again, if you don't have the financial means to be able to support, it's okay. A like and a retweet on my pinned tweet goes a long, long fucking way. So I appreciate y'all for letting me come out here. We're gonna do this set. We're gonna finish this set. Then we're gonna figure out this giveaway. Yo, let's fucking go. My name is Louis C. Rhymes, the NFT rapper, NF Trapper. Let's fucking go, baby. And oh shit, I'm on Twitch. I don't even need to worry about this. Let's get it. Just need to play my shit. Yo, after this one, I'm sure you're likely to tell your favorite rapper about me because, you know, quite honestly, he might not be your favorite rapper anymore. Yo. Picture me up at the top, though, watching me from in the top row. Camacho, I got flow. They singing that shit like a rock show. Stadium filled with the pot smoke. Pin with the pen of Picasso. I'm hot, though, like hot coals, like oil on top of a hot stove. I got smoke. Water than Boca. Honestly, got it at the Costco. That God flow. Fuck lyrical lemon, and I got more sauce than tomato. Well, God knows. It's his plan. I feel like giving Toronto. Won't stop till they're banging my shit and they scream my name when it drop, though. You better believe and better on me. Flowing so natural and regularly. Way that I flow is so dope and it's louder than smoke that you about to go get on the street. I'm heavy and deep. Like a secret that's better to keep. A genuine treat. You wouldn't be living like vegetable meat. This man that'll be like a chop shop, killing that shit like a got shot. Y'all stock drop, then riding with you because they want to see to my hot rod. So I lock, cause I got the key to the game like a lockbox. Don't pop locks on my block, but we get a popper like pop rocks. You heard? It's fucking Louis, baby. I don't give a shit. 3 or 3,000. I'm going hard as a motherfucker. Do I even got water in here? If I don't, it don't matter. We don't need water. This is called Make the Beat Bleed. Check out my pinned tweet. Check out hiphopheads.io. Let's go. I can make the beat bleed, call it paramedics. Flow can make your knees weak, call it calisthenics. Y'all are making me sleep, call it anesthetics. Giving y'all a bee's knees, call it academics. Finna kill that shit like tobacco. Y'all sit tight and plateau. Get back, bro. I'm finna get picked like them apples and ashos. Wish you was lit like my rap flow. We battle. I make your nose bleed like the back row. L to the O to the U-I-E. Filthy with the flow like a used IV. Working double time, putting 2-time sheets. Now they want my information like a new ID. I deliver blows, hit you in the nose, kicking flows like a soccer player dribbling through cones in the snow. No cleats, but he ain't feeling cold, cause he knows that he's close to delivering them goals. He's a pro. Flow like a fire hydrant. Boy, I'm dope. Y'all are high, not as high as I get. Not a rope y'all could climb. Y'all should try a kayak. Fuck a boat. I've been flying. Y'all don't ride in my jet. That's why I'm pilot. It's Louis, baby. That's what happens when you drink water before you spit a song. You gotta burp and shit. Shout out all my hip-hop head holders who've been with me since day one. Shout out Penguin, Musashi. Appreciate you, Time, J. Cole. You've been pushing the movement for a while. Much love. Let's go. Penguin was the winner. Yo, Penguin don't have that NFT, though, so as long as he followed the rules, we're gonna get it to him. He's got time. Let's get it. All I ever wanted was this rap shit. They said I want to be ghetto just like a black kid. Fuck some 41, y'all could get a fat lip. Fact is, where I'm from, being black wasn't that lit. And we all knew it. The unwritten code didn't give a fuck enough to keep it hidden, though. Bunch of white boys walking around pigeon-toed, acting like it wasn't one thing that they didn't own. Jocks and tube socks, absolute shots. Trying to get on top of the thought and tube tops. He yelling thug life while he blasting Tupac. She slobbing on his knob in the after-school spot. Then his mom came. That's ironic, right? 10th grade, she would designate a drive at night. Anybody want to ride home? We gonna hit the drive-through. Louis, you could come, but you Italian, right? How about fuck you? But I stayed silent. Looking back now, wishing I became violent. If I wasn't white too, then I wasn't like you. Puerto Ricans like you don't get the same kindness. How about fuck you? But I stayed silent. Looking back now, wishing I became violent. If I wasn't white too, then I wasn't like you. Puerto Ricans like you don't get the same kindness. Motherfucking Louis, baby. We outside. Ladies and gentlemen, let's fucking go. Let's go. I even think I'm gonna run a little special for y'all because y'all making me have some fun in this shit. I really do appreciate like actual DGen people who understand the tech behind what I'm doing. Because I got a lot of real Metaverse NFT related things happening. I don't just drop music for the cash grabs, you know? Yo, fast raps, yo. What's poppin'? Y'all common, not shy but a bull like Robin. So fly when I rap like that. You can act like Bat, but you rap like Robin. Bro, stop it. Won't top this. Flow ill and a kill like toxins. Been bopping, where y'all been? Check cheddar like a man, Wisconsin. Don't want it with Louis, and you're not in the movie ripping your body in Tui. And do we gotta be Gucci? Rappers see me known to call it quits. Y'all so busy always talking shit. Y'all forgot to wipe it off your lip. That the reason why they call it drip? Whoa. Let me stroke my ego. Y'all talking for show like Ebro. I'm captain, nice when I'm rapping. I'm like Mike Jackson, y'all like Tito. Finna to finish him like a Miniker syndrome. Wanna give him the minimum, still I ended up killing him. Goddamn, my man. Woo, firing around like I'm underneath the hot pan. On cam, I'm him. Rappers ain't about beef, all they do is drop spam. God's plan, I'm saying. I am not done with this beat. I am not coming in peace. Cooking these rappers, so now I am coming to eat. Run and retreat. I am here now, you go butt naked, running around on my street. Coming a streak, running up on him, and they don't want to pot him, and then nobody can stop him because he fucking elite. All right, we got the panel back on stage. From what I understand, we got the panel back on stage. So, yo, if anybody's still here, I'll keep rapping. But I guess I'm not going to keep going if Penguin says we're good. So I'm going to go back in the Discord and just see what y'all are doing. Yo, am I good to go? Or should I keep rapping?
Yeah, it's not original website. I checked it. Nice.
Okay, we're back. Thanks so much. Sweet. I won? I never win. I'm definitely following you, Louis. So, yeah, definitely check that out. And excited to get a new Louis wearable. I needed me some shirt. So we saw a little bit of crypto voxels today. We talked a little bit about NFTs. We heard one of my favorite NFT rappers. Today we're going to be talking about the Metaverse. You know, so thank you, Jin, for joining us. One of the OGs in the metaverse, creating virtual worlds and combining them. Leader of the wearables and forefront for a lot of the 3D worlds that we're creating. Founder of the Metaverse and Webaverse too. Rev, the lead for Atlantis World, is here too. The virtual world where we can all kind of run around, engage with each other in a Pokemon style metaverse that really connects a lot of the UIs in powerful ways. We've got Musashi here, who's from Moloch Cloudship and a metagame player. He's here today to talk about wearables and the progress that he's made in NeosVS. And we have Andy Kaufman here too to help support communication from Atlantis World. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Bogey, are you also going to be speaking with us?
Yeah, I'll be here. Talking about Neos and being in VR.
Awesome, yeah. Bogey is one of the main creators of 3D content. He made a lot of the videos and promos that you've seen this time, as well as last time. So he's a huge creator in the 3D space and runs Blender workshops for people in Metagame. So thank you so much for all your work too, both
No worries,
in this stream and everything else.
No
So
problem,
thanks a lot,
man.
guys. So I think one of the things that we were talking about before we cut over the stream that I'd like to talk about down the road is AI and like engagement and interaction in the metaverse. But I think right now I want to kick us off with just what our experience is in building the worlds that we're a part of and what we see is going to be happening this year in those worlds. So I'm going to ask Rev to start us off. How you doing, Rev?
Doing great. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. In terms of Atlantis, we envision, and in terms of everything that's kind of going on in this, metaverse space, more and more people start to get accustomed to that and spend more time in Web3 native metaverses, not just metaverses, right? And all of the exciting integrations with, DeFi, DAOs, NFTs, variables that are happening, and shout out to everyone here that's contributing to that, leads to more and more engagement. And as well as what we're also focusing a lot these days are like social events, like Web3 native social events that showcase this metaverses in a way that's meaningful and also engaging, is driving a lot of adoption for both newcomers and those folks in the space that are kind of looking forward and looking for new ways to interact and perhaps showcase their holdings, be it NFTs, be it, DAO badges, POAPs, etc. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. What about you, Jen? Can you talk a little bit about your experience building a metaverse and some of the powers that and problems that you faced along the way too?
Yeah. Usually I like to start out with the assets and try and get them into as many different places as possible. So like this world behind me, it has stuff from all sorts of different platforms. Like I got like this building from Crypto Voxels, and then this thing I think was built in like Tiltbrush, and this home space I got from, well, I bring it everywhere because it's a shipping container. So it's meant to be very portable. Quest home space ripped out skip that. That's an on-cyber space pod. And just like how do we make stuff that is reusable, recyclable, and to unlock the kind of strengths of each platform, because each one offers something they're really good at. And instead of like trying to create one master app, like maybe we just lean into a federated kind of model where just lean to the strengths of each one. So that's what I'm trying to create more content and examples of.
Yeah, awesome. It's definitely hard to make any kind of solid decision when there's a whole bunch of different projects all kind of doing different things. So I definitely agree with getting the assets in place first, and the main thing is adoption, and more people talking about things and understanding things will mean more things are being created. Musashi, do you want to talk a little bit about what's happening with NeosVR and some of the creation that's happening there and how that works?
Sure. Yeah, we're working on a lot of stuff in Neos, and now kind of doing a little bit of some of the same aspects as making things multi-chain, multiverse. So we're now looking at making all our assets able to be transferred world to world, kind of like the stacks and the portable system Jin had there, and also creating spaces that are also the same, where you're walking in through one door and ending up in one metaverse, walk through another door and end up in another metaverse, and really trying to drop a lot of those barriers between not just the metaverses, but these social platforms we use that are kind of already a part of the metaverse, and we're kind of integrating some of those things into it and then replacing other things. We're kind of in a cool, weird transitionary period right now where the Web 2 platforms are kind of moving to Web 3 platforms, and Web 3 platforms are kind of moving into more of a 3D metaverse environment. And a lot of that has started with gaming and fun stuff, but really it's moving into Web 2, moved into Web 3 type websites, and now they're realizing, oh yeah, we can work within these metaverses and actually not not just fill a gap that may have been created through something like COVID or some sort of odd life event that happened where you're stuck at home for some reason or another, but instead now it's like, wow, what my normal work environment looked like before, what I was able to do before, within this metaverse, I'm able to do things that makes my work a lot more productive. I'm able to automate a lot of things, and really keep myself focused on my tasks, because I can, through that automation, I can kind of stop jumping from platform to platform, protocol to protocol, metaverse to metaverse. There's a lot less switching and taking my focus away, breaking my focus. I can really stay more in a zone. And so we're really starting to see a lot of those abilities to make our workflows and our collaboration with each other in real time more productive. And it's really exciting. Some of these metaverses like Neos, and some of the metaverses we're each actually creating ourselves too, are so open and free that if you can dream it up, you can pretty much do it. So it's very exciting to be building right now and breaking stuff.
I think one of the coolest parts about Atlantis World is like the interoperability between different dApps, and especially like right now where there are clone websites or clone NFTs, and there's so many different scams. Having like a headquarters that is semi-official but doesn't require focus shift. You can literally like walk into the building and I'm at Great Guild headquarters, or I'm at Urine Profile, or the physicality in the digital world changes your understanding and your trust of the space, even though it's still a trustless environment. We are kind of building the network that shows where things work together. And when Jin was demonstrating the different NFTs that are here, we had an on-cyber gallery, we had crypto voxels, we have a shipping container, and it really shows like the power of each one of these platforms is multiplied when you combine them and you go between them. And that's really what, when we talk about a metaverse, it means is that you're going between different experiences. It's not a centralized ownership of that world. Let's spend a little moment about talking about ownership in this space of like the assets. So right, we all make assets, but then the consumer of those might not necessarily be in the world that we created them for, or they might be used by the owner in different ways. Can we talk about what the metaverse means towards ownership and sharing these worlds?
Something that comes in mind is like if the asset only works in one platform, then who's really in control? So being built on interoperable standards, I think, is really important, so that you have the right of exit and that you are in control of that medium. It's not like proprietary file that only works with one program. Can you imagine that in like a physical analog version of such? People wouldn't think of that as ownership at all. It's like the brand or manufacturer owns you.
Yeah, how many different cables do I have to plug in a phone?
Right, yeah. If only we adopted USB-C universally.
How about you, Rev? How do you feel about kind of this shared ownership model as we move into like this open web?
Yeah, I feel like in Web3 it should be kind of inevitable in a way that we all should push for that, because if we all build within a mindset of, the winner takes all, we're kind of building with the same principles that Web2 has been built. And that's not, hopefully we want to see in the future. Speaking of Atlantis World, we've been in touch with some of even 3D and 2D pixel metaverses, exploring building clubhouses for them, portals that, for example, Musashi was mentioning, and that's exactly the same values that we have. The analogy I'm always having in mind for that is like, there's dozens of restaurants in your city, and you don't just always go to one of them. And they have different kitchens and all that, so it's fine. We can all co-create and coexist and actually support public good aspect of Web3, which is, in my view, it's all about that.
Yeah, so as we talk about things going between interoperable standards, as Jin mentioned, are critical. What are some of the practices that we can use to be more proactive in supporting multiple formats? Is there a place that we should go to look for standards aside from EIP numbers and things like that? Because I think a lot of that goes over some people's heads, and we throw around a lot of numbers, but if we have standards, there has to be a clean way for people to interpret them and understand and know where to go to learn those standards. Is there a place that's kind of evolving for those standards?
Like a working group, you mean?
Yeah, a working group or a place that anyone that wants to support these can.
I would say OMI group in terms of like Metaverse specific. It's basically they have a calendar of events, and so like Thursdays are for GLTF extensions, and Tuesdays scripting, weekly Wednesdays. So this is good. Just kind of like talk with other people that are building on different platforms. And you need at least like 3 participants in a lab to really kind of develop open standards around. So when looking for like collaborators that are building on, these different engines and platforms, this is a good place to link up and, share notes. And once you have at least 3, then it becomes viable for kind of like building standards around.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a really cool group. That was the OMI group.
Yeah, Open Metaverse Interoperability, OMI group, and they have they're doing a good job with community documentation. It's a public working group, and if you check out some of the repos, like GLTF extensions, you just go to discussions, and you can get up to speed with all the meetings that have ever happened. It's all on Discord and GitHub.
And GLTF, for those that don't know, is a 3D file format that is easily web rendered. So they have GLB as well, which is a compressed version of that. But that is one of the easiest and most web-friendly versions of 3D models. And it's definitely a standard that we've leaned into and I've seen used as well. So I definitely recommend it. And if you want to learn more about 3D assets, I believe Blender is really supporting growth in open tooling and metaverse creation as well. Is that right?
Oh, for sure. That's just like a Swiss Army tool for doing all of those kinds of conversions for different compatibility across apps. And, like it's not just 3D. Like for example, in this Webaverse demo that I have, I've got like this avatar, right? That's 3D. But like, let's say I want compatibility with Atlantis World or like these 2D, metaverse platforms. I could automatically convert my 3D model, and this can be done in Blender as well, all kind of like in a streamlined way of turning it into a sprite sheet. And then that also means like anything in those 2D platforms also is compatible like in this 3D platform. So right then and there, just turn my avatar 2D. So it's a sprite, and I just went from like 13 megabytes of a file, 15,000 triangles to 100 kilobytes, maybe, if that, and like 2 triangles, and this is what you need to kind of like scale the metaverse. And I'll just kind of show an illustration here. Yeah, just like how much you can save. That way you can have hundreds or even thousands of avatars in a world.
Yeah, because as we know, first world countries might be able to do something like 40 megabytes, but on a cellular connection or mobile device
or if you're in Australia, I hear it's bad there.
Yeah, something like 1,000 avatars at 40 megabytes becomes unreasonable. So
Yep.
it's
And it looks cool.
It reminds me of Paper Mario. Did you ever play Paper Mario?
Oh yeah, I love that game.
It's super cool because you run around in the 3D world, and then you learn like, oh, I can just turn sideways, and you're like 2D. And
Yeah.
I think I saw one of the models when we were walking around that was 2D as well.
Yeah, it just kind of leaves an artifact. I don't know if it's a bug, but it looks cool.
It reminds me of like those paper cutouts of people.
Well, this is a good visualization of how it works. It always points to the camera, so it's like Doom. They call them Doom sprites. But really, I'm just a flat image, like this thing.
That's super cool. And how do you deal with images and sprites? Rev, is it something that people can create their own sprites for easily? Or are there tools that will have to import different?
It's not easy enough. That's why this automated method is great. But like, yeah, it would be great if it was just like upload and bam, it generates for you. Like every 3D object needs different representations. Like think about it in terms of your inventory. You need like a thumbnail for your asset library. So like interoperability is like kind of creating all these different representations of the same file. And this is just, it's called in game dev level of detail. So like the farther away you are from the camera, the less you need. In open world games, that mountain over yonder where you can climb is an image until you get close to it. Then it's 3D.
It's amazing the response time with this, even though they're 3D and large amount of assets on screen. There's no real visible lag as you move around.
Yeah, a lot of this is WebAssembly.
How much of Atlantis World is on chain for the game experience?
Sure. We have some, game assets in terms of, some of the land hosted on IPFS and loaded from there. But I wouldn't say we're fully on chain, and we are not aiming to be there yet. We decided to take more so progressive decentralization approach. And I actually do agree with the point that Jin mentioned. We had actually some of discussions before in the past with Jin, and I feel like it pays off, to be in touch with other game developers and metaverse developers, not to reinvent the wheel, especially when it comes to characters. For example, it's on our roadmap. We haven't built a system for that yet, just because we've been fully focused on actually building the cities, the DeFi cities, DAO city, NFT, and creating interoperability with them, within them. And right now that's something that we're starting to, build.
Very cool. And yeah, I definitely agree that the world doesn't need to be all on chain. I think having the Web 2 tools to support the worlds and move us between things and make sure that people have a good user experience is kind of critical. And then we use the on-chain utility for what it's good for, rather than trying to force everything on-chain. I think that's the only way that we can make positive user experiences with the current transaction limits on Ethereum.
Oh yeah, I see the Atlantis background on Jin's side. So yeah, this is part of our actually DeFi city. You can see you're in Finance Bank building there. I mean, decentralized bank. And if you go inside, which you can probably, it's a screenshot, you'll be able to be inside of their building, see the NPC, non-playable character. I mean, hopefully I don't need to explain that to people who watch this, but yeah, that NPC is going to teach you, what's going on, what is the clubhouse, what is actually happening, and then you'll be able to interact with it and actually use. But Andy, if you'd like to share some comments, feel free.
Yeah, sure thing. So this is in our staging deployment, so this isn't on our official alpha currently, but this is kind of one of our test environments, and essentially imagine this as our DeFi town map where we've curated some trustable projects that we're in support of, and we want to have it as a way where people who aren't familiar with crypto or Web3 to begin with kind of have a safe environment to learn and play around in DeFi without turning into full degens to start out with, and doing that by supporting prominent projects in the space. Like, for example, we've got the 1-inch building here, we've got Pool Together in the center, and we've got Aave. And we've placed these not just based on who the project is, but also how they relate. Like, for example, Pool Together gets their yield from Aave, so it made sense to place them close to each other. In order to deposit into Pool Together, you need to have USDC. So if you don't have USDC, you can simply walk into the 1-inch building. You can interact with the NPC here, open up a swap menu, and from there walk all the way back into the Pool Together building and actually make a deposit into their protocol. And the exciting aspect is that this is me walking around in our staging deployment right now, but in the actual alpha, you'll be able to walk your friend and show them how everything works. And we can have like little integrations based on the community themselves. Pull Together, for example, has a campaign that they run where it's just people trying to guess on random events on chain, and whoever has the longest streak at the end of the round is the winner for that season, and it's just a fun little thing. So there's a lot that we want to build out for those specific communities to make it unique experience and support end users.
That's really cool. I love seeing it and running around. And I think having the buildings that are close by kind of emphasizes what I was saying before about having the community. I think it's really cool, just like in Pokemon, right? If I wanted to go to the bank, I need some money. So this is something that people can understand easily and conceptualize things like staking, where it might sound like magic when we talk about DeFi. But if you go in here and you talk to the NPC, he can explain it a lot better than maybe a blog post can, because you get to interact with it. So different people learn things different ways. I like the aspect of potentially gamifying some of this too. Are there plans to add quests and objectives, kind of like rabbit hole, that take people through the different places?
Yeah, and it's all about showing people.
Cool. I think this is probably a pretty good time to talk about the NPC that I was mentioning earlier. So before we got on this, we were talking about AI, talking to AI, and just creating rich experiences within these worlds without needing a person to be there. And I think that's also one of the key parts for onboarding people into the metaverse, is that they have an experience that's pleasant, that helps them understand things, but also isn't super labor intensive for a person. It's really hard for a person to onboard everyone and give them a consistent experience that explains everything that they need to know. So I think having AI and NPCs do a lot of this work will help people experience it rather than just listen to information. Have you guys seen what's the movie called? Free Guy? With
Yeah,
Ryan
that's a good movie.
NPC.
Love that movie.
Have you had a chance to see it, Rev?
Not yet. I should. If there's
So-
3 hours free, I'll watch it today.
It's about an NPC in a video game, very similar to Grand Theft Auto, where the city's crazy and people are encouraged to shoot people and commit crimes to make money, and it's an MMO dedicated to that. But they built the video game on a framework where the NPCs had AI, and so it's following one of the bankers in the game and a non-playable character that works at the bank that suddenly realizes, oh, I can play this game, and so it's an amazing movie. I definitely recommend it. I watched it coming back from Dev Connect in Amsterdam, and I haven't laughed at a movie so hard in a long time. So it deals a lot with NPC interaction, and do you think let's talk a little bit about the NPC interaction and integrating potentially AI into some of the user experiences? Jen, do you want to continue a little bit with the AI talk?
Yeah. So any like metaverse play this decade eventually is going to converge with AI. It's in all the headsets, and you see a lot of big metaverse experimenting with it, like for aiding content creation or translation, all sorts of things. It's hot sauce. It's being applied everywhere. And one of the things that I'm kind of like worried about is a lot of it is in a black box. And one of the things that Webaverse is building is you have the option to change your AI provider. So you can integrate AI into the world, and you can do it on Goose AI, which is GPT-J, GPT-Neo. You can do, if you have an OpenAI key, you can power it by OpenAI. And NPCs are, you can talk to them. And if I open up my console while I do such, you can kind of see what's going on. I give them so this whole world, it's made out of JSONs, interactive JSONs and whatnot, but the AI knows all the names for all the objects in the world already. Anything I spawn in the world, I'll just say, hi, Jen, and see if it responds to me. Let's see, going. So it's not really making sense to me, but that's GPT-J. Sometimes it does surprise you with some moments of intelligence, but you know what? I like it derpy. I feel like it's a friendlier way of doing AI. That's why pets are a good vessel, I think, for AI, because there's a lot of analogies to ownership with pets, like blockchain, a pet, a leash, like you own the thing. You can apply to it. Yeah, Tamagotchi, Pokemon. You know what I mean? So, got like some Tubby Cats here, which is completely CC0 project, and which means people can remix these things however they want. So I'll be like, yo, Tubby Cat. And it's all doing speech text to speech. So I could just literally talk to it. All right. Jin responded, not me, but yeah, sometimes they do like surprise you. I'll be like, yo, Jin, follow me. And in the prompts, you see over here, it's crazy because it's like you're training like markdown documents in a way. It's like all based on markdown for the prompts. Here we go. So here's kind of what's going on underneath the hood. You can see like it detects characters, and it has script examples, and in the script examples you also see like actions as part of it. And whenever you like mess around with GPT or like these AI playgrounds, you'll familiarize with the idea of prompts, and then just kind of like leaving it open for responses. And the responses can include actions and all sorts of stuff, and having a memory too. So you train it the more you interact with it as well. So
I think one of the key differences between previous behavior for NPCs and AI that's relevant to people is before we had to do a whole bunch of if checks and check the state of something and kind of plan out, if this does this, then this will happen. But with AI, it's a lot more training, as you say. You tell the model, if you do this, this is the score that you get, and it kind of learns. And so just like a person, it will make some mistakes and it will get negative points, and then it'll be okay, well, I can do it better this way. And so, oh yep, Jin just decided to follow you.
Yeah, and
So-
it said LOL. Some of them have personalities too. Like, they seeded some of the main Webaverse is building a first-party game as well, so it's not just like full UGC sandbox. And the characters that they have for their game coming up, called Upstreet, have like their own kind of personalities. And Drake, he likes to talk smack a lot of times. So like, if you ever base one of your own characters after Drake, just imagine like a Call of Duty player in a way. Or Gary Oak. He's like Gary Oak basically.
What about NPC interaction and some of the other worlds? Cryptocurrency. You want to talk a little bit about NPCs for Neos?
Yeah, I've actually got one pulled up on screen right now. So this is an NPC that basically, this was an avatar that I was in. I was controlling at the moment, and we have an avatar recorder here. So we can record what we're doing, do any kind of greeting or explanation, actually show someone how to do something in the world, or even pass on this type of avatar recording in a message to someone, and they could spawn it in the world and see me do or explain whatever. So this was the first test. Just we push a button to start it, and then our NPC goes to work.
That's cool. What about learning? Can you teach your NPC to talk to people? Is that possible?
Oh, that's the MetaGen.
So yeah, that's MetaGen bot. And this one is basically just for recording and doesn't have any AI features hooked up to it. But we have been playing with some AI NPCs as well. So that'll be something that will be a lot of fun as well. One of the ideas for Moloch Cloud Ship is to have these apparitions or demons running around the ship that have metadata stored in it. That's basically a problem that one or many of our DAOs are having with a bounty attached. And if you interact with that NPC, it'll kind of take you along a quest to maybe walk you through some of the ideas that the DAOs have already come up with, possible solutions, or if there are none, just walk you through a pretty open quest to allow you to come to your own solutions.
Very cool.
And slay Moloch.
How about Atlantis? How does Atlantis World deal with NPC conversations and incorporating conversations from complex things like DeFi and bring them into a world to help people understand?
Yeah, so as of today, we're mostly doing that manually, I would say, because it actually takes a lot of efforts of coming up with this guiding, step-by-step processes that will also lead and interconnect with quest system that we're, implementing, because we don't want just users to talk to NPC, but we want that to be ideally part of the quest system, that they're learning not just, let's say about Yearn Finance or 1H, but actually about all of these different protocols, and that all united into one flow. And then the cool thing is balancing that with kind of quest system on one side and incentives on another side, and not necessarily just badges or, in-game power-ups, but it could be also, with tokens and, sort of learn-to-earn quest system.
Yeah, and part of that with the individual DAOs that we work with is also making a unique experience for their potential users and also people who are just exploring their protocol. So, the NPC experience and quests might be very different between Yearn Finance, Aave pulled together, or whatever other projects there might be, to make it unique for them and their users.
Awesome. One of the crazy things about our space is how fast things change. how hard would it be to change quest lines or stories if one of the protocols was not available in 6 months or something like that? Is the world flexible enough to allow kind of dynamic change for protocols or new people that come in?
Yeah, if you mean in terms of Atlantis World, right now we're in such a stage where we spending a lot of time and efforts on actually creation because we believe it's critical. Like for example, we even turned down a lot of deals, including like big grants from, which is funny, VCs that were pitching us to build the cities or buildings for them. We said sorry, no, because that's not aligned at this stage with the kind of spaces that we're building. And then in the future, we'd love to obviously make that more like community driven and in a way permissionless, that not just depends on our decision making. Yeah.
Awesome. I definitely think that that's a very powerful statement, and it's something that I know I feel in my heart, and I've felt from a lot of other people too, is that this is not a cash grab. We're here to make stuff, and if people throw money at us, they're probably not the people that we want to work with, because they're not going to use these interoperable standards.
Also, Penguin, it's actually funny. I remember a year ago, I messaged you with the idea of Atlantis, and I was messaging to some random people, just getting their feedback. Hey, would you actually use that? Imagine like throwing that tree into like 2D pixel environment and then having an DVD chat. And that's how we met actually. And it's crazy. And I think that's something that I really appreciate in our space. And especially when you're on the building side, right? That's something which is unusual to you because in Web2 side, there is always this, constant competition, competing with each other, trying, to tear others down by whatever. And here we're in a space where we're actually helping each other and trying to think about standards to make our, games and metaverses interoperable. And I love it.
Yeah, I think one of the best metaphors that I have for Web3 that I've heard is the garden metaphor. If we build walled gardens, we don't let anyone in, then what's the point of the flowers? And everyone's like, no one gets to see them. You're growing one type, you have to do all the work. If we have these open gardens, people are free to come in. They're able to build and create what they want, essentially planting their own trees or fruit. And then, at harvest time, everything is kind of blossoming, right? All the work that you put into it is now kind of growing at different rates in the garden. Some people might have roses which bloom and they're very pretty, and some people might have like the moon star iris, right, which only blossoms once in 27 years. I'm like Dennis the Menace. So everyone's kind of fruits and efforts have their own place in the garden, and by putting it next to each other, we share, we learn, oh, this is how someone else was able to do their project. And I think having that space that we intentionally share together makes it so that we're all building together. That's one of the key concepts of Web3, is that we're not walling things off and hiding it behind gates that make sure no one can follow us. And that's why it's critical to have the the tenacity and the strength to turn down some money for what's right and make sure that we're building things for each other. So huge support for everything you're doing there. And I love what all of us are doing. The cloud ship is so cool. It feels like Quake. I love the Pokemon aspect of Atlantis World. I was one of the first people. I was there as soon as the clock ticked down, and I got my Atlantis scroll. So I'm really excited with everything you guys are doing, and obviously the combining everything with the XR toolkits and what Webaverse is doing is mind blowing. I think it's still going to take people a year to catch up with everything that you've been doing, Jin, just in terms of understanding it, because it's so hard to be early and explain it to people and have them understand. I think it's easier for us to talk to each other sometimes than it is to talk to the public and for the people that actually need to come in and understand these things. So I think
Yeah.
that NPC stuff is critical. Go ahead.
I'm trying to create more, I guess, tooling bridges to bring content from, like, say, VR chat into the web and explain like how the web, as well as Neos, because you actually have a way to export stuff out of Neos, and just kind of showcase utilities, thinking more like a director now and creating video to compress ideas. And also using NFT avatars has really helped in terms of being a bridge, because people really tune in closer when they see characters that they have a connection to on the screen.
Yeah, I think that's one of the experiences I'd like us to kind of talk about before we head out or close. Our thoughts would be kind of wearables and what that means in the world for people to have some self-expression and personal connection with their avatars. Can we talk a little bit about customizing avatars and wearables and what that means in the metaverse experience?
I'll just say Neos has probably one of the easiest ways. Like, if you want to see the current state of wearables at the moment, try adding a hat to your custom avatar. It sends you down a rabbit hole where it's like, oh, I got to learn like Blender and Unity and all this other stuff. Like, there's no like easy way to do that. And Neos, it's pretty, all right, well, first you got to like get into Neos and learn that. But I just like how you can whip something out of your inventory and then put it on your head naturally, and it can stay on. Now, if only there was a way to export that out for usability in other places, that'd be really nice. And also, it's really cool how you can get real-time help from people. Like, they see your menus as you're navigating them. So every time I'm in there, I have a public world open, so people can just world snipe me, join in, and then, you know, whenever I have a question, I just talk out loud, and people like fly over and help. So that's really cool. But yeah, it's pretty messy, Wild West in terms of, you know, like needing to know certain tools. I feel like the in-between right now is avatar tailors and porters. We're not going to have like a AI streamlined software solution 100% automated anytime soon, nor I don't think that should be the goal. I think there should be something where it's like we can kind of give the virtual economy a boost by connecting people who want to bring their avatar to different places, or wearables to be compatible with different collections, to be interoperable. And that's kind of been the story with Virtual Market. It's this giant expo that happens in VR chat every 3 months or so, thousands of booths and whatnot. I got some of the sample booths in this world. But, you know, they started out in VR chat, but the stuff that they sold, it was a lot more people demanded like compatibility with other platforms. And so buyers and sellers, the event became cross-platform. So they had a web version of it, and it appeared in Neos called NeosFesta, and now they're building their own web clients as well. But people then also started shipping avatars with like low poly versions of the same avatar and VRM versions of the avatar. So it kind of did shape the market as well to be something to work across all the different platforms and create a culture around being cross-platform.
Okay, cool. Does anyone else have an opinion about wearables and dressing ourselves in this metaverse space?
Yeah, I would just say that we are. Well, there's some background noise.
Yeah, I think you're good. I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I would just mention that we are still in the process of exploring that. And one thing that I'm really excited is, you know, collaborating with folks like MetaFactory, which Finn is also part of, to actually explore not just creating variables, but when we do that, creating in a way that also native to this interoperability standards. So folks are also purchasing them, right? Thinking about the end users can use them right away inside of 2D, 3D, VR metaverses. And that's something I would say it's really the key for all of us. Like, then we actually add even more value to our users, and this attracting more users for this like interoperable, you know, driven approach.
What about wearables? Do you have any wearables right now, Rev, for Crypto Voxels or any other platforms?
A good friend of mine, we do have like I wouldn't say I own that as much as him, but yeah, we have some shared stuff. But I wouldn't say like so far, I'm not spending as much time in other metaverses as I used to because building Atlantis World takes a lot of time. So but
yeah, building is definitely hugely time consuming. I definitely recommend you to pick up some wearables, get your style on. When you walk around in these worlds, like, oh man, look at Rev, look at his cool pet following him, or whatever it is that you want to do. I've got a penguin suit that I built for Crypto Voxels. So if you see me walking around, I'm a giant penguin in the game.
Check this out. I got my CryptoVoxels wearables look good on other avatars too. So I brought that and put it onto my Vroid character.
Oh yeah, those are sick. Yeah, so I think having these tools is going to be a part of our self-expression, and like one of the big things between my daughter and the next generation is they're used to spending money on Roblox for avatars and having wearables at that level, and I think that'll be one of the big jumps that we have in Web3, because even in VR culture, there's a huge culture set up around what you look like. The virtual fair that Jin mentioned is, I don't know how many booths there are. How many booths are there, Jin? Usually?
Per festival, thousands, like 1,400 or so was the last I counted. Yeah, and there's no teardown involved with Virtual Expo, so you can always go back and see time capsules of them.
Yeah, so those are all people that are dedicated to the creation of virtual assets. And as we expand our libraries and we're talking about assets that we're building, I think a lot of the existing culture around 3D is going to have another spark. Just like we had the art NFTs, I think this year is really going to kick off wearables as we jump into these new experiences to build. When can we expect the Atlantis World playable alpha? Is that coming soon?
Oh yeah, I'm excited to tell yes. We internally are planning to ship it within less than 2 months, and hopefully we'll stick to that. It's like we haven't committed to the public yet, by any chance, but internally it's like looks like 4 to 6 weeks from now.
Yeah, it's always difficult to get the launch days ironed out, but we're definitely excited for it and we're willing to wait for it. It's better to have it everything cinched up and correct than it is to release things a little bit early. So yeah, we'll definitely check back in when we can hop in, and I'm looking forward to it. Thanks
Thank you.
everyone for joining today and for helping out with the panel, explaining the metaverse to people. Does anyone else want to have any closing thoughts? We've got about 5 more minutes before we turn it over to the Neos team.
I guess Bogey?
I'm just really excited. That's like, I mean, these days it's like every day you just discover something new, right? And yeah, I'm just excited in general these days. that's my opinion, man.
Awesome.
But yeah.
Sorry, Jen.
Yeah, I got a little something. I think things like like platforms like Atlantis World, the thing I showed you with the avatar LOD being the sprite, like you can imagine that with overworlds too. So imagine like rendering a top down of, let's say, CryptoVoxels, okay? Boom, you got a map, add some interactivity into there, multiplayer sprite avatars, and then you've got composability, interoperability. You really kind of like have a super ultra light client that can bring more people and also like kind of be a good example of the interop stuff that NFTs love to like talk about and try and live up to. You know, it brings these communities closer together. Then you can walk from, like, say, Atlantis into CV that way. It could all be hyperlinked together.
Super cool, Rev.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Jim. I feel like someone, 5, 7, 10 years from now will look at that kind of panel and think, "Oh my God, how that everything was starting." It's truly a blessing and humbling experience to be on this panel today and just have a possibility to be surrounded by people like yourself, like everyone here. So thank you so much for doing what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you everyone in the metaverse as well. Thank you to all of my guests, both here on this panel and MetaFest as a whole. I love you all very, very much. Thank you so much for your time and helping push this space forward. You know, this is all because of us and the makers, so that's why I can't stop. You know, I mentioned before, I don't really even get to sleep anymore because I'm so excited too about what we're doing. So thank you all for helping us get there.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Much love.
Thank you,
Oh,
Ron.
love, man. I love it, bro. It's good vibes.
Bye-bye. Yeah, I'm not sure
Super.
if anyone knows, but my shirt is actually from an NFT as well. So we
Oh,
talk
wow.
about metaverse fashion and wearables and going into the real world. This shirt is a hash mask. So this is hash mask 7770. And I turned this into a wearable for MetaFactory, and we released this last year with Hashanista. So yeah, so and part of
Is there a
culture
Kong
is
chip?
like discussing it. There's no Kong chip on this one, but yeah, I'll show you a sneak peek of the next one. I don't know if I'm supposed to do this. I'm probably not.
Oh,
Don't get me in
snap.
trouble.
Are we live?
Yeah, we're live. Okay, so I've got the next hash mask one too. Like this one is, I love this.
Ooh.
Make sure you get this one when it drops. It's got the hash mask eyes on the inside of the hood, the back of the head. And it's this one's actually from the hash mask community, so check it out. And that's where a lot of this culture kind of comes into the nexus, right? We start out with a game, we make some clothes from it, make a wearable, and then I'm walking around a festival with it for real. So, it's what it's all about. So thanks everyone here.
I love it.
I want to see a lot of avatars wearing all sorts of wearables that kind of are in the spirit of crypto culture and kind of really pushing these values into like virtual world and avatar culture.
Yeah, I'm gonna be wearing probably MetaFactory or crazy shirts all week, so I'll try and have the story for them as well. So maybe tomorrow I'll wear my shirt. I got a penguin shirt.
You got
Oh,
a penguin
nice.
hat though?
I don't have a penguin hat.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Well, great. Thank you so much, Rev, Andy, and Jen. I'll catch y'all later.
Take it easy, guys.
Later,
Thanks
y'all.
again.
Thank you. Take care.
So next up, we have a deeper dive into Neos. I know we got a little taste of it here. But thank you guys for the brief intro of Neos. Oh, Musashi just left.
He might come back, hopefully.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Bogey, are you going to be leading us through Neos as well?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm here, yeah. So, okay. Bear with me.
I see.
I'm gonna have to.
Schedule. That's why.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to switch the room
Sure.
to my screen, which has got Neos and stuff.
Okay.
Is that
Well,
yeah?
yeah. Take it away. Thank you so much for all the help with streaming, and I'm looking
No worries,
forward
man.
to learning more about Neos. I'll get some of the other guys back up here to help support you.
Sweet,
And
man.
yeah.
Actually, I could probably screen share. Actually, thinking about it, let me try that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Bam. Sweet. Awesome. Okay. All right, so I'm currently in. What's up? Okay. I'm currently in 150's room and he's helping us out. He's got a live stream set up in the Discord main stage. And that's currently where I'm at. This is this is Bolt. This is I don't want to actually talk up too much about it because you know he's gonna do that. So I'm just gonna quickly teleport to a world I made when I first joined Neos. It's a bit like so. Let me start from the top, I guess. Neos, you can hear me, right? You can hear me? Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Cool. Cool. Yeah. So there we go. Right. So Neos is like a Ready Player. I wouldn't call it a metaverse, but it's a VR game. It's essentially like VR, an alternative VR chat. But what's really cool about it is, well, one thing I think that's super cool about it is it's got the Unity game. It's basically a kind of modification to Unity game engine. So it's kept a lot of like some of the things. I'll show you in like a hot second. But yeah, like right now there's, I mean, it's a pretty small, I say pretty small, it's a pretty small community. There's like about roughly 230 users and like 138 online, which is pretty cool. There's a lot of people all over the world that use Neos. And yeah, I'm just gonna load up one of my worlds if I can. Try not to hit my table. Normally I stand up and do this, but doing other things also. Yeah, so the Meta Studios, this one. Okay. So that's gonna load up. And it's gonna take some time. But so let me just keep talking about Neos then. So yeah, one video over there, he introduced me to Neos. We were on the hunt, right? So a little bit of a story time. We were on a hunt for like, Metaverse. Like, we're like surveying the digital landscape and looking for, somewhere to set up camp kind of thing. Like, like the pioneers back in when they discovered America and stuff, like, and that's taken forever to load, but it will load. Sweet. So I'm loading us up into the Meta Studio. Yeah, so anyway, so me and 150 were, searching for a place, and we stumbled across, various different platforms. We tried Play Canvas, we tried, Hub, Mozilla Hubs, like all these different things, and we were gonna settle on like Altspace or VR Chat, but then we found Neos, and like this right here is the reason why I really enjoy Neos. Is this window right here. This is the inspector in Neos, and it's essentially the same. If I just drill up the hierarchy real quick, like this world I'm in. I'll zoom out in a sec. You can see how big the world is. It's all contained in this I guess like entity component system type vibe. Like so each thing's its own like game object component. Like if anyone's familiar with Unity, they'll kind of know what I'm talking about, hopefully. But like these are just objects, like, and they have, you can have children objects and a parent object and stuff. So these are all the things that make this world up. And yeah, this is basically, like, I know it doesn't look similar, but if I were to go to the top, you'll see like the transform, position, rotation, and scale. Oh wait, hold on. Yes, it's glitching. There we go. Yes, you'll see the position, rotation, and scale. That's this whole thing here is literally how Unity works. Oopsie doodle. And that's like one of the main things I love about Neos. It's basically Unity game engine. What's up, bro? Welcome. So yeah, this is an open world, so people can just pop in whenever they want. It's not published yet though. I still haven't mastered world publishing. But let me just do this, get a little cinematic with it now. Well, we've got other subjects to record. Waha! I'm joking. But yeah, so there we go. Switch the camera. There we go. So I've got some different camera angles. Yeah, cool. I'll just chill here for a sec. So yeah, so this is the Meta Studio. I initially made this place for anyone to come in and use to do, podcasts, like Joe Rogan, he does a lot of podcasts. So I kind of made like, a cyber podcast area, and with the intent of getting people engaged in this game as well, like it was win-win for everyone kind of thing. But but yeah, like so this I made this studio. We haven't actually done a podcast. Like what happened with the studio is we like it was a blank slate, and then I brought some friends in. We started decorating it, and as you'll see in a little while, I'll just go sit over here. As you'll see in a little while, I'll sit next to my buddy. Things got a little bit out of hand with the objects. Hello, I'm over here now, and yeah, this is like where people would sit down. I mean, there's a lot going on in here, which is why I haven't like released it to everyone yet. So yeah, there needs to be some optimizations done before I like start making content in here. But that's like the plan to make some content in here. Like, I'll show you why things got out of hand. So like, yeah, we got like all the metagame players on the wall. There's P, and there's a room in here with a load of homies. Let me just my camera. There you go. So there's like this Bullock, there's Penguin, Missant, all the homies, Met Cartel, and then this is like one day we just put a portal in. Well, no, we're somewhere else now completely. We're like in this here, right? This was a test subject. So the nightclub we were in just now, this was like the genesis for that nightclub. Like me and 150 back in 2017 when I was still learning Unity and stuff, decided to like try and make it, and as a joke we imported it in here, and thus the portal to this nightclub. And yeah, we got Musashi and Aperion from Metagame having some fun in a nightclub. Yeah. But do you have any questions, Penguin, or like anyone in the main stage chat, or?
One of the things for me with Neos is I really only hopped in a few times, and it felt very smooth. It felt almost like Quake 2. It's like we as I've seen some of the metaverses, movement is kind of slow, and it looks like Neos has got a lot of the traditional stuff you'd expect from like a Unity engine, such as first-person shooter weapons, guns, being able to integrate that stuff, almost like it was made for a game rather than a virtual world.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that you guys had this nightclub too, because I think that's one of the powerful places. Like, we built these tools that are made for games, but we're going to be using it for a lot more than games. So having this space here is kind of like demonstrating the power of like stepping into a world and you go out the door and you're in another world. So I love it. I'm blown away by how pretty it is too. So
yeah, it
I love
is
watching
really. We should hop in sometime, man. I can show you some stuff. Like I still have a lot to learn from the coding. I'm saying this in air quotes, but there's something called logics, and it's like all visual, like node based. Like you put that in there, you grab this and that. But it's something I really want to like dive deeper into, and I think you might like it as well. Maybe, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how you are with visual coding stuff, but I know you're like amazing with Python. So. Yeah, so I mean the promo video that I hope some of you have seen, we're gonna the intention is over the next rest of today and tomorrow, it's gonna be available as a published world, so anyone that does download Neos for free on Steam or their website can come visit and like see like some of the magic that is MetaFest2. Like you can like immerse yourself in that, and that's going to be there kind of unless Neos disappears one day. But that's just a random thought. But yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Neos did a raise and raised quite a bit of money, I believe.
They sure did.
So I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon.
Neither do I. But I think I'd be like, if that did happen, which I really hope doesn't, and I don't think will, I'd be really sad because this is a really cool like open, like, and it's open as well. Like all the assets, like all the users have, like everyone kind of has access to, which is great. Like, so someone makes a cool thing, like the I can't remember the name, the thing Musashi showed that records your avatar and makes it like an NPC, like that, like, you know, built-in apps in Neos, like that stuff's pretty cool. Like, and I don't know if I should be showing this, but I'm gonna just like hint at it because I think 150 wants to specifically mention this next thing, but and he's on later, I believe. I need to double check the schedule, but essentially, some Neos users have developed a way to mathematically mine blocks within Neos, and you get pickaxe and there's diamonds, and you smash it, random numbers, bam, you got a hash, and you just hit a new block, and then so that's what I'm going to say on that. And yeah, I'm not sure. Let me just double check with the Musashi and the other guys in here with me what they wanted to say anything or do anything. Guys,
Yeah, I know Juan's been having a little bit of trouble with his computer, so unfortunately he's not here right now. Musashi's here though. Musashi, you're on mute.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just excited about a lot of different things. Like we've talked a little bit about it with the NPCs and things like that. Going a little further, you know, the abilities of NPCs to be used as like training bots. So businesses and teams can be using NPCs to be training each other on their workflow or whatever, you know, whatever thing that they need to train their employees or whatever on, so they're all on track. Very simple, not like a video. You can actually walk through either watching the NPC do it or be in the NPC having it basically control you. You just watching everything being done, which is pretty cool. Also really happy about Penguin. I think your mic is a little hot. Really happy about lately we've been bringing in so we take geospatial data from NASA on global terrain. And well, first we take the GIS data from like a Google satellites or some satellite imagery. And then we apply that to a mesh and we get an asset of this actual terrain wherever you pick on the map, you know? So then you apply the NASA geospatial data and apply that to the height map. And now you have the actual height of the actual terrain that you can import into Neos right off the bat. And so I've been looking at, I'm big into permaculture and I do permacultural design for places. And, you know, it's pretty difficult to do a lot of permaculture without having a lot of observations. So like you want to observe the seasonal movements on a land with the water, the rain, you know, the rainfall, the flooding, the light, how the sun moves, all these different things. And it takes time. And you don't really want to get started building anything when later on you might find that that was a really horrible place to put that or horrible thing to do there. So what we're able to do is take, you know, someone's specific terrain, someone's specific, you know, coordinates on a map and take that terrain, put it in the world, and then simulate data over that over time. So we can get, you know, rain events. We can take past weather data and apply that in the world and get a simulation from, you know, all the past data from that specific region and simulate that on what we might put into that world, you know, onto that actual land. And then we can also simulate, you know, future events, you know, taking some more, you know, we're not only able to at this point simulate, you know, a couple years, we can simulate generations and generations of data and see some major disaster events too, and plan for that as well. So being able to simulate all these things and really get a, not a perfect understanding, but a much better understanding of the layout of your land, makes for, a permacultural design business to be much more effective before even stepping foot on the land. And that can be applied to so many other businesses, obviously, but that's my specific take on it.
Sweet. That I love that, bro. Oh my gosh, that gun.
We can't hear you right now, Boogie. I can see you talking.
Oh, you can't. Wait, hello?
Oh, not here.
Oh, sweet. So yeah, Neos. I got some ideas for like revamping Meta Studio, making a second one, during MetaFest2 when I've got time, and hopefully publishing that instead of this one, because I've tried several times to delete things in here, and either like I forget to save when I leave and I got to do it all over again, or like I don't know, my computer decides to turn off or something. Like, but yeah, Neos, man. I really recommend it to everyone. You don't need a VR headset to get started and using it, but I really recommend it because it is a good way to see how creatively you can think. First and foremost, because you can do quite a lot intuitively in here than like, especially if I'm talking like programming wise, like with the nodes and all that stuff. Like, but yeah, man. Yes.
Yeah, I'm actually, I think after MetaFest, I'll be getting in world with some metagamers like Dispolic, Luxombra, and a few others. Would love to bring you in, Penguin, too. And I've been looking at different ways of maybe, I'm not a coder, but I've been looking at different ways of coding in the metaverse. And so I'd love to have you all come in, and I've started up in a test world for able to kind of be on the forefront on designing the new way of coding that would make coders more efficient and maybe even more healthy physically, because we're not just typing now we're, we can stand and work, we can grab our code and move it, so it's much more healthy. So yeah, I'm really excited about all sorts of cool stuff that we can, all of our different abilities we can kind of combine in the metaverse and make some really neat stuff, make all of us more efficient, make collaboration more fun, as well as more, more productive. Just, yeah, let's go with game B, build it together.
Yeah, my computer's struggling real hard at the minute. I'm probably gonna cut this straight. Yeah, yeah, I'll cut this. Yeah, Steam VR quit on me.
Well, awesome. Yeah, thanks so much for sharing about
No
Neos.
worries.
It's super cool. It's so pretty. I know I said that when we first we're talking about it, but and people are drawn to what they can see and understand, and I think this goes a long way to helping people have fun. What about creating assets? How hard is it to create something for this world, to make like an avatar?
I find like more like you can simply like there are tools built into Neo. Sorry, I'm just reorientating to the real world. So much more like real. But anyway, sorry. Yeah. So like in Neos, like there are tools like the simple mesh tool, and you simply click and drag, and then you just move your arm like this, and then you've got a cube or a plane, and then you move it in another direction, still with it clicked, and then bam, you've got a cube. And you can just keep doing that, like making cubes, and then eventually when you want to like stick it all together, there's a glue tip, and you just click and drag and then glue it all together. And what that does is it makes a parent, and then chucks nests it basically. It's like auto nesting without seeing it in the hierarchy kind of thing. But yeah, so you can like build like that. There's also a drawing tool. So a lot of people have like I don't know if you caught it, but like when I spawned into the Meta Studio, there was like that weird squiggly purple thing. That was a one video original. He got with the drawing tool and like made like a tentacly metagame thingy. That but yeah, what's really cool about Neos is like the fact that with the assets you can build, you can easily export them as OBJ or various different file types, 3D file types that you can import into various other things like Blender, Webaverse, like pretty much any. You can take anything you put it, like genuinely make in there and then take it out and put it somewhere else. Like even whole worlds. Like I don't know if you want to talk about that, Musashi, that one experiment with Mona, but I don't know if you want to talk about that. But you can do a ridiculous amount in there and take it out. Like it's crazy.
Are you talking about
the world exporting tests? Yeah.
Exports? Yeah. So we were playing with some basically taking assets that we had created in Neos, and first seeing, can I take these and put them in other worlds? Yeah, we can do that. Can I take it out and then play with it in Blender and then put it somewhere else? Yeah, we can do that. Okay, now can I take the exact object from Neos and mint it to the blockchain? Yeah, we can do that. Okay, now can we mint an entire world on the blockchain as an NFT? Yeah, we can do that. Okay, cool. So how much of the parameters can we get into this NFT? Wow, I can get my gravity, I can get my locomotion, I can get my roles, my permissions within world. Even when I was minting and when I was exporting a world, I decided to see how much of it we could get, and didn't realize when I minted the NFT that not only did I get everything in the world, all the settings, all the lights, the raycast, the shadows, all of that, but even me, my avatar standing there, was minted as an NFT. And even when I clicked the button to save the world root, there's a raycast that comes out of a tooltip when you're doing things. It's kind of it's a normal thing for gaming. Like if you're shooting something, there has to be a laser beam type thing that lets you know, like, bing, you hit something. So that raycast was actually minted in that NFT. You could actually see it in the NFT when you brought it, when you brought it into a 3D viewer and like zoomed in. You see all these assets, crazy, because it's got all these settings that you would have to kind of make disappear and work with. But it was, I did not expect to see that much actually caught in that data, including the actual raycast that came from my tooltip at the moment of clicking the button when I saved that.
So like an instant snapshot, like.
Yeah, pretty wild stuff. Next is basically seeing, how much of those same parameters can be applied in different metaverses, depending on the metaverse. Obviously, some of them will not apply because Neos is about the freest it is the freest metaverse I kind of know of. As far as restrictions go, most other platforms restrict you according to what they think their average user base is going to be able to run. So you're only allowed to drop a certain number of assets. You're only allowed to make your world or your land so big, or it's limited from the beginning. You buy land that's only so big, like the real world. But Neos is definitely not that way. You're absolutely unlimited on your, pixels that you put in there, on your polygons, on the size of your world, and really, it's on you to optimize it properly at this point. This is why some users will hop in Neos, hop in a world that's not very well optimized, and think that all of Neos is pretty crappy and they can't run it on their system, when in actuality, you can build out a world right now to be able to run on a mobile phone.
It's Android support, but it's still very early beta.
Yeah, it's just very early. Yeah. Very free. Just like real world, the more free you are, yeah, you're free to hurt yourself if you want to, dummy. But you're also free to level yourself up to a point that we weren't restricted in other places before.
I think that's a really important distinction, is that people might not realize that with something like on Cyber, there's still like the limit of how many assets you can post up there. It is free, it's very convenient, but there's still limits that people can support. And I think it's great that there is this multi-dimensional aspect to it where you're not bound by the same rules of physicality, right? You can literally open the portal and go to another world and, you know, have your memory mansion, so to speak.
Exactly.
It's a technique used for memorizing things and building up really strong memories. It's called the memory mansion, where you put a memory or something that you want to remember in each room. And this is like a way to actually do that. So people that want to memorize large amount of things can visualize them walking through a house, and each step of the house is a different part of something that they're supposed to memorize or remember. So yeah, it's a technique for long-term memory storage.
I'm gonna try that out, you know.
Yeah, and I love that you're talking about that. I love that stuff. Music is a huge thing with memory recall, and a wonderful thing that you can add to that. The visuals, the music, the memories that can be invoked from our senses. We don't have smell in the metaverse yet, but that will be a big one, you know?
Yeah, I think as we kind of step into this space, it's important that we experience them. You can't just sit back and watch a video about the metaverse and have it connect with you. Hop into the world, see what we're talking about, whether it's Voxels or Neos. Like, the real joy comes from you going and making memories and doing stuff and participating, because that's when you actually get to go to the club. You know, when you go and do the stuff.
You could wear anything to the club then.
Wear a hash mask.
Ooh. Someone said, "Oh man, I want that design." I saw the eyes and I was like, "Oh my gosh."
So thanks so much for giving us an intro about NeosVR. That's really awesome what you guys have been working on there and what's possible. So thanks so much for showing us. Very pretty. I'm sure we'll see more of Neos this year. And yeah, I'm excited. Thanks a lot.
It's all good.
So next up might be a little bit more Neos. I believe it's Moloch Cloudship. Is Moloch
sweet.
Cloudship
Okay.
also Neos VR, or is that okay?
Well, it
That's
is
right.
now. It's the Genesis started in Neos, but like, as Musashi said, the plan is to make some wormholes and see what's up.
Well, do you think you could please tell me a little bit more about Moloch Cloudship? What is it? How can people get involved? Is it Neos? Is it Multiverse? What is the Moloch Cloudship?
Yeah, so first of all, I guess for those of our viewers that might not know a little bit about the Moloch lore in Web3, let's talk about what is Moloch. So Moloch has come to represent basically human collaboration failures. So anything, whether it's intentional or unintentional, malicious or not, if we failed when we were trying to coordinate as humans, that's what Moloch represents. And as Web3 builders, we are building infrastructure to slay Moloch in basically creating infrastructure for human collaboration to happen in a more beneficial manner for all, and obviously a more beneficial manner for all the environment that we all live in. So Moloch Cloudship, why Moloch Cloudship? What is Moloch Cloudship? It's like Bogey mentioned, we started in Neos. That's where our flagship is being built right now. and we are planning on being multiverse. We already do have the ability to be multiverse in multiple ways. So another thing that we've tested, and this is something that was really fun to have the actual breakthrough, because I worked on it for so long because I knew this was a crucial thing for us, but being able to move from metaverse to metaverse seamlessly without it feeling like I was getting out of this and loading up that. I wanted it to feel like I was walking from room to room, and you never really notice that you've moved to an entirely different metaverse, whole different world. But it looks like I just walked from one room to another. So this has changed the game for us as far as our builds. We're able to connect communities cross-verse, multiverse, and create a portal or just a walkthrough with any kind of visualization they want, whether they want a seamless thing like I like, which is just opening up a door and walking into the next room, or if they want something more wild where you walk into a transporter and get sucked through a wormhole and end up through this fun experience. But back to why build Moloch Cloud Ship? What is it really? In my experience getting into blockchain, crypto, and Web3 basically about 3 years ago or so, I eventually found myself involved with some DAOs. Avagachi was my first real DAO I was a part of. And then Metagame was kind of one of the first DAOs I felt like I was working for, actually doing stuff on the back end that really meant something. And basically, I got involved with quite a few other DAOs in the process and was doing different work here and there, some of it overlapping, some of it not. But I started to notice a lot of problems that all the DAOs had in common. Things like being spread out amongst a lot of platforms, whether it was voting on Aragon and DAO House and Snapshot and Snapchat, or maybe some are Snapchatting, but communicating on Discord and Telegram and Twitter, and writing our documents on Notion and Medium, and we were just so spread out. It was very difficult to be effective in my work and focused. And I could see that it affected everyone that way too. And so we wanted to kind of silo all of these platforms into one space to make it a lot easier to work and not break our flow. So when I write a document, I can drop it on a desk and it immediately, depending on what it is, if it needs to be edited to work with, it gets dropped onto our proper Notion or Medium, or if it's a finished document and it gets dropped into another bin, it automatically gets published for us. Things like that. We don't have to open up a new program or whatever. And that was happening with all the new Web3 dApps too, and stuff like that. That was making coordination and collaboration easier. It was making us more effective, but it was also like whack-a-mole. As soon as we, pull in all these different platforms we're on into one space, it was like 10 more popped out. And they were great, but it was this balance of we're spreading ourselves out amongst more platforms, though they're also helping us. So this was, kind of to utilize the effectiveness of these dApps, but also not let them spread us out more and cause more chaos and confusion, and thus Moloch coming into play again and putting a little stick in the spokes. So collaboration with work, our flow, we like to do a lot of cross-DAO work together, but as many of us know, it's very difficult to be active in more than one Discord or Telegram and keep up and therefore be effective and really make change or do good quality work in each DAO. So there were, there's these barriers. I can't be in 5, 10 DAOs and be really effective. And that's mainly because of the way Discord's set up or Telegram's set up. So to make it where we're walking from space to space, or we're portaling from from one writer's space to the other writer's space, where we're, collaborating and coordinating together, where meetings can be popped up just like in Discord in a heartbeat, but everyone gets a notification no matter where they're at on their little Pip-Boy that's attached to them. Maybe not a Pip-Boy, but some sort of device that has all of your notifications and your favorite spots in the cloud ship to go to, or whatever metaverse or meeting space it might be. And then to kind of gamify the whole aspect, like a lot of us are already trying to do this or already are doing this. In life, I already love to do this, and a lot of parents, quickly start doing this because games are a lot more fun than fighting with a kid. So like when I'm on a farm and I'm just digging dirt, like that's got to be a game, dude. Like, why are we doing tough stuff and not having fun with it? And so like if you're writing code or you're writing an article or you're making art, why not have fun with it? Why not make this a story? Why not have it tell our story as we work? Things like that. So communication becomes a bit easier in this type of a metaverse as well. Video chats really help us because we get some of our expression and stuff, but some of us still want to be anonymous, and so we really miss out on body language and facial expression. And so we can get that in the metaverse while still staying anonymous or pseudo-anonymous. And that really helps with collaboration, coordination, and especially disputes. 90% of the disputes I've been in on Discord probably would have never happened had someone A, heard my voice, B, seen my face, and vice versa. Had I heard their voice, seen their face, or their body language, I would have seen and understood a lot more about what they were saying to me, and I would have connected with them a lot more, just like I would in real life. Maybe not fully the all the energetics that might be able to happen in real life, but just about everything else. And so, disputes and just general conversation really tend to happen a lot smoother. We tend to connect to each other and understand each other a bit more. And that really helps us to be more effective and more empathetic and sympathetic towards each other, something that seems to be getting more disconnected in some of our older social platforms. That's really taking a lot of the humanity out of us. And some people are afraid of the metaverse because they're afraid, we're not going to be as human-like, but really, we're already in this 2D crappy plane trying to communicate in a really crappy way. And with platforms that are being controlled by these technocracies that really are just making money, they're really just controlling people. And when we're in our metaverse environment, we don't have any of that. We're totally free and able to express the way that we need to really make things happen in a good way, make positive change in this world without having as much the barriers in front of us. Yeah.
I agree, 100%. Hey, first off, I want to apologize to you guys. I was supposed to be inside of Neos on my secondary laptop, but I ran into a little bit of issues. Therefore, I'm coming to you guys via extended reality in the meat space, but behind the metaverse. In itself, this is a pretty cool utility. This is a pretty cool tool. I could be like playing a guitar right now or whatnot, or quite possibly even showing you guys a blockchain library, right? At my laptop, you guys not seeing my face, which I will be demonstrating here shortly. But I think for the most part that this technology is most definitely here to stay. And it's not necessarily going to be controlled by one technocratic oligarch. And the cool part about it is that Neos, unlike a lot of other platforms that enable, metaverse technology, world building capabilities, is commercially viable. Everybody has a non-transferable commercial right to all the data that they generate within Neos, which is amazing in itself, right? And Bogey was alluding to this earlier with it being an IDE. It is a development environment, so you can pretty much code and write C# via node-based logics. Logics being an abridged, nodal form of computing rather than typing in a command line interface, which is pretty neat too. But I want to show you guys, as I switch over back to my laptop, what exactly is Neos when it comes down to utilizing a tool set, right? So whenever you make your account, you'll get a gigabyte of free space, pretty much, that you could use to host and build anything with. You don't have to pay for anything. It's always going to be free. And you would pretty much spawn this tool here. This would be the Logix tooltip, right? Or if you're on desktop, you can use 1, 2, and 3, right? 1 to put the tool away, 2 to pull out the tip, and then 3 to pretty much spawn the Logix tip.
I think
The
it's
depth
1 to
tip,
9. 1 to 9
well,
is
yeah,
like the tools.
it is, yeah. 1 to 9 is technically like how it is, but the most important tooltips are 2 and 3, and 1 to
Yeah,
put it
true.
away.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, facts. Yeah.
And that's how you would pretty much code, right? On desktop in itself. And I'm gonna go ahead and put away the tooltip and despawn where I just spawned in front of me, which was the tooltip, just by going through a folder. And I'm just going to spawn in another neat, handy tool that I alluded to earlier, which is a blockchain in itself. This is a tool from a couple developers that are out in Japan. Shout out the Japanese community in Neos. They're so knowledgeable and they really create with their heart, and they give out these open source tools for anybody to come and pretty much manipulate, and they can create their own dApps inside of this interface, right? So right now I'm mining, solving blocks on this chain, and you can see that it's actually recognizing my user ID and the nonce, and of course the little hash rate variables and the blocks, which are pretty cool. Instead of using the pickaxe, I could just call this mine function over and over again. And I can actually parent objects, digital objects, to this function, this mine function, and till the block is solved, practically, right? And then, of course, I can edit the data of the block as well, right? Let's say I want this block to send a memo to a WebSocket. I could pretty much type it out in here, right? The entire data set and what the block would represent, and then send that to a completely different server off of Neos, and sort of like talking to, let's say another IDE or even a Web3 library that I pointed it to talk to. And I want to, during the Bolt takeover, pretty much compile a bunch of these tools and put them in a folder and just hand them out to the community. So keep a lookout for that. That way you guys don't necessarily need to go out and find this data. I'm going to just aggregate it for you.
Appreciate you, bro.
Phenomenal stuff right there. And that reminds me, 150, that's something that we will be offering on the Cloud Ship. Moloch Cloud Ship will have different areas that are open source areas. So the great library, we'll have things like this that are open sourced amongst our DAOs and the community, different types of communities that are all dApps and files and articles, just all our open source stuff right in this one siloed place, centralized, so that you can just grab anything off the shelf and be able to use it in your world, on your protocol, in your blockchain, whatever it is. And we'll have a dome of DAOs, a space where you can go to vote in all your DAOs on all the platforms, not have to go to all your different all your different platforms to do that. One place to display all the active votes and all that, and do all that in one little spot. It's pretty nice.
Right? Yeah, it absolutely will be. And creating an entire dApp ecosystem is something that we should really rally around as a community, especially in like a digital space, because these worlds, these Neos worlds, are technically websites. You can utilize Neos on 3JS as well, which Jin has demonstrated. He's showcased the capability to run a web client on his own web page, which is really cool, the m3.org web page. And I think for the most part, this is the future of web design, 3D interactive spaces, right? A DEX doesn't have to be a 2D static page anymore. A DAO Mint factory doesn't have to be a 2D static web page anymore. A mining pool doesn't have to be a 2D static web page anymore.
Internet doesn't have to be 2D anymore, essentially, because it isn't. It's slowly becoming more immersive, more intuitive. Yeah, man.
Pretty much, exactly.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I just forked the blockchain, and I'm just gonna add those blocks back on to this. But I just wanted to demonstrate the power of Neos and what it's truly capable of. When it comes down to creating worlds that are actual blockchains. I think the next big EVM RPC configuration could be bootstrapped out of a metaverse world.
Yep. And that thought alone is quite unfathomable. Like a VR game world being an EVM RPC layer. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's dope, man. I love that. I love that. It's crazy. A walking, like, immersive EVM. That's mad.
Yeah, it is. But that's pretty much the entire plan. In fact, Bogey and I have been working on this project Bolt for a while, and that's actually what Bolt is. It's an EVM. So let me go ahead and fly out, no clip through, and just give you guys a grand scale of what this thing is, and look at it from a toy house perspective, right? So this right here is the power supply where you spawn in. These right here are the SSDs, right? And then you have a CPU socket, which is an infinity dance floor, and the heatsink is a stage installation. Technically, it's accumulation of 8 screens, 4 screens inside the heatsink, and 4 screens on the outside of the heatsink. And there is liquid cooling piping, and this is a DPU heatsink over here. And this is the reservoir, right? So practically the idea is this to be a world computer of sorts that's going to bootstrap the next RPC, Ethereum RPC. With the aid of entertainment, pretty much learn and play, and the idea of collecting 3D digital bolts and washers to acquire a share of a token on the next upcoming RPC. And we want to make sure that this technology is open to anybody that actually has the capability to get into the world and acquire those bolts and washers. But that's another conversation for another day. So yeah. And there are multiple skyboxes. This is just one skybox. Actually, my favorite skybox is a elevator powered by this black hole. It's primordial black hole energy.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah. But yeah. Neos truly is, in my opinion, like the perfect sandbox to create an experience that is just breathtaking and you know, still able to communicate on chain. It has the capability of like Web3, but it's custodial Web3 out the box instead of non-custodial. But there are ways for WebSocket native integrations for people to create avatars with wallets built into them, which is pretty neat. With this specific radio menu that you see whenever I hit the T button, or whenever you hit the T button when you install the installation, you could actually have world settings, right? Different sorts of toggleables for the world, dynamic world. Or if you want, you can make an avatar that has a specific radio menu that could be a wallet, per se. And I want to sort of encourage people to think about creating a line of avatars that have native wallets attached to them. That would be ideal for, like, per se, a hackathon in this space. And of course, quite lucrative, of course. So yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about it. Sorry for the hiccups. And also, Jen, if you're still watching, good job, man.
Yep. Happy to say my first NFT I ever bought had its own built-in wallet, my Avogachis. But that's a 2D metaverse, and what 150 is talking about is pretty phenomenal, pretty cool stuff.
Love it. I love all of this. I remember, like, I'm just trying to remember back to like 2017. Like, I mean, granted, I had a VR headset back then, and I was messing around in Unity and VR and all kinds of crazy stuff. But like, it's completely like, pew! Like we've left Earth now with this kind of tech, and it's only going to get crazier. Qualcomm's got some ridiculous stuff coming out. I don't know if anyone's done any research, but I like to find out what's next. Like, and I feel on a technological level. Do you guys remember when Wi-Fi came out? 'Cause I do. It was like around 2002. It's 2022, so I don't know. Like something crazy is coming out. Maybe the next advent in smartphone. Like, but it's not going to be a phone. It might be shades or a wristband or.
100%. It is.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, bro.
So it's like integrating augmented reality into a smart form factor. It doesn't look tacky. It isn't bulky. It's lightweight. I'm actually talking to you guys through a pair of shades right now that have speakers and a microphone on them at the moment. So Snapdragon displays over top of, like, shades that are just blacked out shades from the Matrix, definitely right around the corner. And you'll be able to access worlds that look as well designed and as good as Bolt through those shades. And Bolt is a nice little chimera of sorts, right? It's not too heavy. It's literally only about 20 megabytes worth of space. So you could run it on a smartphone, and if you can run it on a smartphone, you can run it on glasses.
Yep.
So it's the idea. Lightweight, immersive worlds are the future of web.
Yeah, that blew my mind when you were wearing those glasses yesterday, and you said you were talking through them. I've seen the Snapchat ones, or the Ray-Ban ones, but which ones are you using?
These are the Bose glasses. Yeah. I'm trying to find the name of them.
Looks really good, man.
Let's see.
Yeah, you sound really good.
Yeah. For shades, I mean.
Yeah, and they actually don't look bad.
It's crazy.
Does it record video too?
No, but my Ray-Bans do. I have the spectacles, which are a Facebook product. And I think those aren't optimal. Like you can only record like 30-second clips at at best.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Yeah, it's not ideal at all. You want something where you can just like walk around recording for like 10 minutes tops, right? Like
Yeah, I
that's
want
how
to
you're
go
really
on
gonna
my
capture.
Disneyland ride and share it to people that can't make it to Disneyland.
Exactly. Yeah. So I was actually in Las Vegas using the those glasses, right? And it was so ironic. I went to this art gallery, that had like artwork that's worth like a couple $1 billion, and I was just like walking around snapping photos. And of course, they had like no photos, no photography signs right next to like the image, the painting, and I didn't care. I was just snapping, and then like literally like I tried to look at the data, and Facebook deleted the data. It's hilarious. So yeah, and then they restricted access to the app too right after that. So ironic. So an actual like open source version of that technology needs to come sooner than later. Something that's truly permissionless, something that like where somebody can't just like turn off your live stream or turn off the capability to capture data and whatnot. Like that needs to happen.
Yeah, I mean, self-sovereignty is what this is all about, and like being able to be in control over what we do, and connecting with the people that we want to hear from rather than what's kind of being fed to us, is why we're connecting today. So thank you so much for sharing about Moloch Cloudship and about NeosVR. There's a lot of crazy stuff that we saw in there that I didn't know was possible, and I'm sure the rabbit hole has just begun.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
So thank you, Musashi, Juan. Thank you, Bogey, too, for taking us into Neos and explaining that.
Thank you.
We have Rev and Andy back up here to tell us more about Atlantis World. I know I asked some of the hard questions before, but we barely touched the surface of what's going on in Atlantis World. So I wanted to get you guys up here and have you tell us more about what's actually happening aside from just the Metaverse panel. So thank you very much for coming back up, Rev.
Thank you so much, Penguin, for having us. I'm having a crazy day today, full AMAs, back-to-back calls, but it's so energizing, to be back here. Was, it's hard to explain, when you're surrounded by builders who you're just doing that because you love it, and then you see all of this, innovations. I mean, and you're surrounded by, yourself, Gene, and all the rock stars. It's like a dream come true. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming back, and I know exactly what you mean. It's a blur sometimes, but we'll make it through. I'm gonna let you have the.
Oh, sorry. Could you repeat that?
Oh, I was just saying that the floor. I was going to turn the stage over to you to tell us more about Atlantis World.
Oh, sure. Perhaps I should start with the backstory. Atlantis World actually started from two different projects. I met my co-founder CJ back at Kernel, which is Gitcoin project for kind of connecting builders together, accelerating some of the projects. But that's not accelerator; it's more like they helping and bringing in all the cool people together. And back at the time, I was building 2D pixel battle game with NFTs as token gated access for all sorts of battles. Imagine you had a CryptoPunk, so you could battle either with all NFT kind of characters or just CryptoPunks. And then they're supposed to have their clubhouses where they can hang out, audio, video, text chat, and all that. And my co-founder CJ was building a 3D immersive, DeFi-enabled and sustainability kind of friendly metaverse. So on DeFi aspect, you had all these integrations. On sustainability, there was a carbon offsetting and all sorts of, this interoperability elements that we also discussed previously on the panel, being able to kind of interact with your characters between different metaverses and all that. And right after our first meeting, I pitched him the idea that, hey, I know you've been building already for some time. And I mean, I was in the same boat, but I was like, screw it, let's just merge both of our projects and do something bigger. Let's do something crazy. And start with the simplest building block of accessibility. And going, like 2D pixel browser-based, like platform agnostic and all of that. And let's add your idea with DeFi, but actually like level up that and not just integrate DeFi, but literally everything but Tree, which also means tooling. And just on that note, for example, DAO tooling, which we also pushed, and we can share about that a bit later on. And that also meant, mini games. That meant some other cool things. So yeah, we started building back in July. So it's almost a year soon that we kind of started building together. And since then, we went through a lot of things. From just a team of 2, we've grown into a team of 16 now. We also been fully bootstrapped. We raised 0 private venture capital. We've been sustaining ourselves firstly on our personal savings, then thanks to our partners' grants, and thanks to our community that we've been always humbled by for their support in our NFT sale that help us, to sustain and grow and keep on building. So yeah, and now I think Andy can show what we have.
Yeah, sure thing. So, as always, feel free to jump in, Rev. This is one of our staging areas where we have test deployments. So this doesn't showcase everything all at once, since we do have things that change and we break things often, as it is the staging environment. So just one thing to keep in mind. But I might change between the closed alpha and our staging environment, but I'm here in the staging area for now. And as you can see, this is our main Atlantis World map area. We originally had one large map, and it was very spread out. Some of the buildings were not really strategically placed. They were simply placed next to each other based on, oh, we have a new building, let's put it just next to this one. But now we have a more localized and easy to navigate map and area with different sections. One of the main aspects of Atlantis is the social aspects, and we want to focus on that using both voice and video chat. And an easy way for that is right now with benches. Whenever you walk up to a bench, any other individual can walk up with you, and you'll be entered into a voice chat together, and you can chat with them there right away. Then we've also have different aspects that we want to focus on in the social scene, where, for example, here we have an arcade with individual different games we have built in and also integrated from other places. Like, for example, this here is Missile Command, and we don't have it live in staging. My apologies. And you'll be able to just play different games within here. Let me just reconnect real quick. And yeah, so we've got different aspects as well. Like the event center here is where you're able to actually host events as well using a broadcast system similar to Discord, where when the presenter walks up on stage and interacts with the podium up here, they'll be then broadcasting a voice channel to anybody in this audience area. So if somebody's presenting and they leave the area, you're no longer in that voice chat, but you're able to see the individuals hanging out here, the presenter, their slides. And we've integrated a lot of existing Web3 protocols, like protocols and applications, one of which being POAP, where you'll be able to interact with the actual POAP machine and claim and create POAPs inside of Atlantis World without having to do it elsewhere. And each of these different sections are also voice chats. So think of this as like a mingling area between the between different people that you can have during the events. You know, you can like pop between the different couches. As you're moving between the squares, you're joining different voice channels. And this is for displays, where you could have anything that's branding for that specific event, or NFTs, anything of that regard. And this is considered the central area of Atlantis World, where this is where everybody starts. This is where you initially meet up, it's your spawn point, and you interact with people. From there, we have different sections and maps that you'll be able to interact with and travel between. For example, this here is DeFi Town, where we have different protocols, projects, and places where you can learn about their individual DAO project and even use their tooling directly in the game without having to jump to another browser tab, reconnecting your wallet. You can just directly interact through NPCs on their protocol. Like, for example, we've got Pooled Together here, which it's a price-linked savings account, and we've customized their space to be in tune with their community and how they would like to be represented. A small example is even here, you know, it's just a small little plaque that is interactable, but it might not mean anything to you currently, Pool Streaks Champions, but for the Pool Together community, that's an event that they host where you try to guess different interactions from the prize draws, which, you know, they're just random events, but you're trying to guess how many draws had this many winners on Ethereum or this many on Polygon. And whoever has the longest streak of guesses, at the end, they get added to the winner of that season. And so just displaying little things like that for individual DAOs to make it comfy and unique to them is what we strive for. And so, for example, here's NPC dialogue, and you know, this is just basic text for now. We'll have more onboarding and actual descriptions to help people understand what Pool Together is about. And from here, my wallet's already connected. I can choose which chain I'm depositing on. We've kind of gamified their existing UI and website. And it displays, you know, here you can just actually deposit USDC directly. And it's a Web3 integration through Pool Together. So this goes directly to their protocol and smart contracts within the game. And we do have a, yeah, okay, so this occurred again in our staging environment. So I'm just going to refresh real quick. But we have, the idea is you'll be able to deposit into these protocols and interact between them. So if I don't have USDC, I can simply walk over to the 1-inch building and do a swap transaction there and walk back to the Pool Together building without having to go between browser tabs. And yeah, that's one of the main concepts, is keeping Web3 things in a curated, educated manner for users.
Thank you so much, Andy. Yeah, for those of you who doesn't know Andy, he is leading community, and even more than that, at Atlantis World. Andy is a rock star, and we're super grateful for all of his contribution. And you might notice some of the small bugs here and there. That's something that we're also working on. As we previously mentioned, that we are kind of internally aiming to launch within a month from now. Might happen earlier, but yeah. So by that time, all of this will be fixed. Overall, the performance improved much more. We're focusing a lot on enabling at the very least 300 to 500 people, both on the voice chat as well as just overall interactions at the same time. So basically, what we have in mind is, let's say someone's want to throw a host, a mid-size, let's say not huge conference. We would love them to be able to do that, and even running some of the workshops ourselves, Web3 workshops, presenting our community DAOs, including Metagame and etc.
And I actually just performed a swap, and transaction went through on MetaMask, and down here it's saying token swapped. So I successfully swapped using 1-inch all through Atlantis World in our staging environment, but the transaction actually occurred on Optimism as well. And I think that's going to be a real cool concept, to be able to use Web3 in a gamified manner that makes sense to people who might not be familiar with crypto and Web3 as a whole.
Absolutely. And just to take a step back and share some thoughts on curation, because we think it's critical, especially when you're building all sorts of projects, not just Metaverse. When we started building our ecosystem, and still we're incredibly picky, and our filters are actually really high on what types of projects, and also builders, just communities, and also teams that we are, as of this stage, are kind of building for inside of Atlantis, because everything that you're seeing here is built by us. All of the personalization, all the clubhouses, both exterior, interior, and also NPCs, are also natively branded for each of our clubs. And that also has something to do with the way we see the things. For us, each of these clubhouses are kind of work of art. But we do also understand that's not the best scalable way of moving forward. So it's in our best interest to focus on building and enabling our users, especially developers, the tooling for them to build and integrate their own things in the future. In terms of land and scarcity, we've been receiving a lot of questions on, are you planning to do land sale and all of that? We're not rushing with that, actually. We are aiming to experiment around new different concepts of value, creation in a way that driven by, let's say, community creations and value that they produce through their native business models, versus just a scarcity, scarcity of land, resources, etc. And the logic behind that is basically, if we're aiming to bring millions, tens of hundreds of millions users into DeFi, why would we limit our metaverse or our user base just by 5 or 10,000 plots? It's at least it's not native to the way we view things, and especially thinking of those who are, let's say, in the developing regions. We want them to be able to be part of the Web3, not just by words, but actually in action. Because so far, Web3 is mostly about alpha and alpha groups and all your peers and friends that you hang out with. And we just keep on making richer, and it's a bit sad, and we want to change that and can contribute from Atlantis side to that cause. And sorry, it's my kid. Speaking of my kid, by the way, one of the things that we're aiming to kind of enable is educational programs. So the whole Atlantis is like one of the main value props, right? Beyond the social is like onboarding. We make it less confusing for anyone to learn about Web3 in a practical manner, and also fun manner, right? And thus, imagine having a tooling like Atlantis as a part of school system or curriculum at the universities. And then that could lead into some really, really interesting use cases where tens of hundreds of thousands or even millions of users every year will be learning about Web3 in a fun and meaningful manner. And at the same time, once they'll be able to build their own stuff inside of Metaverse, and not just Atlantis, right? It could be through Atlantis, but necessarily for the rest of the kind of public good Web3 industry, because what we're aiming to do essentially is also create these portals, and enable interoperability between other metaverses and gaming worlds.
Yeah, and another example of just having it as an open metaverse, we do have an audience integration, which you can listen directly to, I believe, things both within your own inventory and some of the free use tracks and streams that people have uploaded to Audius as well. And you can simply select any of those from here. I've got it muted now because we don't know what could be playing from some of these mixes. And yeah, it's just really cool how we can try to integrate as many different things from Web3 within Atlantis.
That's pretty cool. I've actually got a song on Audius. That's pretty cool. I'm really excited to have a walk around in Atlantis World when it comes out. You guys keep like this is really cool stuff, man.
Yeah, the fun thing is we've got all the ideas and kind of grand vision. It's just, things take time to build, and that's kind of part of the fun as well, is getting that input and feedback from, events like this. Tell us all what you think, what we can improve on, what you'd like to see, and then we can build something great together.
Yeah, there's actually another cool things that we haven't mentioned yet. So we're planning to have one of our core users are actually DAO members, and really folks truly deep into Web3 rabbit hole. And we just, I think around a month ago or 6 weeks ago, we officially together in the partnership with Snapshot integrated Snapshot natively inside of Atlantis. And we're the first metaverse that ever done that. So with that, we're kind of enabling a new wave of use cases driven by a thing so-called meta governance. And obviously, Snapshot isn't the only tool that we're going to integrate. Some of other tools include Aragon, DAO House, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Also, tooling like Coordinate. Could be DORG, etc., and just making it easier for DAOs and contributors to use the tooling that they actually prefer, not the tooling that imposed by us or the Atlantis World community, because we want, our core value is freedom, right? And we want to, with the product that we build, also enable that for the users so they can actually choose what they love. But our goal is to enable this kind of platform-driven approach that gives users a variety of choices and actually guides them through each of them and explains, what is what and how to use it and how to, provide value to the community, also benefit from that. Just create this, infinite games, positive sum outcomes for all parties involved. Also including other metaverses and gaming, because we don't want to compete with them. We want to, co-create with those who really understand, the values of Web3 and ready to also just, walk in that journey together.
That's so cool. I haven't really gotten to see the map as much. I love getting to walk around.
I'm trying to show off some details of some of the larger guild houses and Citadel, because there's a lot of effort put in by our design team where they've actually redesigned a lot of the buildings themselves, and there is more detail than initially meets the eye.
That's awesome that you guys integrated Snapshot as well. It's a tool that a lot of us are familiar with and use for different communities. For anyone that's not familiar with Snapshot, it's off-chain governance. So it's kind of like sentiment voting. It doesn't enact change, but it's based off of membership, and it has different criteria that you can set for voting. So you can vote with staked tokens, you can vote with token holdings, all kinds of different things. I believe some people even have set up quadratic voting for their Snapshot.
Yeah, and I've even seen I believe a recent feature they had was where you can have weighted votes as well. So you have technically you always have 100% of your own vote, but let's say you feel 40% in favor of option 1, but more 60% in favor of option 2. That's something you can do through Snapshot as well. And we have all those features enabled in Atlantis World already. It's just not in something we can show off right now as we've redesigned the map a bit.
So I have a lingering question that I don't know if you've answered anywhere yet. With any good game, there's a villain. Obviously, Web3 has got its kind of fictional villains such as Moloch? Does Atlantis World have any villains built into the world or any lore behind the world aside from the Web3 connections?
As far as lore, I can't share more on the specifics of any like overarching story, but we do have interactable enemies. I don't want to spoil how you find them, but there are some PvE elements that we have tested in the past and that we'll be showcasing as well. But I can't say as much on that right now.
Okay, yeah, sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, no worries, Penguin. As you know, we are gamers ourselves. I mean, I spent years in games like World of Warcraft, Lineage 2, and all that, and also some of the pixel games, and also like on PlayStation, Sega, and Dundee, and all the old school things. So we definitely would love to see more like PvE and PvP mechanics. It's just right now we are fully focused on performance aspect and making sure that it's super smooth. It's accessible on all the possible devices, including mobile. And then we do have some of the mini games already, just not live on the staging version, though they're live, and we are just we're just getting started with that. So yeah, expect those things to happen, but even more so, we actually would love other developers, especially like in a way like indie developers, like solo hackers, integrating their also games, so our community can and other communities can play them, and thus we might actually bring life back to those games, in a way. Yeah.
Awesome. I have a presentation after this in 5 minutes where I'll be presenting a virtual world that's strictly kind of combat right now. That's my game. So I'd be happy to talk integration and see how we can have some cross-game pollination there after this. So definitely urge you to stick around and see what I show after this as well. Thank you so much, Rep. That's super cool. I love seeing this. Thank you so much, Andy, too, for walking us around and sharing. So where can people go to learn more about Atlantis World? Is the Discord the best place to hop in?
Yeah, I would recommend the Discord simply because that's, well, one, you'll find me there all the time, and the core team as well. We do have Telegram chat, both for our English speaking, Russian, Ukrainian speaking. We've got a wide range of community, but I would say the Discord is definitely the place where we try to keep most of the information and keep people aware. It's also where we host our weekly podcast on Tuesdays, which focuses more on like general Web3 things, not just Atlantis World itself. And we've got a meme art contest right now where you can win some swag and shirts and stickers and even get your artwork displayed inside of Atlantis World. And yeah, those are the main avenues to find us.
Awesome. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'll definitely hop in and check out the meme contest, see if I can get some clothes featured in. So look forward to talking more about Atlantis World and virtual worlds. Thank you so much for helping connect everything. As I said earlier, the ability to trust and walk through these worlds is invaluable in a world that there's a whole bunch of scammers. So it makes it a lot more friendly. And I think projects like Atlantis World are things that will help the next generation and the current generation understand and engage with the stuff that is going on in a way that they understand it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having us.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate everyone's time, and always welcome inside of Atlantis World. And we are also happy to have both all of the speakers here and also the bigger Metagame family inside of Atlantis. You're all time our beloved partners and friends. So thanks for all the support you've been shown since day one.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really excited to see the Metagame headquarters too. I've seen some sketches of it, and I think the DAO aspect is really going to set it apart. Aside from, you guys being instrumental in the tooling and connecting key features like Snapshot and other DeFi protocols. So thank you. I'll talk soon. I'll make sure to leave your information in the Discord speaker channel, please.
Will do.
Okay, so next up, I'm going to talk about Mud XYZ. So Mud XYZ is a virtual world that I've been working on with some of my buddies. We're part of Machi Gaming. I'm going to share my screen, kind of walk through the match, and share a little bit about what I've been working on. So one of the key concepts about Battle for Evermore, which is the name of the first game that we have released on Mud Games, is that we are giving utility to other tokens. So we have our own characters, and I'll show you these. So these are kind of like loot-based dynamic characters that were created and rolled. So each have a class, a name, and a race. Then they have their static skills. And so we've also included Bored Ape Yacht Club. I recently did Goblin Town as well. So if you have a Goblin Town, you could play. Also Voxels. But the Heroes of Evermore are our current heroes. So most people have been playing with these, and you can buy these and hop in to play. We're going to have matches on the weekends that people can play. And I'll also have a building workshop so people can learn how they can create matches or maps that could eventually be featured in the future. So you can see this one here starts in 5 minutes. This one has 15 minutes left in. So I'll play this one for a little bit, and then I'll switch over. So I have a lot of characters. So the characters are here. We're updating this to incorporate the item update. So we're about to do an item update. So I recommend hopping into the Discord to learn more about the items. But the main thing here is about immersion. So really hopping into the characters. And so this NFT game is on Ethereum mainnet, but there's no gas fees to play. We pretty much just sign to prove what's in your wallet. So I'm going to I'll pick Need More. So this is one of the unique characters that I got at mint time. We had a free mint, so anyone could come and mint one hero for free, or you could also purchase heroes at 0.08 back in September. There were no heroes reserved for any team members, no promotional heroes. Everyone had to buy their heroes. So back in December, we launched the demo and the alpha. So that we've been launching games and making games for people on Tuesdays and now Saturdays. And so if you move around, we have arcade mode, which is much more friendly to like what people are used to playing these days. So you can move around with WASD or the arrow keys, or use the numbers or hotkeys to do spells. So back when I was originally playing MUDs, you had to enter all commands manually. So I'd have to be like C, def, and then my target name. But now I can just press the button. And so it does the exact same thing as if I had typed it out myself. But I can do headbutt, and it will do the same thing as if I had pressed headbutt. So putting it in arcade mode is a lot more friendly to mobile games, as well as people playing that don't have experience in command line games. We also put the map here so you can easily see what's happening. You feel the visibility. And so these towers here are ranged enemies that will attack anything that comes in there that is not of their alignment. So this character is the weakest of all characters, but he has awesome skill set. So I've got my shield I can put up, and he can't damage me while my shield is up. It'll absorb damage for me, and I can heal. But so this is really a team game, and it's very similar to something like Dota, because you'll move together with your teams to complete objectives. And in this game mode here, the objective is to beat the other team's boss. In this case, the boss is here, so I can scan. You can see the Lord of Darkness is here. So here's the scoreboard. You can see I haven't killed anything because I've been running around. The boss will destroy me at level 1. This is meant to be a team game, but it's coming here. See? So I can use my skills on him, and then before he dies, I'm going to slam him to the other room. So I knocked him and controlled his position so that he didn't kill me. If I were to put my shield on, I can get a few more hits in on him before he's going to kill me. So I can flee out. And as you see, so if you build up a team or a collection of heroes, you'll have a bunch of different skills that you can use in combat. And like one of the big utilities that I have is because we're writing everything ourselves, and it's really easy to create areas and characters without having to design the UI. It makes it so we're a lot more flexible in how we can integrate projects. And something like Bored Apes, which doesn't have a game attached to it, we can prove what's in someone's wallet and give utility to any token, be it an Atlantis World Atlantean, and we could make an Atlantean class that is able to cast spells, or by using the interoperability of NFT tokens, we can even give utility to projects that were rugs potentially. So we can see someone else joined in this game. I got another goblin here, and part of the immersion factor is that instead of having the name of this enemy, we can see Twipa is the goblin warrior. But when you're in the game, we want the immersion factor. So he's a goblin, and it really feels like you don't know if you're fighting an enemy or you're fighting part of the level. So having the combat really be dynamic and make sense and be fun was the first place that we focused, because we know that this is the biggest place that things can go wrong, and that people will do more unpredictable things than our bots would. So we wanted to focus kind of on the combat first and make a game that was fun to play rather than kind of extracted value. So everything is just signed to play. And yeah, we've got our leaderboard that helps build up. So you can see this goblin here is able to damage me. He's got this hack skill. Put up his arm, so now his shield is up. I'm gonna put my shield up too. And it's a big kind of tug of war. We're building in different game modes and also social game modes that don't involve combat. So you can talk to people. We're integrating Discord as well as other tools that are kind of where people already are in our community. So we're reaching out, doing a lot of podcasts recently. I was on Token Smart. And the big goal now that we're building this utility is kind of telling people about it and showing people just how different it is, and showing people that they can create stuff. And I think the other big thing is that it's intimidating to play a game, especially like new games. So getting people into an NFT game is extremely hard if they're not already into NFTs. But there's a ton of NFTs that are looking for utility, and they're looking for ways that their community can have fun together. And I think combining these metaverses and combining the places that people hang out with the kind of the activities that they're doing helps kind of connect us, and it lowers that barrier, because we've heard a few times that focus is one of the things that we're monetizing almost. There's only so much that we can pay attention to in one day, and so I've really tried to make it so these game modes are 15 minutes long. I realized I didn't have hours to be playing games with my schedule, so it's important that people can hop in, have a good experience, play with their friends, and kind of go back to what they were doing. And I think that fits really well into kind of the DAO space and guilds in general, is that you need to have a group that can come together for a common purpose. You need to complete your goals and objectives, and then at a certain point, people need to figure out what they're going to do next. And I think that offboarding is something that people don't really think about as well. It's like all about trying to get people in, but there's always a flow of people, and maintaining a healthy flow and making sure that the people that come in are here and understand what's happening helps make sure that they have a better transition, and that the future people will have a better transition. So this map has got some AI that oh look, there's 3 people trying to kill me now. They love the need more. But having the social experience makes it so that we're all having fun. Empowering each other and having fun and spending this time together is what I keep saying. The entire point of it is. So having time with family. I think even having this representation of the game has been a huge benefit to me, because I've been playing text-based games for 25, 26 years. And now people can actually experience what the joy that I was having all that time in this game mode, because this is more digestible than just the plain text. So I've actually been bonding with friends that have had a chance to play this. So let's see, I can kill this ogre, I think. Let's kill him. Oh, he got away? Oh, the tower got him. Alright, so I'm going to loot his corpse. So I can get all corpse. And I got a rib bone from him, so I'm going to wear it as a weapon. So let's put it on so we can see now. I've got a sharpened ogre rib bone as my secondary weapon. And as we incorporate NFT items into this character sheet, you'll be able to start with things that help improve your character stats. And one of the original foundations of this was incorporating loot. So we wanted to actually give a purpose to loot NFTs and to make it so that you could use your loot NFTs in a game. So the ability to augment your stats in this world with an NFT from another project that people have already invested in is providing utility not only to loot holders but also to people in our community, because now our community can grow by as many NFTs that want to play together and will fit together in kind of a UI and a story. And that's kind of where the difference between Mud Games is and where Battle for Evermore is. So I'm going to let him kill me so you can see some of this. Every time I get hit, the screen flashes red. If I die, so I was just killed. Oh, sorry, this is Firefox. In Chrome, my screen will fade to black as well. So we're doing a lot of things to help show people what's happening rather than having them to read. But we have the entire log here of what happened in the battle. So after a little bit, I respawn, and this is based on your level. So completing the objective of taking out the other team's boss can be a little difficult without the proper amount of time or the proper team. So we'll see on the next one. I can join another match, and I'll show you how the process is for when a match is about to start. and with more NPCs. So I'll join this one. This one's a Basilisk map, and I will join with a character that has high intelligence. So I'll join with one of my moon elves. So this is another game that I'm joining here. And I have to sign once to register for the maps and then another one to actually log in. And so now here's a completely different match. We've got guards, we've got our lords here, and we've also got NPCs that roam around the map that we can level on before we go and attack the lord. So it's really important that you manage your time, and sometimes the game modes are, you have to withstand an attack. You've got to defend your lord, and that's the best way that you can win. But there's definitely like a tug of war kind of feel to a normal match where one side will go up in experience and the kills for them will yield more experience. So it's got like a rubber band effect, and it means that you can always kind of catch up, and we've had a lot of really fun dynamics with balancing. So the game's kind of always changing, and the way it works is we usually try and make a few changes, add a whole bunch of skills, make sure that they fit in balance, and then we will lock the mechanics for a bit until we are ready to change things, and then we will have a tournament so people can show who was the best of that specific meta. And then after that, then we will change to some of the new updates. So we're about to do the item drop coming up, which will reward all of the heroes that have items and weapons on their character sheet. So some of the characters have items built into the ASCII art of the character sheet, and they will be allowed to claim items on a gas optimized 721A contract. So you can mint essentially 10 NFTs for less than you could transfer one for the standard contract. So yeah, we've definitely taken a lot of optimizations and learning from smart contracts and applied them to what we're doing in the game. And as Rev said, like it's all about making sure that things are responsive and that the game feels right. So we've tried to make a game that's really balanced, explains kind of the fantasy world, but one thing you'll notice is that we don't use graphics. And that's because the power of imagination and telling the story and you interpreting what a slime mold is to you, as silly as that might sound, is more powerful than me drawing a picture of what the slime mold is to me and having you subscribe to it. The power of like what your character is and the story that you want to tell is part of identifying who you are and what you want to say. And there's only so much complaining you can do when you build. What you want to do is you want to be constructive. Like it doesn't matter what has happened before. You need to kind of create and grow, and the same is true for a story. A story is built upon over time and written by what you do rather than what you say. And so the same is kind of true for the games and these virtual worlds. Is of the many years that I've played, the reasons that I play are because of the people. Any game can be fun, but if there's not someone to play with, then there's not going to be an attraction to play. So part of Metagame is about gamifying the experience that people have on Web3 and making sure that people have fun as they're making these connections with other people. Because just like with the memory map or listening to music, you will have a better connection with other people if you're not singularly focused. If you're not just talking business with someone, if you're talking about strategy and how to level up in either Valheim with the frag crew, or and Mud, and making a plan to take the championship and esports axes. It's all coordination, and DAOs and organizations need coordination to be effective. And so that's why making a team game like this felt like a step in the virtual world building, and kind of a step that no one else was taking. I know that I can't do a VR world as well as Jin can, but my power is in text-based worlds, and this is something that I can share with people that has been basically a staple for generations. And now that we all hang out in Discord and use chat communications on a daily basis, this feels like a niche that still needs to be filled. We still need a communication in a chat room to go. So we're connecting these game channels to Discord so that people can learn about matches going on in Discord. They can actually communicate with people in this game, with in other MUDs. We've connected to the Gossip Protocol channel, which means that if someone else is in another MUD, they can see that people are playing Battle for Evermore. They can chat with us here, and we can chat with them as well too. So there we go. That went out into the greater MUD world. There's about 1,500 players over all of the Gossip Protocol worlds. So that message just went out to all those other worlds. And we've integrated NFT gating to control players as well as kind of rewards. And one of the focuses that I wanted to do was make a world that code is law. Part of these games, there's always an aspect of immortals and people that have to run the game. But I've completely pushed to remove that aspect from MUD, because the problems with even hierarchies of power is that if you give someone power, there's a chance that they can abuse it. And in a game like Axes, or a competitive game, you can't have anyone that has a competitive advantage that's unfair. So it was important to me to make sure that none of that was built into the NFT MUDs that we're building. There can't be the concept of an immortal that has unlimited power and can mint NFTs at will and still have any sense of balance or accomplishment. So the matches are very self-contained.
I have a question for you, if you don't mind. I kind of stuck around. In regards to that, you're mentioning, not having, fair competition. And do you have any concerns of somebody, botting this game, or have you considered that in the past? And is there anything you've done to kind of prevent that?
Yeah, there's definitely some elements of botting that's inherent to a lot of MUDs and games in general. And there is definitely an effort to support a healthy community. So we don't have an ability to block someone from playing, but the game is not very linear. As I said, right now it's player versus player, so the ability for someone to create a script that can outthink you is probably not as significant as something like it's going to be much harder to do something like that than Axie, where they've got to play a card. It's much more
right. It's like similar to Dungeon Crawl in a sense. Like, I haven't played it, but just from what I've seen, it's not a same scenario every time where you can make the right decision based on a bunch of data. It's more so that certain moment of interaction and what you choose to do.
Yeah, I also do want to get a little bit into AI as well, because that is one of the places that I think the game has a lot of growth and stuff that might not be apparently obvious to people too. So, I've got enemies that can remember things or that can track you across the map that are better than people to fight you. So, if I come in here to this basilisk is one of the meanest things in the game right now. And it's very fast. It will make sure that it eats you. And having enemies that are smarter than people is another good way that we try and fight bots. And we limit some of the access. So instead of having Telnet, where you could have some of the tools that have scripting built into it, we have our own client that's built into a web page to make sure that everyone can access it and that you can use it on any device. But that also means that it's not it's not a closed system. Anyone can access it. So I'm sure we'll see some degree of botting and trolling, just like any game will, and we'll learn how to handle it. But we also have private matches. We have all kinds of match control things that we can use to make sure that if you don't want to be playing with someone or be interrupted, then that will be fine too. So any of our tournament matches we can use as a private match and assign a password to it that someone needs to play.
Yeah, as a whole, it looks really right up my alley as far as games go. Simply for, as you mentioned earlier, not focusing on the like artwork and such, but more focusing on the core game elements and kind of letting the imagination do the rest. And this reminds me of a lot of old text-based games, and looks like actually a lot of fun as well. Like I remember when Dark Forest first came out, that's all I did for a week, and I think that's all everybody did for a while. And this, just the UI and just the simplicity of fun is what catches my interest right away.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, look, this basilisk is not going to let me live.
Yeah.
Yeah, and part of the roguelike games like this and Dwarf Fortress and the old school rogues is that they're not intended to be simple. It is intended to have you figure things out and grow as a player. So yeah, I definitely encourage people to come check it out. We are catering to players and making sure that we have lots of matches. So it's mud.xyz, mud.xyz, and we're on Twitter. Hey, Boogie.
Yo, Penguin, some of the MetaFam had a couple questions to ask. If I can read them to you if you want. The first question is, can you mint a specific moment of the battle or its entirety? That's question one.
So right now there is no ability to snapshot and mint parts of the game. That's a great idea. There are aspects of this system that would lend itself really well to that. And I think as right now we're building kill streaks and stuff in. So we can definitely look into that. But no, we don't have any outside minting of game moments currently. That's an awesome idea.
And the second question is, can you be a spectator of the battle? I'm guessing of someone else's battle.
Yes, you can. So that was also one thing that we realized is that some people might not have a hero, or they want to just kind of watch a match. Maybe their friends are playing and they want to run around. So you can spectate a match, and what that'll do is that'll put you into the match yourself, and you can't actually be interacted with. No one else can see you, but you can run around the battle just like you're another person, and you can't hit anyone.
Okay, cool.
And that's configurable. You can turn matches to be spectatable on or off, depending on if you want to hide what the other team is doing from observers.
Makes sense. That's cool that option exists there. That's really cool. I like that.
Yeah, I think one of the coolest things that we did recently is that, so with the Goblin Town, I made kind of a crude skill for them to. I made the poofling skill. Pretty,
nice.
pretty sophomoric, I know, but there's nothing like a goblin reaching back and get me in the eye, right?
So, I'm blinded for 5 seconds.
Yeah. So yeah, each class is kind of unique, and definitely the balance of how you press the buttons and how you toggle your skills is something that you feel when you play each character. So they have kind of a unique feel to them, and they're gonna keep getting more specified and specific. So definitely come check it out if you've got an NFT project that you want to provide some utility to. Come talk to me too. Obviously, we aren't dealing with projects that aren't of substance. If you are a builder and you're doing cool things, we want to talk to you. If you are raising money for an NFT project, we wish you luck. But we're more committed to telling stories and building cool stuff right now than we are about marketing. So that's the main thing that I've got from Mud. Did you have any more questions, Bogey?
I've got one more question from me. Let me just check the chat 1 sec. Okay, no, that's it. Okay, yeah, my question from me is, like I'm talking way down the line. Do you see Mud.xyz becoming more visually like maybe like something on the same level as Crypto Voxels, but more like top down kind of, or is it gonna stay a text-based game, which is so dope?
It's going to
see
stay a text-based game.
Okay,
And
sweet.
if anything, I think there'll probably be more text-based games that fit. And I did a podcast with Chair and Bacon recently, and I was talking about how you could incorporate telling the MetaFest story, metagame story, even into one of these areas. And so the ability to write and record history and text of what was there, who was there, create NPCs that walk you through some of the decisions that were made. You could actually make a MetaFest area pretty easily in the game. So in my building session, I'm going to sneak peek. I'm going to build a League of Legends map or a Dota map that people are very familiar with. So I'll in the workshop, I will from start to finish build a League of Legends map.
Forward to that.
So let me see. I think next up is Ronan. Do we know if he's available or around right now?
It looks like one more question snuck their way to the chat from Miss Anth. Is there a simulated battle tutorial? And we're still waiting for Ronan, by the way.
Yeah, so right now we are working on a tutorial mode and simulation. I am estimating that'll probably be out in a month and a half. I know that it can be intimidating to jump into a battle with real people, and sometimes you want to practice. But I encourage people to hop in and even listen. It's a lot of fun. You will not be a burden to anyone, even if you've never played before. The benefit of having an extra person in a fight for your life is